If you're looking for winners, a program is an essential tool, but it can only tell you so much. When you're at the track, take full advantage of the paddock to try to find a horse who's ready to win. Here are 4 things to look for in the paddock. Number 1, watch the horse as it walks in. Observe how they carry themselves, looking for fluid, smooth movements, a walk that's almost cat-like. Number 2, look for a well-muscled and fit appearance with a shiny coat, bright eyes, and ears that are perked up that are saying, I'm paying attention. Number 3, notice how the horse interacts with its handler. A horse that's responsive, obedient, attentive to their groom, that's a good indication of good training and discipline. Number 4, take note of any excessive sweating or lather on the horse's coat. While some sweating is normal due to excitement or heat, sweating in excess could be a sign they're expending too much energy before they really need it in a race. Getting eyes on a horse provides valuable visual clues that can help inform betting decisions, so incorporate it with your handicapping. For more race day insights, go to americasbestracing.net.
And they're off at Saratoga.
There he is, the king of Saratoga, Angel Cordero. This is Saratoga Live, as always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Just outside the paddock, welcome everyone. I'm Lafitte Kincaid. Lots going on this closing day at Saratoga. Horses in the paddock behind us for the first of 11 races. The chase for an Alan Jerkins training title. Entering today, Chad Brown has a 2-win lead over Linda Rice. And, of course, the closing day feature by tradition, the Grade 1. Hopeful 2-year-olds taking center stage. We do have breaking news on a major defection. The morning line favorite is out. Muth for trainer Bob Baffert. A scratch, will not run in the Hopeful. So now 10 deep 2-year-olds going 7/8 of a mile. Grade 1 status with a $300,000 purse as I welcome in my friends and colleagues, handicapper Jonathan Kinchin, champion jockey Richie Migliori. It doesn't seem that long ago. We were here celebrating opening day at where did the summer go? It always feels like it goes by way too fast.
It does go by way too fast, and 40 days now. It's not a sprint like it used to be, 24 days, but even the 40 days, it just seems to roll along a little bit like a hamster on a wheel here. Love the racing, love the fans in Saratoga. They make it special every summer.
A salute to the fans, the heartbeat of Saratoga, and so I like to refer to this as like hopeful day instead of closing day. Easier to process that way. The hopeful, Richie, what makes this such an important, prestigious race?
Well, it's all about the future. In this game, we don't live in the moment very long. We're always looking for the next big thing. And this is about 2-year-olds. And the 2-year-olds that we are hopeful are going to be make an impact going to the Breeders' Cup this year, but certainly towards the Classics next year.
And JK, with the absence now of Muth, who was, again, the favorite for trainer Bob Baffert, now shifting focus to this really deep, loaded, talented field, and one in particular coming in from Kentucky and Timberlake.
Yeah, look, I think Timberlake is likely to be the favorite now. There's a lot of buzz about this horse. His practice in the morning, his workouts have been extremely well regarded, and he's been good on the racetrack as well. And his performance at Ellis was outstanding.
What did he show you in this race here, Richie? Timberlake flashing that speed, turning for home with a head full of steam.
Just sheer ability. He was dominant throughout. At a meet that I think played very favorable to inside speed, Ellis Park. It wasn't maybe quite the case this day, but he made it look like that. And just, again, sheer dominance. He's got speed. He's winning with something left. And like Jonathan said, his workouts have been nothing short of sensational since.
We're going to have to put a cap on the in-sync references for Timberlake. Another look at Timberlake. There he is. The overall talent, the overview, JK, in terms of the depth and quality of these 2-year-olds in the hopeful.
Yeah, even losing a horse like Muth, I still think that there's some really talented horses in here. You get another Bob Baffert runner in Mission Beach. You get Yo-Yo Candy, the winner of the Sanford. And then you get Gold Sweep.
Yes.
You got Valentine Candy. You've got BU. It's a very, very deep field, even though we lost the Baffert favorite.
For those who run well here, it's typically onto the Champagne and eventually a shot at a Breeders' Cup Juvenile, a championship in a Breeders' Cup Juvenile. We watched a Forte win here. Closing day, won the Breeders' Cup, crowned champion. That's the hopeful. Today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm. First stakes race, Bernard Baruch. It's early race 3. Late pick 5 starts in the 7th. And the aforementioned hopeful, race 10. Post time around 5:44 Eastern. John Deere weather track condition report. Main track is fast. Turf courses are firm. It's gorgeous. Temperature around 86 degrees. And whether it's day 1 or it's day 40, the invite stands. Sign up today at NyraBets.com. When you do so, use that promo code SPA200. Take advantage of the $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. NyraBets.com. Field for the opener. What better way to start? 2-year-olds, New York breds, 5.5 furlong turf sprint. There is the field. Updated odds with Marco T, the favorite at 5-2. Horses hitting front side moments ago. A post parade for these New York bred 2-year-olds. Stretching. Is this going to be a live post parade? It is. It's a live. All right. So we have time to fill. Time to kill. Richie, who graduates here?
Well, I think it's a really interesting race. Red Burgundy is a half to collaboration, a homebred for Barry Schwartz's Stonewall Farm. Horse ran well on dirt, but is definitely more turf meant. You've got a horse like Play Freebird, who's way too big a price at 19 to 1, excuse me. Had trouble in only turf start. Marco T ran well on debut. And Wine Responsibly. How about this for an exacta hunch on this closing day? Red Burgundy and Wine Responsibly.
Perfect. Perfect.
See what you did there.
Okay. All comes together in this first of 11 on closing day. New York bred 2-year-olds. Post parade woke up quick. I listened to Boys in the Hood like 2 days ago, JK. First time starter.
I didn't think you were going to go there with this one. Yeah, not taking a ton of money, drawn down towards the inside. Tough post.
Red Burgundy, 4-1 contender.
Yeah, definitely getting on the surface. I think she will prefer.
State of readiness, gelded first time starter.
State of readiness. The workout report is opposite of ready.
Play Free Bird. Katie Davis, 7th win at the meet yesterday.
Yeah, big breakout meeting for Katie Davis, who rides a really good race. This horse had significant trouble in the only turf start and actually showed a lot of run in my eyes. I think this horse is a player at a big price.
Marco T, a strong summer for trainer Christophe Clement and Manny Franco.
Yeah, this horse ran very well back in May. An early 2-year-old with a nice number.
Split strike, 2nd at 2 for Christophe Clement.
Yeah, I don't see an overwhelming amount of turf pedigree there, although the Grand Dam was a 2-time winner on turf.
Dixie Farrow, after 2 main track sprints, turf debut.
Yeah, has shown a little bit of talent in the morning to get bet down to the prices that they have. American Pharaohs have run well on the grass.
Kadula, most experienced 4-race maiden.
And another one that just doesn't have an overwhelming turf pedigree. The Grand Dam was a nice horse, 13-time winner, Midway Gal, but never on turf.
You saw the Chester and Mary Broman debuting homebred Wine Responsibly, and then solo ride at 36-1.
Yeah, cold on the board, and Dave Donk is a good horseman, but he doesn't gear his horses up to win first time, and I think you've got to let the board help you with horses that don't have a lot of proven form.
Early pick 5 starts here. 2-year-olds post time in a minute or so as they wind up and warm up. We'll be checking in with Acacia Clement in just a moment, but for Marco T, JK, his debut May 11th, Belmont entered and scratched twice at this meet. Marco T, he bounced off the rail there before finishing 3rd.
Yeah, and ran extremely well. I mean, he got a nice figure early in a 2-year-old. So he's had months to mature a little bit. You got to expect this horse is going to take another step forward. And you talk about those scratches, a couple of an off-the-turf race. So you'd like to think that the fitness shouldn't be an issue either. If they were ready to run then, you get an extra couple weeks here, I think this horse will be ready to run.
So difficult with the weather and getting these 2-year-olds their opportunity to perform on grass, and here they have a chance to do so in this first of 11 on closing day as we welcome in Acacia Clement standing by in the winner's circle. Acacia, you've been tracking these 2-year-olds over the last several minutes. What are you noticing?
Well, there were a few that were pretty green back in the paddock, Lafitte, but there are 2 fillies running in this race, and so I'm not going to give them that much of a hard time as a result. That does include actually your favorite, the name Marco T, a little bit deceptive and always throws all of us off too. But she is a filly facing the boys in here. And sometimes when you see 2-year-old fillies or fillies of any age taking on the boys, they don't stack up to their counterparts physically. They're a little bit smaller, they're a little bit more compact. That's not the case with Marco T. She's really grown and filled out. As JK mentioned, she was supposed to run against her own sex another time this meet. It was off the turf. Scratch. She comes back here. She does come back wearing a Houghton bit or a cage bit for the first time, adding a little bit more I guess, power steering for Manny Franco, as she was lugging in late in that debut and still a little bit green when they went 1, 2, 3 around the racetrack. This is the right spot for her, and she's trained really well coming into this spot. The other filly in this race is the 2 Red Burgundy, who gets to run on turf for the first time, as she faced her own gender on the dirt in an off-the-turf race in debut. She showed good speed. She comes back here. She's by Noble Mission. The dam was a stakes winner, won once on the turf, and all 3 of her other foals were winners, one of which on the grass as well. And this filly, contrary to Marco T, she's a little bit smaller. You can kind of tell looking at her in the lineup that she is the filly against the boys in here. Still a touchscreen out on track, but overall she's handled herself well, and I do think she will really appreciate getting to the grass in her second start. The number 6, Split Strike, also tries the turf for the first time, as now we're on to the boys. This one in the first generation really doesn't have much turf pedigree, but in the second generation, the second dam was all turf and synthetic, and while he doesn't necessarily immediately strike you as a turf horse, I know that my husband Miguel, assistant trainer to his father Christophe Clement, has been really wanting to try this guy on the turf because of the way he moves. He really extends. He has that long floating stride. He was wide throughout in his whole last race. He's very strong coming in here, and we'll see if he does improve getting onto the turf for the first time. Quickly on a first-time starter, the 9, Wine Responsibly. Looks like a turf sprinter, just really will do better after having a race from a fitness perspective, and has been training pretty forwardly in the mornings, including that gate drill where it broke pretty sharp enough, but like I said, will do well after a start, Lafitte.
Would make this chase for a training title very interesting should she strike Wine Responsibly for Linda Rice, number 9. Again, she's 2 wins behind Chad Brown. As they get set to load, Richie, you were going with?
The number 2, Red
That's
Burgundy. Right. I think this, with the pedigree, this horse is certainly more turf meant. Thought this horse showed some ability first time, and I just think getting to the proper surface here.
You're going with one filly, JK, the other, Marco T, who is favored 2-1 at post time.
Yeah, I mean, look, I like the 2 Red Burgundy. I just don't like that price comparative to the horse that has the experience, who's already kind of proven it. If this horse was 5-1, your horse Richie, the 2 Red Burgundy, it just needed a little bit of a bigger price differential for me.
New York bred 2-year-old fillies who graduates starting this early pick 5 on closing day. Frank Miramati, fabulous job all summer on the mic, standing by with the call. Post time, it's the opener on closing day.
So much for those kind words, Lafitte. Right back at you. Pleasure to work with such a true professional. That goes for our entire team. Very proud to be a part of these Fox broadcasts. Let's get to business. They're loading in the gate for the opener. Here is Play Free Bird. Marco T goes in. Solo Ride to the outside. Solo Ride right up to the gate. A little bit of movement from the gray Kadula. They're in the gate. And they're off. Split Strike is very quick away from the gate. Here's Red Burgundy flashing that sharp speed once again, and Marco T is just behind them in third. Kadula fourth, 3 lengths off the lead. It's another 2 back to Woke Up Quick, who's 6 lengths off the pace. Then Wine Responsibly. Play Freebird is down on the inside. Dixie Farrow is next. It's 3 more lengths to State of Readiness and Solo Ride. The opening quarter zipped in 22 seconds flat. and it's Red Burgundy showing the way by a length, chased by Split Strike, moving in from second. Marco T, 2 off the pace in third, and then it's Kadula in fourth with 4 to make up, and Woke Up Quick there at the top of the stretch. Red Burgundy, Split Strike looming second. These two arrive at the 8th pole. Split Strike on the outside has powered to the front. At the rail, Red Burgundy is second. Marco T is finishing with some interest, but Split Strike has a 3-length lead close to home, and it will be Split Strike. Big, good-looking boy defeating Marco T. Then it was Red Burgundy in third, and a photo between Dixie Farrow and Woke Up Quick.
A beat goes on for Christophe Clement. Split Strike. Joel Rosario holding off Marco T in this opener at Saratoga.
Split Strike was always moving like a winner, just in the right position, in hand, carrying Joel Rosario, and you could see the confidence he had in his horse turning for home. Didn't set him down till inside, well inside the 8th pole, and then here comes Marco T, the more fancied of the Christophe Clement or horses, I should say, not entry, and Christophe Clement exactly here to start the opener.
That'll work. 1-2, go ahead.
It's one of those reminders that when you have a trainer who's prolific on the turf, a Chad Brown, a Christophe Clement, and they have a horse who might not look like they have a lot of turf pedigree, I would defer to those guys' eyes when identifying who can and who can't handle the turf.
When Chad Brown's winning with horses by cloud computing on grass, yeah, you tend to pay a little bit less attention to what the pedigree is telling you that horse should do. Split Strike by 2-time Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile winner, Golden Sense, Miguel Clement. And for the barn, over the last few weeks, 4 or 5 stakes wins. You had the 3 on New York Showcase Day. You had the Smart and Fancy with that incredibly fast, great Pennsylvania-bred filly. And just closing with a flurry here at Saratoga at the Clement Barn.
Just tremendous horse people, and Christophe has been on the Hall of Fame ballot several times now, and it's something that I think needs to be rectified before too long. He is a Hall of Fame conditioner, and I think it just goes to show you how much we've gotten focused on this training title, and rightfully so. It's a great story, but there are a lot of really good horse people that have put together tremendous meetings here.
And while Christophe has been going back and forth to Belmont Park, Miguel's been up here for quite some time overseeing the string at Saratoga pre-meet.
I think Miguel has worked this very well, where he gets to be in Saratoga for 4 or 5 months before heading back to Pacer.
Sounds like somebody else we know. 6-5-2-1. Miguel Clement there. Joel Rosario, one of the best in the business at doing just this, winning turf sprints, strikes with Split Strike. Clement Barn runs 1-2. Results, reaction when we come back. Just getting started, closing day, Saratoga Live.
DeMarchelier offers breeders a rare opportunity as the only son of Dubawi standing in Kentucky. Dubawi, one of the world's most celebrated stallions, is now a sire of sires. With a picture-perfect pedigree, this son of Dubawi brings one of the world's most potent bloodlines to America. Now his first runners are hitting the track. DeMarchelier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Just 1 year after expanding their global footprint to Kentucky in 2013, Liliana Soleri and Carlos Heller's Don Alberto purchased the dam of leading Eclipse candidate Arcangelo, who captured the Belmont and Travers Stakes against the best of his generation. This September at Keeneland, we are proud to offer 50 outstanding yearlings by the world's leading stallions, hailing from some of the best pedigrees in the stud book today. Don Alberto at Keeneland.
Gorgeous day upstate New York. Welcome back. Closing day, Saratoga. Saratoga Live, as always, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. The Christophe Clement Exacta. Split strike over Marco T. Joel Rosario breaks through in her third career start. His third career start in his turf debut. Over to Acacia in the winner's circle.
And it's a family affair, Lafitte. We love this on closing day. So happy to be joined by my father-in-law, Christophe Clement, and my husband, Miguel Clement. And Christophe, we'll start with you, as split strike broke well today, and he really seemed to appreciate getting on the grass.
Not very much, so we went him twice on dirt. Twice a touch disappointing because he was traveling very well, he's not quite finished. He's got a dirt pedigree, but I mean, I tried, and the turf just seems to carry his speed a bit further.
It's been a tremendous meet for the barn, some nice stakes winners as well, and getting to do it with your family, with the whole team up here is always special, I know.
And absolutely, I'm a very lucky guy. We've got the most extraordinary team. I think you know Miguel pretty well, but we've got some amazing people with us, and I'm just very lucky.
I might know him well. Miguel, split strike, though, this was a horse I know you were always really high on. How exciting to see him break through and get the win on the grass today.
Yeah, no, he's always trained very forwardly. We've always liked him, and it was finally a good day to finally put it all together.
We know the boss is always right, but you working with your dad, I have to sing your praises as well. You've done a tremendous job this whole summer getting the horses ready, and with the team as well. Reflect back a little bit on the meet.
No, it's great, though. We have a great team, and the boss is in form, and no, we're lucky. We've, I think 8 stakes victories, and we're not the biggest outfit in numbers, but I think whenever we show up, they're running quite well, so it's good, and let's try to get some action, maybe going up for Breeders' Cup time.
And your sister owns Valouse coming up a little bit later, so no pressure.
Yeah, no, that's actually probably the most stressful horse in the barn. Mom and my sister frequently ask me about her training, so running against the boys, it didn't quite work out in this race as Marco T ran second, but I'm looking forward to it, especially with the addition of blinkers.
Well, for the family horse coming up a little bit later, Lafitte, should be a fun day, and it's been a great meet.
Terrific meet. A 1-2 finish in the opener. Richie, yes, Christophe, we know, is the boss, but Miguel is a massive part of the family/team operation.
Yeah, listen, they have other assistants that do incredible work as well, but Miguel has really come along as a top quality horseman in his own right, and his dad's right-hand man. And Miguel also has been prepped for this role his whole life, right? I mean, he went to the Darley Flying Start program, and he certainly has the pedigree to be a top horseman in his own right.
Prepped by a guy who should be in the Hall of Fame.
100%. In my opinion, 100%.
Split strike here, and Marco T, both onward and upward, both well clear of the rest in this one, JK.
Yeah, absolutely. We talk about it all the time. These 2-year-old races are, you get to, it's hopeful day, right? Even these 2-year-old races, you get hopeful that you got a good one, and if you can win a maiden race here, you got some talent.
It's always been the irony that closing week at Saratoga, so much of it is about the future of the 6-day week. 4 of the main events are for 2-year-olds. We had the Spinaway yesterday and the hopeful later on this evening to wind down the 155th season. We turn the page, race 2, start of the early pick 4, very competitive. Allowance race, mile and an eighth on the main track, fillies and mares. 2-1, the very classy Raging Sea with about 19 minutes to post. When we come back, Timberlake, now with the absence of youth, will he be favored? Same can be said for that Fast Daylight winner in Kentucky. Timberlake, his New York debut in the Grade 1 hopeful later this evening. You're watching Saratoga Live.
Curlin was the leading sire of Grade 1 winners in 2021 with 5 and 2022 with 6. Again in 2023, no stallion has sired more Grade 1 winners.
Big race. Nest Clariere is too far back. A 16th to run, and Idiomatic has a 2-length lead. Nest is fully extended.
This is what
to
winning
Idiomatic.
looks like.
A huge performance all the way.
Curlin,
the personal
the
ensign.
classic sire.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
It's Introducing a stallion as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Spire speed figures, a 3-time Grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
In Italian to win it. And here is domestic spending. And Pearl with plenty left in the tank.
Program trading.
Ocean Road. It will be McCulloch. Victoria Road down to the line. It will be State of Rest.
Welcome back to Saratoga Racecourse. Saratoga Live is always brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Revised morning line for the Grade 1 hopeful, JK, with the absence of the morning line favorite. So, yes, now, as you thought, Timberlake, the 5-2 morning line favorite.
Yeah, and I think he deserves to be that, right? We saw his performance at Ellis was outstanding, and then the way that he's been preparing for this, it seems as if I think he does deserve, and he will be the favorite. I'm a little bit bummed out that Muth isn't running because I did want to bet Timberlake, and I thought, I got a better price with Muth in there.
Sure.
But that's all right, though. We'll see if we can't wear out some of these NSYNC references. I actually prefer his solo albums, so maybe we could stick to those references instead of the in-sequence.
Yeah. We still need a cap. Like, at some point,
it's got to stop.
It's got to stop.
Well, as much as I love puns and, I get a little cheesy with this stuff, I don't know anything about Justin Timberlake, so
we can go back to Boys in the Hood. That's on the table as well. I learned more about and feel better about Gold Sweep in the Sanford. Had he made the lead and broke well and gone wire to wire, I learned more about him in a loss than what he did in his win. That brutal stumble of when he could have thrown in the towel, and the professionalism to stick to his task and still finish second.
I agree with you wholeheartedly. I think you learn more about horses when they have to overcome adversity and they still give you an effort. Don't have to win, but the fact that he didn't just, close up his tent and go home, he still got back in the race. He still gave an effort. And I think that's the benchmark of people, too. Where do people find their character? They find their character through adversity. Everybody's a good winner. It's do it properly when things aren't going your way and fight your way through it. I believe the same thing about horses.
Classy Colt Gold Sweep. Can't wait to see this hopeful with 2-year-olds later on this evening. Meantime, the Windstar ride of the week. How about Manny Franco, Richie? Evie Jets in the Ballston Spa here. What did he do that made such a difference?
He did everything right. And Evie Jets, who usually does her best running when she's involved with the pace, well, there was pace on, and Manny confidently was able to rate her, found the seams when he needed them, came through along the inside, and Evie Jets was a ridiculous 29-1. Anytime a horse tries as hard as Evie Jets does, you can never count them out.
I'm watching JK not watch the replay. Like, I'm watching him not watch the replay with consumer spending getting stymied in traffic. By the way, the Windstar ride of the meet. I shortchanged him. Windstar ride of the meet, Manny Franco and Evie Jets.
Well, one of the things that's most impressive to me about this ride, Richie, is that the instructions were the opposite of what he did to get the victory at a big price. And to me, the audible that he made is why he deserves credit for getting the ride of the meet. It's like going into a football game. We're going to run it on first and second down, then your running back gets hurt. Next thing you know, you're throwing it 60 times in the game. That's exactly what Manny did. He was supposed to go to the front. That didn't work out. He rated.
She broke really sharp, and he looked over, and technical analysis and another filly were hell-bent to go for the lead and took her back. And you thought going in, if Evie Jets has any chance, it's going to have to be with her dictating up front, showing us a completely different dimension. And what a story for the Cantamasis and how emotional they were, Maddie and Ilkay, after the race.
Well, absolutely, especially because their relationship with Robert Amendola, who passed away, and now she runs for the estate, the family of Robert Amendola, who gave them a big opportunity, and it's nice to deliver for people that give you that kind of opportunity. And listen, I thought Evie Jets had a chance. I also thought it would be being up on the pace. And I think it's a great selection of ride of the meet because he did call that audible. And when you're riding well, you don't listen to instructions. You do what you feel in the moment and let the consequences fall where they may.
A big part of the reason he's having the meet that he is, yes, we know about the domination, J.K., with Irad Ortiz and this all-world colony simply running away with it. 62 wins, 6 shy of the all-time single-season record, Ramon Dominguez. But right there, Manny Franco, 35 wins. He, Tyler Gaffalion, Luis Saez, who's injured. Big meets for all them fine riders as well.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, Louis 30, considering the fact that he's missed time, I think it says a lot. But Tyler and Manny, you know, kind of new faces on that top 5. We don't always see them there.
Entering the paddock are the riders, horses in the paddock as we wind things down. This 155th season coming to a close. So glad you could join us for one more day at the spa.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as War Smoke delivers at Finger Lakes.
War Smoke in front, another one for Andre Worry.
Barrage runs down the field at Saratoga.
Here's Barrage with a final surge. Barrage got up.
And Born Dancer goes wire to wire, outlasting all comers.
It's going to get close. Be of Courage coming inside Born Dancer. Photo finished.
Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
Monday, September 18th is the biggest day of the year at Presque Downs with a $150,000 Presque Mile plus a $300,000 Grade 2 Presque Masters. The Masters is a key prep for the Breeders' Cup. Just last year, PA-bred superstar Caravel became the 8th horse to run in the Masters before achieving Breeders' Cup glory. It's the Presque Mile and the Presque Masters, Monday, September 18th at Presque Downs, Erie, Pennsylvania. For more information, visit presquedowns.com/racing.
Back to Saratoga Live, brought to you by Hillendale at Alapa, where the obscure becomes obvious as horses are starting to make their way onto the walking ring in this second race. Up here at the spa, we're going 1 1/8 miles on the main track for fillies and mares, and we'll take a look at one of 2 for Chad Brown. In fact, the 2 horses we'll start with coming out of that August 9th race, and starting with Chad's runner, Raging Sea, the horse that didn't necessarily break the quickest last time when coming out of the Wilson chute to go the mile, and then kind of hustled up and ended up setting the pace, took some pressure late, just not quite enough in the stretch, but I think did have to overcome some things and off of a layoff as well. She was tall and leggy. I thought that she looked fit and strong coming back in that race, but I think that she'll really have gotten some things out of it. She's bi-curling and physically is very convincing as far as being able to get the 1 1/8 miles distance. She's more relaxed in the paddock today, but I do expect her to be forward once again, and looks like she really has strengthened up out of that start. Also in that race was the 6 Copa Girl, who was making her first start in New York after coming in from Ellis Park. She looked like she was going to be the winner, kind of looming up, and then got run down late by Into Happiness, who's been in terrific form this summer. Much as she was last time, she's getting pretty revved up as they start to head out and getting herself a little bit hot. Again, she did this last time, and she's a little bit on the smaller side, a little bit more shorter coupled. Given her demeanor and her physicality, I'm not necessarily sold that the 1 1/8 is better for her. And she is a horse that I thought probably should have won that race last time out. She's obviously a player off of that effort, and we'll see if she can build off of it in her second start here in Saratoga. But I did prefer a couple others. The 7, Mariah's Appeal, will also stretch out in distance. She looks like she should handle it as well. She was jostled pretty good at the start last time too, in which she was in main track only in that off-the-turf race, and she was drifting when asked to switch leads, still a touch green, but that was her first start off the layoff after setting the pace. And while she was pretty revved up and very sharp in the paddock prior to that effort, she's on her toes and touting herself nicely today, but she is so much more relaxed, which I appreciate, making her second start off the bench, and especially as she'll stretch out to tackle the furthest distance that she has so far, Lafitte.
Right, Acacia, and our viewers are going to see the horses sweating more today. You're going to see us sweating a little more today. Perfectly normal, Richie.
Yeah, actually, it would be a bad sign if a horse isn't sweating today. You need to see a horse get a sweat on a humid, hot day like this, because it tells you their natural cooling system is working properly. A dry horse today is more of a negative than a horse that gets a little bit lathered up.
So just something to keep in mind as the afternoon progresses. Really good race. These fillies and mares, they're on the track post parade, toned up, second in her latest, just isn't winning very often.
Yeah, but, you know, I think she'll be finishing in this 1 1/8 race coming out of that 10-furlong race.
Amanda's Folly, third start of the meet for Linda Rice.
Wheels back on very short rest after a game try in the Fleet Indian.
Just Catherine, second to the Alabama winner opening week.
He ran extremely fast that day, but it's an outlier speed figure, which makes me a little bit concerned.
Tower Bridge, runaway winner at Monmouth.
Yeah, nice effort there, and as she comes in here, probably be part of the pace. You got to think she's forward here.
Wishing on a Star, second at 2 for Linda Rice.
Yeah, just a little bit light on speed figures.
Copa Girl just missed August 9th.
Yeah, actually finished in front of the 8 Raging Sea there. Raging Sea was coming off a layup, though. That was a nice effort from Copa Girl.
Revved up, as Acacia mentioned. Then Mariah's Appeal here. Rigney Racing, Phil Bauer, quick filly.
Yeah, this is the one I like, and this is my choice in here. I look at that race 2 back from Fairgrounds. That was very impressive. Caught a muddy racetrack last time. I'll forgive that performance.
Raging Sea, Curlin filly with back class.
Yeah, third in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile last fall. Had a race off the bench. She had more speed that day. I would expect her to kind of revert to a little bit more of rating tactics today.
Looking forward to this one. Start of the early pick 4 post time. 4 minutes. And, of course, a reminder, closing day. The racing season never ends. Get involved. Join us at NyraBets.com. When you do so, use that promo code SPA200. Earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now. NyraBets.com to earn your $200 deposit match. Field of 8. Fillies and mares. 1 1/8. And circling back to number 3, just Catherine. Currently 7-2. This was her latest, Richie. It was day 2 of the meet. It was the Wilton Stakes, and just Catherine doesn't know it, but she's chasing the eventual Grade 1 Alabama winner.
Yeah, and you know, she ran respectively well. I mean, she kept trying all the way to the finish. It wasn't as though she caved in. And this is a filly that's put together a nice resume. I mean, that was a huge effort.
You were saying outlier speed figure, JK. What's that all about?
Yeah, just she kind of jumped up and ran the best number she had run, and it's not just by a little, by kind of a lot. So in those situations, you question whether or not it was as good as it seems. Now, she does have this in her corner, is that Randomized came back and ran well. So you trust the number, because all the numbers all the speed figures in a race are connected. Between the winner and the last place horse, they're connected. It has to stay in relation to the 8th place horse is in relation to the 1st place horse based on how far they're beaten. So if, you know, I just still would like to see her kind of prove it again. But I wouldn't talk anyone off the horse. I'm just a wait and see for me.
Let's see if Acacia's going to talk us off just Catherine. Acacia, what do you think?
Not necessarily going to talk you off, but I prefer others. I guess we'll put it that way. But to wrap up what Jonathan was saying about the big number that she ran, randomized came back, improved her buyer speed figure 1 point when winning the Alabama in her second start, and then 2 starts back, she finished behind Sunset Louise, who was a horse that was in very good form, and the second place finisher, Sacred Wish, came back to be beaten a slim margin in the Coaching Club American Oaks. So she has faced good company, and she has greatly improved her buyer speed figures since coming to New York out of her South Florida form as well. I just wish I saw a little bit more warm-up from her. She's kind of just stayed in a jog with the pony, and she is a horse that takes a little bit of time to get going in her warm-up. I wasn't in the paddock last time, but I did see her 2 starts back at Belmont, and I just was really hoping that Javier was going to take her and just give her a good gallop, just kind of get her going, loosen her up a bit, and it's been very contained out on the racetrack. So that's my only qualm. Certainly the way that she's run recently, she's super fit yet again coming in here, and she's tall and leggy, so she should be able to handle the distance. I just do wish, and I may be splitting hairs, but I do wish I saw a little bit more of a warm-up out there on the track, Lafitte.
She is the favorite. We should advance that point, Richie. Just Catherine. And when you're warming a horse up, why might you warm up a horse? Like you've seen big warm-ups, right? Why might a rider stay a little bit more quiet and ask that particular horse to do a little bit less in the warm-up pre-race?
You know, without any specific knowledge of a particular horse, I think sometimes riders, particularly on warm days, start thinking about, well, I don't want to wear them out in the warm-up. You know, I don't want them to get overheated. And in fact, it's the exact opposite. I think it's even more important to warm one up and really kind of get them, their blood flowing, and get a good sweat on. You don't see boxers leaving the dressing room dry. They go out there, you know, already warmed up and ready to go.
So that's something to keep in mind, again, for the remainder of the afternoon. Just Catherine, who is the favorite, 9-5. There is a look at Copa Girl at 5-1. This was her most recent, JK. Last month, right here, mile distance, you'll see Raging Sea setting the tempo, and Copa Girl tracking the leaders, but there is danger looming from off the pace.
Absolutely, she ran too good to lose here. Maybe she made the lead a little early. I don't know. Hindsight's 20/20. I think she could definitely win this race. She seemed to train well since. Her figures continue to improve as well. I think Brad Cox is one of those trainers that when his horses start going in the right direction, they kind of keep going in the right direction. So she could definitely take a step forward here, and I like where she drew as well.
Copa Girl and Raging Sea. There's Raging Sea. I thought she might get hit hard and perhaps emerge as favorite, just because you look at her past performances and the tendency for handicappers to really lean into those fillies that have proven themselves naturally against the very best. She has grade 1 place in races like the Alcibiades and the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies.
Yeah, look, and she's adding Lasix for the first time in her career, which is also an opportunity for her to take a step forward. But it's also important to note, these next 2 races are very, very important for the training title. Linda and Chad both have horses in there, so we understand how significant a win from one of them can be because they're blocking the other one from a win as well. And so, you know, Chad has Raging Sea in here, and Linda's got a long shot in the 5, wishing on a star. If the 2, Amanda's Folly as well.
It's a 2-win swing either way as they go head-to-head, and against Chad Brown leading by 2 over Linda Rice for this chase for a Saratoga training title. And you're all on Mariah's appeal. You guys have like a group study session last night? Something?
I just peeked over to Jonathan's notes and plagiarized.
I would probably plagiarize off Acacia. Just a suggestion.
Well, I'm just not in close proximity. Otherwise, I would have.
What makes you think that Acacia was a better student than I was?
Oh, man.
Everything?
You see what she said when I asked her about that C's get degrees? I was like, you've never gotten a C in your life. She's like, you know what happened when I got a B?
I never got C's either. I'll leave it at that.
Finally get the gate. Just Catherine still 2-1 the favorite. Frank Miramonte standing by. Time for the early pick 4, race 2, Saratoga.
All right, Lafitte, here is Just Catherine, the morning line favorite, getting the official stamp on favoritism in the final stages of wagering. Tower Bridge coming up. Mariah's Appeal, just a little hesitant. Assistant starters getting a hold of Mariah's Appeal. It's been a good meet for those connections from Rigney Racing and Phil Bauer. Miss filly, daughter of Distorted Humor. Coming up, not to bore the audience, but I actually met Distorted Humor here many years ago at Saratoga when he was in the barn of Elliot Walden, one of the highlights of my early visits to this beautiful facility. Raging Sea comes to the outside gate. They're in the gate. Movement from Amanda's Folly. And they're off to a clean beginning, and Mariah's Appeal comes out quickly. So does Amanda's Folly, and Just Catherine is in between those two, so it's three of them across the track into the first turn. Tower Bridge is in fourth. Raging Sea off the pace today, fifth, 4 lengths off the lead. She's followed by Wishing on a Star on the outside of Toned Up, and at the back of the field, it's Coppa Girl. They round the clubhouse turn behind Amanda's Folly, who leads it by a length and a half. Down at the rail, it's an eager Tower Bridge. The opening quarter went in 23 and 4/5 seconds. Mariah's Appeal glides up to the front runner in second, just a half length off her as they straighten up for the run down the back stretch. And so it's Amanda's Folly leading the way by a length. Mariah's Appeal is racing in second. Just Catherine is in and among horses between them, and Tower Bridge is down at the rail. Raging Sea is in hand, close up, 3 lengths off the pace. They're followed by Coppa Girl, who has passed a couple of rivals, Toned Up and Wishing on a Star. They went the half in 48 and 1. They passed a half-mile pole behind Amanda's Folly, who tries to sprint away, leads it by 2 to Mariah's Appeal with Just Catherine. Mariah's Appeal makes her move right now, as does Raging Sea. So those two move in tandem and go 1-2 coming toward the quarter pole. It's Mariah's Appeal and Raging Sea. 3/4 went in 1:12 and 3. Just Catherine is 2 lengths behind them in third. Amanda's Folly drops back fourth. They're at the top of the stretch. And Raging Sea with that white face on the outside. Just Catherine at the rail and Mariah's Appeal in between them. Just Catherine hugs the rail and is up to take the lead. She and Raging Sea will fight it out to the wire. Just Catherine and Javier Castellano opening up a length and a half and striding out confidently. Just Catherine, too strong, defeats Raging Sea. Mariah's Appeal a distant third, and fourth went to Toned Up.
It was an exciting race. 2 quality fillies hooking up at the top of the stretch. Just Catherine turning away Raging Sea, and Javier Castellano, the Hall of Famer, with Just Catherine striking in the second at Saratoga.
Yeah, real nice effort from Just Catherine, who saved every inch of ground where Raging Sea was breaking from post 8. Had to try to find that place to tuck in down the backstretch. Came outside Mariah's Appeal. They moved in concert, but you can see here, look as they turned for home. Look how he kind of floated him out, Junior Alvarado on Mariah's Appeal, while Just Catherine, cut the corner. You got to think that that was the difference in the finish here, Jonathan.
Yeah, Raging Sea had had to move a taste early to try to secure some position. But look, Just Catherine was best, and she had that fast number last time when she ran in the race with Randomize. Randomize came back and won to kind of help try to confirm that number, but what she just did on the racetrack was to lock that number in as a fast number. This is a very nice filly.
By Triple Crown winner Justify, Just Catherine, 3-8-7-1. Let's take a look at the start and into the first turn. Watching number 5 here, Richie, Wishing on a Star, and what happens going into the first turn. The 5, Wishing on a Star.
You kind of see them all getting bunched up. It looked to me like the inside horse came out into the 5, Wishing on a Star, and that affected number 6 more than anything, Coppa Girl, but it seemed like maybe the pressure came from the inside of the 5.
And Just Catherine to the inside, clear of any issues in traffic. To her outside, Raging Sea, a filly who was 3rd in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, 3rd in the Grade 1 Alcibiades, but finally surrenders in Just Catherine. And I don't know what we can say about Javier Castellano that hasn't already been said, but what a year. The 6 Grade 1 wins, his 7th Travers, and right there in that conversation, maybe the front runner for Eclipse Award North American Outstanding Jockey, albeit with several months to go.
You know, a lot of times it's as simple as who's the money leading rider gets the Eclipse Award. That's kind of been the benchmark, right? But you can't overlook what Javier Castellano's been able to do consistently all year in the biggest races and getting that Derby, getting that Belmont, his Travers, his record-setting 7 Travers. I mean, you can't overlook him. He's strongly in the conversation. He's going to have to finish out the rest of the year very strongly because Irad Ortiz has been nothing short of sensational all year.
Yeah, it's a lazy way to approach the ballot, in my opinion, by just looking at the money that's earned. What Javier is doing on the racetrack, especially considering his career, I think says a lot about this year for him.
Results, reaction when we come back. Closing day from the Spa.
Introducing Venezuelan Hug, the tenacious, towering son of Constitution, now standing in New York. After breaking his maiden at Gulfstreet, he dispatched Cityman and Allowance Company at Saratoga, going on to 6 wins in 10 starts, finishing with 3 straight stakes victories, including the Grade 3 Canadian Turf. Now a versatile sire, complementing any mare with size, looks, and athleticism that's been called the best-kept secret in New York. Venezuelan Hug, standing at Mill Creek Farm. Visit millcreeksaratoga.com to book your mare today.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
If a picture is worth 1,000 words, this is one stunning picture.
1,000 words just in front. 1,000 words wins the Robert B. Lewis.
Honorary P is full out now, second on the outside. And they're coming down to the line, and 1,000 words has done it.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back. Saratoga Live closing day. We were looking forward to this one. Didn't disappoint. Just Catherine along the inside over Raging Sea. RT Racing Stable. Jose Jimenez, first win of the meet. Here on closing day, and Javier Castellano. Just Catherine over Raging Sea. Mariah's Appeal 3-8-7. And he's second at Saratoga. Over to Acacia, standing by in the winner's circle.
And I'm so happy, Lafitte, to be joined by Jose's son and assistant trainer, Al Jimenez, as Just Catherine. Al, you and I were just talking. She came out of a huge effort last time out, and she really shredded her stuff on the track today.
That's true. Different race. Last one, if we will don't have that stumble at the start, we'll have different race. But we're happy that we just won. She showed what she's capable of, and we're really, really happy having our, let's say, maiden break here in Saratoga.
And she's faced some really talented horses recently, too, and getting a win like she did today, like you said, your first win in Saratoga, how special is that?
It's really amazing. I mean, we've been scaling up, like, let's compare it to baseball. You go to AA, AAA, Major League. This is Major League for us. It's a big win. We feel amazing, and it's not going to be the last one.
I love that. Here's to many more. And you were telling me you spent the winter down at Gulfstream Park, but now you've moved the operation up here to New York, so we'll be seeing a lot more for you guys. Talk a little bit about that journey and bringing the stable up here, like you said, to face the big ones.
Well, we started in Gulfstream not long ago, and we did really well with what we had. And by the time we decided, hey, let's go to New York, let's see how it goes. We also did good in Belmont. We have more horses coming up. The owner's been really, really supportive. And we expect to stay here, get into the big leagues, put our name on it.
Well, we are so happy to have you here in New York. Big congratulations. And like you said, here's to many more wins in the big leagues.
Thank you very much.
Very special victory today, Lafitte, and you'll be seeing a lot more of the Jimenez family.
Looking forward to seeing a lot more of Just Catherine when she runs that bang-up second to the eventual Alabama winner in randomize. This win, Richie, like what do you think might be next for her?
Well, I think she's certainly ready to step up and take on stakes quality field. Obviously, this was a big effort, but that randomized race really points it out. Doesn't feel like they'd have enough time to come back in the next big objective for 3-year-old fillies, which is the Cotillion. That's September 23rd. It's only 19 days, and it looks like they've spaced this fillies races, a little bit more than that.
Yeah, I mean, I think you don't want to get crazy, right? You got a nice horse. You don't want to start chasing something too quick. Take your time. And just let the chips kind of fall where they may.
But she is a really nice filly, one to keep an eye on. Just Catherine in the second here at Saratoga. And coming up next, the first of 2 stakes races, the Bernard Baruch. Older horses, mile and a 16th on the inner turf course, $150,000 purse. Scratch Jake Rocks. Who'd you come up with? Excuse me. Here, JK.
This is an interesting race. I've always been impressed with Witt. Since getting onto the grass. I mean, I think he could be tough in here, but I'm probably going to lean on Emirati a little bit. I thought that horse didn't get a great trip last time.
The Bernard Baruch coming up next. Speaking of impressive in this race, back in 2014, a rock star captured the Bernard Baruch. Wise Dan is popular as he was talented, one of the biggest grass races in North America. Some of his best work right here in Saratoga. Wise Dan, his story's next.
Is good. Really, really, really good.
Life is good. Opens up here.
He's a rocket ship.
Life is good. Clears the field. Still in command.
Galloping without any urgency.
Back in the winner's circle.
No challenge from anyone.
They ran him off their feet. Life is good is looking good. And this colt is incredible.
Want to know a secret? The Massachusetts breeding program pays huge bonuses for finishing first, second, or third at any racetrack in the country. You didn't know that, did you? Massbreds get paid up to an additional 25% of their purse earnings for the owner, and breeder, and stallion owner, and developer. It's the best kept secret in racing, till now. Tell all your friends, and to learn more, visit massbreds.com.
Top of the stretch. Wise Dan has been uncovered on the outside. He's got a furlong to go. Syed's got a short lead. 5 iron down toward the inside. Here comes Optimizer with an upset chance on the outside. Wise Dan coming down to the line, and Wise Dan has come away with the lead. Optimizer surges, and here's the wire. Wise Dan, I think he did it.
2014 Bernard Baruch, Wise Dan. Richie, very fitting. A horse like Wise Dan also won the 4-star Dave twice.
Yeah, listen, this horse was just a sensational talent, and consistent, showed up every single time. And honestly, I think it's very fitting that he not only won the Baruch, but the 4-star day, because that was the benchmark of the namesake of the race, 4-star Dave.
He wasn't as, nobody was as popular as 4-star Dave was in Saratoga, but in Lexington, Wise Dan was an absolute rock star. Like the fans just absolutely embraced him. He was just a superstar.
Very similar to what we saw the Casa Creed. He just ran so much, people got to fall in love with him and to keep watching him run. You know, I'm not complaining. I understand why it happens, but when you have superstars who run 6 times, it's a small window for people to fall in love with them. Horses like Wise Dan and Casa Creed, they keep running, you know.
Danny 2 times, the superstar who seemed to do everything twice. Wise Dan, he won, the 4-star Dave twice, the Breeders' Cup Mile twice. 2-time Horse of the Year, Wise Dan, for his trainer Charlie Lepresti, the horse of a lifetime.
Well, we got him when he was a baby, and we broke him. He did everything right, but he was a big, gangly kind of colt. He really started to show some promise, and he acted like he could be a really nice kind of horse. I can't say that I knew he was going to be that kind of horse. It was better than we ever dreamed.
And they're off in the Clark handicap. It was a very level beginning.
You know, first time I rode him, basically he was strong, but he did let me do what I wanted to do and waited into the quarter pole and finally let him loose. And while I let him loose, he went on to win in the dirt, by the way.
Inside the final furlong now, and it is Wise Dan and John Velasquez who go to a lead of 2 lengths. Inside the final 16th, it is Wise Dan clearing away to take the Clark handicap.
When he was on the muscle, I wouldn't do very much with him, you know, so it just give and take with him and see how his personality was on that day, and that's how I got along with him.
You know, Johnny used to tell me, he said he knows how to win, and that was the big thing about Wise Dan. I think no matter what, no matter the track condition, post position, what happened in the race, he knew how to win races, and he got along with him. He knew him, and they had a great relationship.
And Wise Dan strikes the front, sticks his neck out. He wanted to win today, and win it he will.
He was unstoppable that year. When we went to Breeders' Cup with him, I mean, when he trained out there at Santa Anita, he couldn't train any better. He shipped out there beautiful. You know, just everything just kind of built up to the end of the season, and it ended up that year to be perfect.
2012 Horse of the Year, Wise Dan.
This horse has made me so happy. I can't even express it in words.
He loved Saratoga. I love Saratoga. He just thrived up there. I mean, he was a legend up there.
And now it is Wise Dan who's taken the lead. Wise Dan in front.
A good horse like him going from track to track, different surfaces, and put his heart and soul to it, he's definitely a very special horse.
Wise Dan has called on all his class, and Wise Dan has won it.
It was just incredible, you know, everything that went along with it, with Mr. Fink, a small breeder with just one mare, to turn out a horse like that, to do what he did time and time again. He never disappointed. It was just a dream come true to have that second year to turn out the way it did.
And they're off. Wise Dan breaks last. Wise Dan far outside. Wise Dan coming after Cyan and Grand Arch. Wise Dan gets his head in front.
He had a little bump. It was some swelling on his tendon, and we scanned it, and there were some minor tears there. I just couldn't run him like that. I mean, it was a tough decision to make. It was the right decision to make. We decided to bring him home because this is where he was raised, this is where he was broken, this is home for him.
I have visited him on the farm, and basically they do have it in the backyard. I mean, they have a big pen there. You know, him and his brother live together, but they don't come that often. You know, it's definitely one of the lifetime, at least for me. You know, even right in this many years, I don't think I'll see another one. I guess I get lucky to get something like that, but definitely a special horse.
That horse brought a lot of joy to a lot of people, and I met a lot of nice people, and I'm a small trainer, didn't have many horses, so to have a horse like that was, you know, it was just a gift from above that horse was put in my hands, and that it turned out the way it turned out.
You saw his brother with him. And Johnny V referenced on the farm, successful Dan. Richie, that first year, Wise Dan won the 4-star Dave. Successful Dan, second in the Whitney.
Yeah, 2 good horses, and the brothers get to hang out together now. They're closer than me and my brothers.
I gotta bite my tongue. Look, but some of those highlights, what a career, and you can understand why he was so very popular, Wise Dan.
Yeah, absolutely. 31 races this horse ran in. And you see the accomplishments. 2012, 2013 obviously were 2 of his best years, but I'm always impressed with horses that can win grade 1s on both surfaces. I just think it's such a cool accomplishment to have with a racehorse because not all of them like both surfaces, and his ability to do that, I think, proves how good he really was.
And he won this race. Coming up, the 2014 Bernard Baruch winner, Wise Dan. Take a look at the field updated odds for the Bernard Baruch. Some nice horses. Wise Dan would have been 1 to 100, but still some nice horses. Mile and a 16th inner turf course. As you look at Pioneering Spirit exiting the Sword Dancer less than 2 weeks ago. Over to Acacia for this Bernard Baruch Paddock Report.
And we'll get to him in a moment, but first we'll start with last year's winner of the Bernard Baruch, Emirati, who's only had 1 race in between last year's closing day at Saratoga and this year's, and that was in the poker when he did finish last behind Emmanuel. So obviously a super talented field that he faced. I wasn't in the paddock for that race, so I don't have anything to compare, but looking back at him last year, he came back in 2022 as a gelding, and that had really helped to lighten him up a bit. And my notes from last year's Bernard Baruch were that it was the fittest that he had looked all year as well. And he's a horse typical of Dubawi that carries a lot of condition, a lot of weight usually. And while that was a race that was listed as good, it had been steady rain pretty much all day on closing day last year. A far departure from what we have today. And there were other horses in there, including second place finisher City Man, who just did not handle the soft turf, and Emirati was able to control things on the front end. He's a horse that I've always liked. I just think that he's a kind of cool horse. He's an 8-year-old now. I just wonder if off of that poor effort in the poker and, again, just his second start of the year, if he's necessarily tight enough. And I don't think he's going to get the lead in this race against some of the other horses that he's facing. But he obviously has credentials on the go back. Right to his inside, the number 4, Wit. I feel like we've talked about him quite a bit on this show because he's been working in the mornings with some real stars in the Todd Pletcher barn, both on turf and dirt, including working with Nest, 2-back, 3-back on the turf. He worked with Lost Ark, who did not run well, particularly in his turf debut. But this horse, Wit, just had to be asked a little bit more on the gallop out for a horse that was a bit keen, trying the turf for the first time. And I just think he's a very good workhorse that's been able to go head-to-head with some strong company in the mornings. And you can see that. He's incredibly fit in making his first start since January, where he was really hustled out of the gate in the Pegasus World Cup turf and just kind of ran in place as others kind of swallowed him up. I think this is a better spot for him. And he, if he's ready and physically looks like he is, could potentially get back to some of his better races that we've seen here at the Spa last year as a 3-year-old when switching to the grass. Now, the 2, Pioneering Spirit, we just saw him on Travers Day running 3rd in the Grade 1 Sword Dancer. Linda Rice had scratched him out of the John's Call to run there instead, and it paid off because he finished 3rd in a Grade 1, and he's a horse that has really turned things around since switching to the grass. I know that he ran 3rd. He was kind of the best of the rest as he couldn't reach the top 2 finishers. I just really think this is a better distance for him. Now, he is a little bit more tucked up than he was last time, which is to be expected, but he's bright, he's happy, he's moving well here in the paddock, and is intriguing for a horse that, as I said, has really turned a corner since switching to the grass, Lafitte.
KG move, Acacia, scratching Pioneer Spirit out of that John's Call. Grade 1 place now 3rd in the Sword Dancer, Pioneering Spirit. There is Wit, so he passed the eyeball test to Acacia off the bench, JK. This was last winter at Del Mar, the Grade 1 Hollywood Derby. He's a 9-5 favorite. Wit revving up in widest of all, turning into the stretch.
Yeah, I mean, he had a horrible trip in there. He was wide all the way around there, and he was closing into a slow pace. I thought he was best this day. And look, Wit, let's not forget, Wit was extremely talented. We talk about the hopeful today. He ran second in the hopeful.
3-5.
Very good on the dirt. So it's interesting to me that you look at some of his workouts working with Nest. If you can hang with Nest in the morning on the dirt, and you're better on the turf, it says a lot to how good he is coming into this race.
Trained by Todd Pletcher, Pioneering Spirit, trained by Linda Rice, standing by with Acacia live in the paddock.
And we'll see if he can pick up another turf win. As Linda, we just saw Pioneering Spirit in the Sword Dancer, finishing third in there with a good effort. But tell us about the decision to come back quickly and try this spot.
Well, you know, it was an exciting day to run a horse, Sword Dance Day, and my clients from Canada wanted to bring his family here and run the Sword Dance. And he ran well. He got a check. We weren't disappointed. But I thought possibly at a shorter distance here in the Bernard Baruch, maybe we'd get a faster pace to run into. And he's shown a great closing kick, so I'm hoping that works out.
He has really turned a corner since switching to the grass. I mean, how impressed have you been with how he's come along?
I've been thrilled. You know, he was running okay on the dirt, but I saw him just not improving and not really going anywhere on the dirt. So I switched him to turf, and with his pedigree, I thought it might work, but nobody ever counts on it working that well.
And it actually did turn out as planned, which is rare in horse racing. But you're just 2 wins behind Chad Brown after what's been a spectacular meet. Coming for him today?
Listen, we're gonna go until it's over. That's for sure.
Thanks as always, Linda. Good luck.
Thanks, Keisha.
Lafitte.
Another swing race here. Linda Rice, Pioneering Spirit, post 2, right next door, public spec sector. Chad Brown, Witt, pictured. That once a 3-5 hopeful favorite.
Yeah, very nice horse who's been good on dirt, but also maybe even better on turf.
Emirati, Chad Brown, last year's Bernard Baruch winner.
Yeah, ran extremely well 2 races back, which was here in the Bernard Baruch. I forgive that poker race. Slow pace, trying to close into it, and was wide all the way around there.
That's the field, 5 of them. Mile and a 16th inner turf course, very competitive with Witt emerging as the choice here, 2-1. The strategy here, Richie, and the riders in a short field 2-turn grass races can make all the difference.
Well, yeah, and especially in a short field, nobody has the opportunity to kind of get lost in and amongst horses. Everybody is acutely aware of where everybody else is. And a rider's job is to make it as tough on his rivals as possible within the boundaries of the rules. And in a small field, you get more opportunity to do that sometimes.
Bernard Baruch, 5 minutes out. You have a couple in here that were purchased at the Tattersall sales. We had Jimmy George, the marketing director, join the show a couple of days ago. And this trend with the American horsemen going overseas and purchasing horses at Tattersalls and the success they've had here stateside. Number 2, Pioneering Spirit, purchased at Tattersalls by American Pharoah, as is a public sector. And with this is Seth Klarman and Peter Brandt sort of paving the way in this particular approach, purchasing there and racing them here on grass at the highest levels. Incredible results we've seen in recent history.
It's been wildly successful, and I think you're going to see an even bigger impact over the next several years because of this infusion of European bloodlines into American bloodstock, and I think it's going to really enhance turf racing and turf horses in this country.
Newspaper record, always the first name that comes to mind, JK.
She was special. She was so good as a 2-year-old, and kind of got a little wonky as she got older, but then Chad righted the ship with her as well. She was extremely talented.
Breeders' Cup Juvenile Filly Turf winner. In those very colors you just saw, there's Emirati. We mentioned last year's Bernard Baruch. Richie, it rained all day, a good to soft turf course. Emirati in front, and they're not gonna get him.
And Emirati showed a lot more speed than he had ever shown previously in his career, and I think it was more a function of just him handling the ground better than anybody else, where everybody else was kind of struggling and bogging down. He was skipping over the top of the ground, JK.
Yeah, this is one of Flavian's kind of tricks that he had up his sleeve when he started coming here to the East Coast, is wiring these turf races with horses that you might not think would be on the front end, and he did it masterfully in this race here.
Won't happen like that today, though. Not with the presence of the one, Bring Me a Check, who's coming out of sharp pace turf sprints. And from the inside, I think Bring Me a Check goes to the lead here. The key, though, is the first turn, because you get horses coming out of turf sprints and they're charged up. How he negotiates the first turn, hopefully he corners well.
Saw a wire-to-wire theft in the Flower Bowl a couple of days ago. Dylan Davis, see Tyler Gaffleon try to steal this Bernard Baruch with Bring Me a Check. Back to Acacia, trackside.
And you guys were talking about the number 3 Public Sector, who warmed up beautifully on the track today. They do apply blinkers, exactly what we would describe as a cheater, a very, very small cup to provide a little bit more focus for him. In his last race, Big Everest wired the field. He was able to control things on the front end, and Public Sector just never really kind of got into stride after that. He's a little bit of a quirky horse, and it's been a while since we've seen his best races when he looked like he could be a really exciting 3-year-old back here in 2021. And so I'm intrigued by the equipment change we're seeing from him today, not to mention the fact that he can be forwardly placed. And like I said, I really liked the warm-up from him today. Since there's 5, we might as well mention all of them. The one, Bring Me a Check, I agree with Richie. I think he's going to be on the lead. He was sharp out on the track. One thing I will say, he has a win at this distance. It's a long time back, but physically, he actually really looks like a horse that wants to go longer. And he's been in excellent form recently and popular at the claim box when sprinting. Look, he is facing just what looks to be much better horses in here, but we've seen it happen, like Lafitte mentioned, of a horse getting comfortable on the front end. And this guy should be forward, and we'll see if he can take it all the way. Lafitte?
How much of a threat to steal Bring Me a Check? With the race shape maybe in his favor, yes, but what do you make of his chances to make the lead and keep it?
Well, I think him being the longest priced horse in a short field, 7-1, gives him a better chance at an upset, because the tendency for other riders is to dismiss horses that you don't feel have a chance. And that gives a horse an opportunity to get very comfortable and very lonely on that lead. And then sometimes they go, uh-oh, now I can't reel him in. If he had more credentials coming in this, I would give him actually less of a chance. The fact that he's going to probably be dismissed in the minds of a lot of the other riders.
Matter of respect for that particular racehorse, how much pressure is applied early on. Bring Me a Check, 7-1. And the one you're going with, J.K., Emirati, you're expecting a successful title defense.
Yeah, I'm expecting this horse to kind of run back to what he previously was doing. Like I said, I'll forgive the first start of the year in June down at Belmont in the poker. Look, I think Witt's the most likely winner here, but I just think probably a little bit over bet off of that layoff.
Chad Brown with a pair in here, Emirati. Also Public Sector, Linda Rice with Pioneering Spirit. Some of the horses that have won this race. Richie, the Bernard Baruch, you saw Wise Dan. Artie Schiller, who you rode, an eventual Breeders' Cup Mile winner. Lure, Steinlen, Superstars. All Breeders' Cup Mile winners, former Bernard Baruch winners.
Yeah, listen, it's a tremendous race every year. Jerry Bailey owns a record, 7 wins in the Bernard Baruch, and Bernard Baruch himself was an advisor to 2 presidents, Woodrow Wilson and Franklin Roosevelt. Lafitte, I went with the 3 Public Sector because I love the way he warmed up, and he hasn't won in nearly 2 years, but maybe the blinkers.
He's due. He's due. Public Sector. Filing in for the Bernard Baruch. Frank Miramati standing by.
Witt goes in. Emirati will be the last one to load. They're in the gate. And they're off in the Bernard Baruch. It was an awkward start for Public Sector. A quick one for Bring Me a Check, who gets the easy early lead. Witt comes away in second, and Emirati inches up on the outside, takes the second spot. Pioneering Spirit is only about 2.5 off the pace, and Public Sector at the back of the field. So it's Bring Me a Check who will set the terms under Tyler Gaffleone, leading it by about 1.5 lengths. Emirati now 2 lengths behind in second, and they're followed by Pioneering Spirit, close up today, and 1.5 lengths back to Witt in fourth. Public Sector at the back through 1/4 in 24 seconds flat. Bring Me a Check a length. Emirati in second. Pioneering Spirit at the rail in third. Witt is fourth, just 3 lengths off the lead. It's another 3 back to Public Sector. No change through 1/2 in 47 4/5 seconds. It's Bring Me a Check, uncontested on the front end. Emirati yet to be called on second. Pioneering Spirit is down on the inside, only 2 lengths off the pace still. Witt inching up outside of him now as they start to sprint around the far turn. Public Sector has trailed throughout, and Emirati is the new leader. Pioneering Spirit set down to tackle him. Bring Me a Check drops back through 6 furlongs in 1, 11, and 2. They're coming to the furlong pole, and here's Pioneering Spirit on the outside of Emirati and Public Sector coming alive 3 behind in 3rd. Pioneering Spirit at the 16th pole forges to the front. Public Sector with some late interest. Again, Bring Me a Check comes back for 2nd as Pioneering Spirit caps off a tremendous meet. What a meet indeed for Pioneering Spirit, who has now won 5 of his last 6 races.
The improvement on grass, grade 1 placed, all smiles, Linda Rice, and this chase for a training title heating up. Linda Rice, winning trainer, Pioneering Spirit, 1 win behind Chad Brown.
Boy, this is getting really, really interesting now, and this is going to go down to the wire. And we heard Linda say it. We're going to fight all the way to the end. Pioneering Spirit's been in raging form, and this was a $40,000 claim and then switched to the turf, and now he is 5 for 8 on the turf with a grade 1 placing. This is going to go down as one of the better claims over the last several years, and this trainer's race is a long way from over.
Yeah, it's pretty shocking. Pioneering Spirit ran for 40, 1, starter allowance 1, first level allowance 1, second level allowance 1, grade 1 placed, and then wins the Bernard Baruch here. It's pretty impressive.
Linda Rice, excited, all smiles, rightfully so. Pioneering Spirit, 2-1-3-5. Bring Me a Check, completing the exacta. Public Sector, though, this is not the way they drew it up on the chalkboard, Richie.
No, and he stumbled, kind of lunged the break. At the same time, the winner, too, Pioneering Spirit, ducked out, was corrected very quickly by Jose Lascano, who we got to say, this guy rides as well as anybody. He doesn't have one of the bigger barns behind him where he's a first-call rider, but he has put together another tremendous meeting and does nothing but ride consistently well, Jose Lascano. But Pioneering Spirit worked out the right trip. And how about the game effort from Bring Me a Check? Another horse claimed 2 starts back by Pat Reynolds, fought back after being passed by Emirati to secure 2nd.
You had the Brown runner, the Rice runner, stride for a few strides. Emirati right there, but in the end, Pioneering Spirit, JK, turns it on, and he's gone. And Frank Mirmati's right. The win earlier in the meet, the 3rd place finish in a grade 1 sword dancer, scratching out of the Johns Call a few days earlier, and coming back now with a stakes win closing day.
Yeah, multiple win. Anytime you can have multiple wins at Saratoga in one meet, it's a heck of a meet. It's hard to do that. Even you run opening weekend, you have time in between. It's still, the race is so competitive. It's very impressive what they were able to do with Pioneering Spirit.
It's a shootout, 35-34. Here at Saratoga, closing day, Chad Brown, Linda Rice, several runners, head-to-head matchups moving forward. Pioneering Spirit for Linda Rice here. Incredible improvement. What a story. One of the stories of the summer.
Absolutely one of the stories this summer. And listen, Chad still has a 1-race lead, but it feels like there's almost more pressure on Chad at this point, right, to hold on to that lead, where Linda almost got freed up when he opened up 4 or 5, and now she's rallied back. This is a tremendous story.
She was back 5, yeah. Won the 3 races. This one today. She has several runners the next few races. Chad Brown doesn't have another starter until the 7th here on this closing day program. Pioneering Spirit takes down the Bernard Baruch.
Liam's Map, a 2-time Grade 1 winner with 6 consecutive triple-digit buyers, including a 114 to win the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. He's already taking the lead as a sire, with Grade 1 winners Basin, Wicked Whisper, Colonel Liam, and Juju's Map, plus multiple 6-figure yearling sales and 2-year-old sales up to $1.2 million. Proven on the track, proven in the sales ring. Liam's Map, only at Lane's End.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
defeat Elite Power in the Forego.
Gunrunner. Breed true.
Adelphi Racing Club offers the unparalleled excitement of owning thoroughbred racehorses at a fraction of the cost. We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Our New York-based high-performing equine athletes, trainers, and jockeys compete and win at the highest level circuits. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference and come hang with us this Saratoga meet.
You're watching Saratoga Live here on Fox Sports 2, as always, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Just down Union Avenue. And here in the winner's circle, Pioneering Spirit, what a story. By Triple Crown winner American Pharaoh. 2 straight wins on the afternoon by horses sired by Triple Crown winners. Yes, Justify earlier.
Yes, yeah.
American Pharaoh here. Not American Pharaoh's finest moment at Saratoga, defeated by Keen Ice. It was Jose Lezcano that turned up the pressure on him with Frosted, wasn't it?
He rode the right race. You can't hand horses victories. You've got to give your horse the best opportunity, and that's what Jose did that day with Frosted. Just didn't work out.
Probably not the first question Acacia will ask Jose
Probably
Lezcano
not.
in the winner's circle, standing by live. Acacia.
And Jose, who's had a tremendous meet this summer, Lafitte, as Pioneering Spirit gets the win. Jose, you jumped on board this horse. Didn't break the best, and you gave him such a nice, patient ride.
No, I wish he braked better today. I want to be like a little right behind the number 1 right for the break. Well, he gave me a very good effort. He gave me a great race, you know. Con Asques, he was there for me, you know. Very good job by Linda, you know.
It was kind of like the cavalry charge coming into this stretch, and you just seemed like you really had the most horse striding out nicely.
Yeah. Like I said, I got horse the whole way around, you know what I mean? Like in the half a mile, I just a little bit, and I got plenty gas in the tank.
Like you said, great job by Linda, who's had a tremendous meet. You've also had a great meet. Reflect back a little bit on this Saratoga, and that's to be a nice way to wrap it up with the stakes win on closing day.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
What does that mean to you, the meet that you've had?
Oh, I'm real hopeful, you know, like other kind of give me a chance, you know, to ride these nice horses and, you know, do my job, you know.
You do your job well. Congratulations, Jose.
Thank you.
Lafitte?
Terrific summer. Jose Lezcano. You know, it's a narrative at this point that he is one of, if not the most underrated riders in the country, right? If everybody says that and is aware of it, are you still underrated? That's debatable. But that's the fact is he doesn't quite get the credit he deserves. The highest ROI of any jockey here at Saratoga this summer, and pound for pound, one of the most talented.
He's so consistent. He's so talented, and he shows up every day. And just what he said in the interview, just do my job. And I think he gets overlooked sometimes because he's not a guy who pounds his chest and makes any statements. He just goes out consistently every day and does his job. As a former rider, he's a rider's rider. He's the rider that everybody in the room respects because you know how good he is.
I think the one thing that kind of has him with the underrated tag is because he's not running in all of the big races on all the big horses, because he doesn't have that connection to a Christophe Clement, a Chad Brown, a Brad Cox, a Todd Pletcher. And I think that has a lot to do with why he's still considered underrated.
Terrific summer and a win here, and a win for Linda Rice. Again, 1 win shy of Chad Brown, and this is what it looks like currently with 8 races left. Now, Linda Rice's, both of her runners did scratch in the upcoming 4th race. But here it is, the runners, the remainder of the afternoon, both of them with several, and this is going to come right down to the wire.
This is going down to the wire, and I mean, honestly, it's great entertainment for the fans. It's great for us on the shows because it gives us a lot to talk about, and it's hard, but it's the hard that makes it great.
JK, how surprised are you? We're talking about this race being this close here on closing day.
Well, I think if you asked me at the beginning of the meet, I would say I'd be very surprised. But I think if you asked me today, based on the weather and losing 60-something turf races, I'd say, oh, that makes sense to me.
No, that's a huge factor. And Linda Rice, Todd Fletcher, they seem to be the trainers most prepared and ready to counter with these surface switches and really strong contenders in those main track only entrants.
Absolutely. It's a huge factor. But, you know, being a top horse trainer is not just about horsemanship. Obviously, it's a key component. It's huge. But it's also about management. It's also about knowing the condition book, and hopefully the condition book plays to the strength of the horses you have at your disposal. Right? And the fact that Linda has more horses be able to race as main track onlys certainly has facilitated that. But also, she is very sharp with the condition book.
And Lafita, it's also important to note that although it is a close race, the money, Chad's got $5.3 million in earnings, Linda 2.9. So although they're right there, Chad's winning the bigger races, but Linda's really been doing a lot of the dirty work in some of the lower level races.
Both of her runners scratched in the upcoming 4th race. Chad Brown's next runner in the 7th. We turn the page, race number 4 here, closing day, Saratoga. Back to the main track, $40,000 maiden claimer, 7/8 of a mile. And current favorite at 5-2, Gemography. JK, what do you think? Who takes down this $40,000 claimer?
Yeah, Gemography makes sense as the favorite in here, but I thought this race was a little bit more complex than that. There was, where am I at? Float on the inside, I thought was interesting. Robertino Diodoro had a slow start to the meet, but he's kind of turned it on here in the last week or so.
See if he can knock down a second with Float On, that 4th race in 17 minutes when we return. Of the Ortiz brothers, this meet combined 98 wins. 98 wins combined after this meet, 8 combined Saratoga titles. That's what they're doing on the track. This story more about the brothers off the track.
Grade 1 winner and track record setter Lee. Like their sire, his runners have excelled on both dirt and turf, including these standout performers.
Poppy Flowers putting in a late burst here. They come for the finish.
Here is Nagarok, who takes off. Nagarok will roll. Nagarok.
Out of a Galileo mare, this dual surface star has sired juvenile stakes winners on both dirt and turf. Lee, standing at Claiborne Farm.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
Welcome back to Saratoga Racecourse. Day 40. Gorgeous afternoon in upstate New York. As always, our coverage brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Here's something you want to get involved with. Maybe we'll see you next summer. That's what this contest is all about. Thanks to ABR, Naira Bets, My Racehorse, Old Smoke. You can win a trip for 2 to Saratoga, expenses paid. All you have to do is scan that QR code and you're entered. Hope to see you here next summer. And if you make it to Saratoga, of course, you get to watch the Ortiz brothers ride. By now, you know how talented they are, how successful they've been, how competitive they are. And part of the success is the fact that they are brothers, constantly encouraging one another, constantly learning from one another.
Every single sport that we play, we compete. We play this game every day.
Who do you think is gonna be the winner there? We never face each other against each other. We never did.
Like now.
Like now, yeah. ¿Energy de qué? ¿Energy de qué? First of all, it's very fun to share your success with your brother. We spend together more than 15 hours a day.
We know how to manage business and life, real life, so that's pretty good. When we understand that, we have a line right there, it's perfect.
Despite how close the brothers are, sometimes their competitive nature lends itself to some tense moments.
We've been very heated moments. We curse a lot and say a lot about words in Spanish.
When we was younger, we never throw punches, but we've been so close.
Yeah. We don't talk about races before the race runs.
It's fun.
Ira is very quiet, like you cannot say nothing. It's like on his own, and
I don't want to know anything about his thing.
yeah, it's very fun when you can outsmart the competition. I have to think how he thinks to try to beat him. It's very hard to a rider like Ira try to read his mind before he does it because he's so unpredictable. He's one of the best, and I think he has made me better.
Sometimes I came out to say, why you will do different if you ride the race again? He say, nothing. I say, are you sure? Because I have another mind. I see something different that probably he don't see. It's like the same thing happened to me.
While the brothers push each other to be better riders on the track, Arad credits Jose with making him the man he wants to be away from it.
He used to be too on the muscle, like too keen, and I tell him he need to calm down and think before he do things and say things. He start winning like crazy and start winning all the Eclipse Awards. And I told him just, my job is to keep you grounded and keep you doing the right thing.
As a person, I think he made me better. He's so good at some things that I'm not. So I try to get whatever I can get of him to make me better in that part of the racetrack.
He's been working, so he's been doing a lot better, become a better person, a better father, better son, and everything. So it's nice to see that.
Always gonna have him. He's my brother, he's my blood. I love him.
Very cool. A side of the brothers, Richie, you don't get to see very often.
No, I love that window into their personal life, and they're just two amazingly talented young riders, young men. And that's the difference. We've had great jockey colonies in the past in New York. This is a great jockey colony, but the core of it is still so young.
Incredibly young. The talent, Rad Ortiz he has secured a 5th Saratoga riding title. JK and I hope we never get tired of the story because we see it so often. And yes, we discuss it a lot on the show, but like, why wouldn't we? It's such a special time to see two of the very best in the sport, head-to-head, competing on a day-to-day basis. Oh, no, yeah, they happen to be brothers.
Well, I mean, I think, if you think about it, when you think about how hard it is to be a professional athlete, whether it be a rider or a basketball player in the NFL, it's, not even everyone knows someone personally that's in Major League Baseball. And to think that two guys that grew up in the same house together, that were by the same parents, happen to be two of the best jockeys in the world in the same room, it's just, it's unique, so it deserves to be talked about.
Good pedigree, all in the blood. Of course, their mounts scratched, both of them, for Linda Rice in this 4th race. They're both out, Acacia, so maybe that opens the door for jockey Manny Franco in number 6, Swift Shore.
As it absolutely could, Lafitte. And Swisher's always a horse that my eye is drawn to. Now, he did have a little bit of a shoe repair coming in here on the right front. Just looked like the shoe got a little bit twisted coming into the paddock, and there is always a farrier on hand here to make sure if any horse needs a little fix right before, to take care of that. And I have to say, Swisher handled everything beautifully. Sometimes when that happens, horses can get really agitated. He really didn't seem to care at all, which I appreciate. So again, a minor adjustment there. He's very fit coming back. Cheater blinkers do go on, very, very short cup for a horse that was setting the pace last time out and finished behind Senior Joe Beam. Like I said, a horse that my eye is always drawn to, and maybe that equipment change will help him to find the right spot and step forward today. Taking a look at the number 3, and that is Gemography. I am encouraged when you see a horse come back off of a big layoff and they run for the waiver last time out. He was protected. He was not able to be claimed. So he is in for the claiming tag today, but I think it was encouraging that he had an opportunity to kind of get that start underneath his belt last time out. And this was a horse that had really elevated in my eye out on the track last time out. He's much brighter in the paddock today. He's really perked up a lot. He's usually a horse that warms up well. And I think there's every opportunity for him to build off of that 3rd place finish last time out. Now, the horse that won that race was the 7, Senor Joe Beam, who's first off the claim now for Steve Asmussen. And you gotta love Steve, who has horses running in low-level claiming races all the way to the grade 1s and on the same day. And this horse, he's energetic, as he always is. So you do see Steve's assistant, Scott Blasey, on his head. He was very keen getting the tack on, which is typical of him. Last time out, they had to bring the pony over just in order to saddle him. But now that they've gotten the tack on, he's settled quite a bit. He's a very big horse. I've always felt that a little bit longer could actually suit him well. So I like him stretching out a bit to the 7/8 today. Incredibly fit coming in, and like I said, do appreciate now that he's settled a bit and he's been tacked up, and we'll see if he can make it 2 in a row, and this time for the new connections, Lafitte.
Senor Joe Beam, we've had these great family stories all summer long. Richie with the Davises and Trevor McCarthy, the superfecta yesterday. We just finished a piece on it with the Ortiz brothers, and what's about to take place here, Riders Up, with Senor Joe Beam, another father and son story.
It's a great story, and the Asmussen family are just incredible horse people, going back to Steve's mom and dad, you know, Keith and Marilyn, and the training center they have in Laredo, Texas, and all these young horses they prepare that wind up going to Steve's barn. Cass Asmussen, as good a rider as I've ever ridden with, a champion not only in the States but in France. I mean, it is a fantastic story, and I'm so proud of Keith Asmussen, Steve's son. He's done what he's done as a rider without ever being an apprentice rider. Because of his size, he couldn't take it. To learn and develop as a rider without the benefit of the apprentice allowance is unheard of. So what he's done, for people that don't understand it, is even harder than, you know, if he had done it traditionally. And I think it's terrific.
First ever ride at Saratoga?
Yes. Yeah, today.
I'm proud of him, too, because he's a Longhorn.
Slightly biased. JK, UT, Super Bevo fan. How'd they do opening week?
They won. It's not as good as when they played USC in the national championship, but they did play good.
You're going to have to, like, stop using that crutch at some point. You're starting to upset me. Steve Asmussen and his son, Keith, first ride at Saratoga. Post-race float on. Claimed from David Jacobson by Robert Tuno Diodoro.
Yeah, let's see if Ricardo's aggressive. This horse has a little bit of speed. Diodoro kind of starting to heat up again after a very, very slow start to the meet.
Flint Ridge claimed from Linda Rice by Gustavo Rodriguez.
Yeah, and would have to get back to those races that he ran at Fairgrounds over the winter, not his recent form.
Gemography's a war horse, JK.
Absolutely. Got stuck down on the inside last time. I expect this horse to run better than that 3rd place finish last time.
Sealy K, 14-1, Jose Gomez.
Well beaten last time when he faced Senior Joe Beam and Gemography. First start for Dave Dunk off the claim.
Sagamore Mischief, Flower Bowl winning jockey Dylan Davis.
Sagamore Mischief. I wonder what this is named after. I've thought about reusing my day pass at the Sagamore, but I always get scared. I just pay the $20.
Swift Sure, Horacio De Paz getting that elusive second win yesterday.
Yeah, and a frustrating meet for Horacio De Paz. Good trainer, a lot of seconds, a lot of thirds, horses running well, just not breaking through.
Father and son, the Asmussens, Senor Joe Beam and Royal Tris to the far outside with Katie Davis. Racked up her 7th win of the meet yesterday.
Breakout meeting for Katie Davis, and she seems to get horses to extend themselves. They just overachieve with her in the saddle. So 24-1. Let's see how she does here.
Field for this upcoming 4th, 7/8 of a mile, $40,000 claiming event, 4-year-olds and older. And wanted to give you a heads up about this Saratoga. Let me see here. What do we got? The money back guarantee, right? $10. All you have to do is opt in, right? That was like my best promotional read of all time. Everybody catch that? Circling back to Senor Joe Beam. This was his latest 3 weeks ago. Manny Franco was riding on that afternoon. Richie, he was 9-1. And watch this wild finish. Senor Joe Beam. Gemography you'll see on the inside and float on. It has to steady very late.
Yeah, and I don't think a lot really separated the first 4 or 5 finishers, really. But I like a horse that likes a battle. And Senor Joe Beam showed it this day, and he's shown it in the past. He does not mind a knockdown drag out, and he's come out on the winning end of those kind of finishes more often than not.
And right there you see float on Blue Cap having to steady late with horses kind of coming in on him. One coming in, one coming out.
It kind of converged, right, and took his ground a little bit, but it was so late in the game, I don't think it really affected the outcome, at least not for the first 2 finishers, maybe for 4th back there. But
is that one of those blanket finishes, JK, that you tend to stay away from when those horses resurface?
You know, typically you're right that it is one of those situations that I do try to steer away from them. The one thing that will kind of save that for me is a trip. You know, like I feel like there was a trip a little bit on the one float on who I thought, you know, ran pretty good despite that trip. And then also when the speed figure comes back and fits well in the next start, I can sometimes ignore that situation.
See how they all respond here in this 4th race, this 7/8 of a mile, $40,000 claimer. Swift Sure, the favorite, at 5-2. If he's going to be effective today, what does Manny Franco need to do in the early stages of this extended sprint?
Well, it feels like with the addition of blinkers and stretching out a bit, being forward is on the agenda. I mean, he ran well last time and weakened late, but then they add the blinkers. And doesn't that make you feel like, Jonathan, that they want this horse to have that kind of speed?
Well, you know, I think that one of the things to keep in mind, Richie, and you don't need to keep this in mind. Other people need to keep this in mind. You know this, is that I think that when you add blinkers, it's not always about showing speed. It's also about increasing focus and increasing the ability to finish their races.
Over to Acacia trackside.
And Lafitte, wanted to circle back on the 7, Senor Joe Beam. Gotta love the teamwork once again. Maggie Wolfendale telling me that Steve Rasmussen actually originally had this horse and claimed him back. And always find that interesting when trainers will do that and claim a horse back that they had previously. And as you guys were talking about with his son, Keith Asmussen, riding, I remember when Keith made his first start as a jockey, Steve said that I just had to find the biggest horse in the barn because Keith is very tall. And like I touched on, this is a big horse. He warmed up beautifully out on the racetrack, but just wanted to circle back and mention that because it is an intriguing prospect to see him go back in for this horse, and I'm sure extra special as it's now a family affair with him going out today.
It's going to be fun to watch. And they've won races together, of course, but always here at Saratoga, it's a little bit different. For them to share a victory here would be special.
Oh, it would be very special. And you know, one thing about Steve, he really embraces and loves the whole family dynamic of this, and they're all involved. And, you know, any of his milestones that we've been privileged to cover over the years, him becoming the all-time winningest trainer in North America, his wife's there, his kids are there, and you could see the distinct pleasure he takes in that.
So many of those moments that have happened here, becoming North America's all-time leading trainer, Steve Asmussen. Finally, last summer, that first Travers with Epicenter. He won like 5 grade, 6 grade 1 races that summer. Jackie's Warrior making history. The only horse in Saratoga history to win grade 1 races in 3 consecutive years.
Most importantly, that picture we have of him holding that Miller Lite lawn jockey with the nice wavy hair. Another great accomplishment from Steve Asmussen here at Saratoga.
That was Jackie's Voyeur, wasn't it?
I think
the
so.
Saratoga,
I think so, yeah.
This isn't a Grade 1 race, but still very special with son Keith in the saddle. On Senor Joe Beam, who is now emerged as the favorite. JK 5-2. Final thoughts as they make their way behind the gate.
Yeah, I'm gonna give the one a shot down here. Float On, I think, is interesting down on the rail. Switch to Diodoro. He's had a cold meet, and he's won a couple of races now. But it's not like these guys and gals who have cold meets just suddenly forget how to train. You know, Diodoro is always dangerous off the claim. His horses that he claims, they often move up. And down on the inside with some tactical speed and Ricardo Santana in what I thought wasn't the easiest of trips last time. Expecting this horse to run better.
Trends change very quickly. Losing streaks become winning streaks very quickly. The David Jacobson barn, extremely cold, and then overnight, bang, everything out of his stable up here was running well. And that, it's just a matter of getting that first one, whether you're talking about a rider or in this case a trainer for Robertino Diodoro, high percentage trainer. Finally got that first win a few days back.
I think Jonathan makes a great point that people don't forget how to train horses. Just because someone goes in a slump doesn't mean all of a sudden they're not good at their craft. There's a lot of things that contribute to a jockey going in a slump, a trainer going into a slump. And I also believe this. When a barn starts going good, the energy in the barn changes. Everybody's more upbeat. The grooms come to work a little lighter on their feet, whistling a happy tune, right? And horses feed on energy.
Diodoro's a 21% lifetime trainer. He's a 19% trainer this year, despite having this horrible Saratoga to his standards. Like I said, he still knows how to train.
Float On from the inside. There goes Keith Asmussen. First ride ever at Saratoga for his father, Senor Joe Beam, who is the favorite at post time 5-2. Here's Frank Mirmati.
Silly Key goes in. Royal Tryst to the outside. They're in the gate. And they're off. Swift Sure bounces out very quickly. On the inside, here's Gemography. Those two challenging. Flint Ridge was not quick out of the gate, but is rushing into contention now, third and a length off the top two. They're followed by Sagamore Mischief, who runs in fourth. It's a break of three, back to Float On, who's by himself. Two clear of Silly Key. Senor Joe Beam is second to last, and Royal Tryst at the back of the field. The opening quarter went in 22 3/5 seconds. And so Swift Sure is the natural pacemaker, leads it by a length and a half. Gemography, Sagamore Mischief. Sagamore Mischief moves clearly into second as they head to the 3/8 pole. Just in behind them comes Flint Ridge, and Float On in the red colors is moving up on the outside of that pair. A gap of 4 back to Silly Key. The half went in 45 3/5 seconds. At the back are Senor Joe Beam and Royal Tryst. They have a quarter of a mile to go, and Swift Sure is the leader. Sagamore Mischief in second. Two behind them, Gemography at the rail in third, followed by Flint Ridge and Float On. There's an eighth of a mile to go, and Swift Sure trying to finish the job with a 2-length lead. Sagamore Mischief has tried his best, but Swift Sure still strong at the 16th pole, and he's gone. Swift Sure and Manny Franco striding out to win it by 4 easy lengths. Sagamore Mischief was second, Gemography third, Silly Key in a photo with Royal Tryst for fourth.
Cold barns get hot. A struggle for Horacio de Paz. Finally got that second win yesterday. Now a win here in this fourth race at Saratoga. Closing day, Swift Sure and Manny Franco taking down the fourth.
Yeah, and I've really felt for Horacio de Paz this whole meet. I mean, just look at the record now. Third win of the meet, but he has 7 seconds, 9/3. Horses performing well, not breaking through. And a trainer can only prepare them. Then you got to turn the keys to the car over to the jockey and hope that you get the right kind of trips and they fall into good positions. But Swift Sure was good. I didn't particularly like him, even though he was your favorite or co-favorite. But he got it done. Strong ride by Manny Franco as well.
Yeah, you got to think the addition of the blinkers, right, might have helped there. And that's what's interesting. Although Horacio de Paz hasn't had a meet that I'm sure he's happy about, decisions like this, these guys still know how to train, although they're having cold runs throughout these meets. This horse ran extremely well.
Finishing strong. What, 38 days, 1 win. Final 2 days of the meet. Wins on consecutive days. It happened. It changed. Things, they change quickly.
So maybe he's unhappy that this meet is ending because he just really kind of got untracked. And for people that don't know Horacio De Paz, I mean, he was an exercise rider for a while for Todd Pletcher, and I had the pleasure of working horses with him over a number of years.
It's a pretty good barn to pick up the tricks of the trade. Galloping for Todd Pletcher and that coaching tree that continues and continues from Lucas to Pletcher, so on and so forth.
He really is incredible. You think about the Lucas alumni and then the trainers he turned out that continually turning out trainers.
It's like the Holmgren coaching tree from the
Parcells,
Packers.
Sure. Branches
and Parcells
out.
as well, yeah.
Success. And for Manny Franco, another win here. Swift Sure, 4th lifetime win, 2nd at Saratoga. 6-5-3-4 results. Reaction when we come back. Manny Franco, Swift Sure, and another win for trainer Horacio De Paz here at the Spa on closing day.
Hip number 1, sale time, folks, we're ready to go.
When there are this many buyers under one roof, anything can happen. Last November, buyers from 29 countries traveled more than 135,000 miles to be right here. Because if the horse capital of the world actually had a capital, this would be it.
Maximum Security proves he's the real deal with a gate-to-wire win in the Florida Derby.
Champion 3-year-old.
Maximum Security has won the TVG.com Haskell Invitational.
11 triple-digit buyers.
Maximum Security. He smoked them in the Cigar Mile.
Grade 1 winning 4-year-old.
Maximum Security takes them all the way in the TVG Pacific Classic.
Maximum Security.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Thanks for spending part of your Labor Day with us. Welcome back. Saratoga Live, as always, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. But any track, anywhere, anytime, visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Saratoga Spa State Park. So much to do in Saratoga. Not just a racing town. Most of the time in the summer, it's a racing town. Closing day. And entering the winner's circle. First one in the afternoon, Manny Franco, Swift Sure. And Horacio De Paz wins on back-to-back days, standing by with Acacia in the winner's circle.
I'm glad to be here with Horacio Swift Sure, a horse that put the blinkers on today, Horacio, and that really seemed to give him that little punch that he needed.
Yeah, it did. Ricardo, he rode him last time, and he said when he got in the middle turn, he just started backing off the bridle, kind of like he was cheating a little bit. And he's like, he'd never had him on, so it was, try to give him a chance and see what he would do.
He's a horse that had to have a little bit of a shoe repair back in the paddock, but he really didn't seem to care at all. He handled everything in stride today.
No, he's a classy horse, and he's been with good operations beforehand. They do a lot of good work with their horses, so he handles everything in stride.
Third win of the meet. I know you've had horses run really well throughout this summer, too. An enthusiastic winner's circle here. It just makes you appreciate, right, how special and tough these wins are up at Saratoga.
Yeah, it's definitely, I'm happy the horse has been running honest. They're hitting the board, but getting those wins always feels good. But it was a good one today.
It's been a nice way to wrap up the meet. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Horacio De Paz, terrific trainer, and closing it out in style, Lafitte.
And this team, Jonathan, Manny Franco, Horacio De Paz, they'll be right back at it in the 5th race with Okaloosa. Swift Sure there, 660 over Sagamore Mischief Gemography, 653, race number 4. Do you give him a shot to go back-to-back?
Do I give him a shot to go back? Yes, I do give him a shot to go back-to-back. This horse getting on the turf for the first time. Look, it's interesting for Manny Franco as well, because Manny, we talked about IRAD, locked and loaded, who's going to win the meet.
What about second?
Exactly, absolutely. That could get interesting with Manny and Jose and Tyler, and so it's going to be interesting to see what happens.
And Linda Rice, represented by Prince of Truth, 5-1 in the 5th race, trailing Chad Brown by just 1 win here at Saratoga for the training title. 5th race when we come next, plus yesterday's Spinaway, Bright Future still undefeated.
Olympiad leads American Revolution. Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
In Italian to win it.
And here is domestic spending.
And Pearl with plenty left in the tank.
Program trading.
Ocean Road. It will be McCulloch.
Victoria Road down to the line.
Will be State of Rest.
Ganesway encompasses 1,500 acres of the finest bluegrass land in Kentucky. The property includes the former Green Tree Stud in Whitney Farm and is home to Tappet. Tappet has emerged as one of the most influential and breed-shaping stallions of the past half-century.
Well, Tappet has been an absolutely amazing horse for us, probably the best horse that's ever been at Ganesway, over 100 years. He's made us look really good at Ganesway.
Tappet's shoulders are broad. He's really taken Ganesway to a new level. He's just made us appreciate what a horse like him can do for the farm. He's produced incredible runners year after year after year. You had Flightline, who's one of the best horses I've ever seen in my whole life.
It is Flightline. It is spine-tingling, jaw-dropping, awe-inspiring, Secretariat-like Breeders' Cup Classic win.
We're happy that he's still going strong, but it just reminds us that we'd love to find a horse remotely as good to fill his shoes, and This is Mr. Beck's goal to increase our chances at that and bring more horses into syndicate structure.
Ganesway roster's a young, up-and-coming roster. Clearly we have Tappet as the anchor, but we've got Olympiad, Drain the Clock as new horses. We've got McKenzie, Spun to Run, Raging Bull, all have weanlings or yearlings still. It's a young roster with full of possibilities.
I'm so happy we took a shot on McKenzie. He's rewarded our faith in him so far. He's bred full books for 3 years at stud, which is kind of rare these days. And his first crop of weanlings were very well accepted at the sales. We think he's got a big shot. We're really excited to see what he's going to do.
Gainesway strives for excellence, both on the racetrack and in the sales ring. Its general manager, Brian Graves, grew up around promising thoroughbreds. Brian's father, Bill, longtime Fasig-Tipton vice president, introduced him to the game.
I think our success with Fasig-Tipton was grown organically. So when I came to Ganesway in my early 20s, one of my driving desires was to create a consignment business. And so naturally, my father and I would work together. And I discovered the magic of Saratoga during those early years and what kind of horse can thrive there.
Now that's what the Tappets are supposed to look like, just like his dad, who of course is the leading sire in North America and has held that position pretty much since his first full crop hit the racetrack.
Ganesway's always tried to focus on quality, whether it be our sale consignments or the stallions we bring in. It's Mr. Beck's idea that we should focus on quality, and we try to help our clients achieve as much success as possible, and I get a big kick out of that.
Coverage here, Saratoga Live, along with Cart Talk, brought to you by Ganesway. Bill Graves, and a quote you just shared with me, something he told you, Richie.
Yeah,
fascinating.
Bill Graves, Brian Graves' dad, part of the Fasig-Tipton family for so long, said, if you walk up to your yearling, it would be like if you saw somebody very attractive walk into a room. If you're instantly interested, that's good. If you're not, just move on.
You know right away or you don't. We knew right away the Spinaway that Ms. Sense was in trouble. It dwelt at the start. What happens right here, Richie, watching Ways and Means towards the back of the pack, right there. What happened?
Yeah, she was trying to bear out over heels there, and she caught the heels of the winner. And it was all of her own doing. Ways and Means is extremely talented. She just made some key mistakes yesterday that we didn't see her make in debut, and then she still loomed up. This was still a big effort. She was taking on a much more seasoned rival with a lot of ability in only her second start. So to me, she didn't lose a lot. You know, when horses break their maiden so easily, the expectations are so high, but you know, she just didn't have the same seasoning as the winner.
And time to give Brightwork her due.
Yeah, I mean, look, she did her job. She broke away from there cleanly. She didn't kind of find herself in a precarious situation like Ways and Means, and she held off a talented horse in Ways and Means. Look, without the stumble of Ways and Means at the start and, you know, about a 16th of a mile into the race, she's the winner of this race. But I think that we all knew how good Ways and Means was, so that only upgrades Brightwork, right? They both ran extremely well.
And you can't, you know, take away from the tenacity of Bright. I mean, she just didn't want to lose Brightwork. She just had that tenacity.
I never got the sense Ways and Means was going to go by. Brightwork kept digging, the edge and experience. And remember, it was Louis Size had been riding Brightwork. I read Ortiz jumps in the cockpit yesterday, delivers a flawless ride, and you just forward to seeing them again on the championship stage in Southern California at Santa Anita in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies.
Well, listen, our game is always elevated by rivalry, so if this is a budding rivalry, I mean, that would be a fantastic. And we would be remiss not to talk about John Ortiz and the job he's done with this filly and getting his first Grade 1 win, a young man that grew up in the shadow of that grandstand at Belmont Park. So congratulations to him, and I couldn't be more proud of him.
The job he's done with Brightwork so far, 4 for 4, undefeated, Grade 1 winner. And then going back to the start of the race, a Ms. Sense, what happens here? Richie, the filly who scratched at the gate on Wednesday for acting up before the P.G. Johnson.
Yeah, she just went up in the air right at the break and basically, you know, and then somebody said, well, you know, she did it to herself. She did, but then she was entangled with the assistant starter. So the rightful thing to do was rule her a non-starter, even though it's her bad behavior that caused all the problem.
The right call, naturally, J.K., for those who may have backed missense and never had an opportunity declared a non-starter.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's you know, if your horse doesn't get a chance to pop away from there, it only makes sense to refund those wagers that involve missense.
Todd Pletcher with his work cut out for her, trying to get her squared away. We see a lot of horses, young horses, act up at the gate, but for her, what happened on Wednesday before the P.G. Johnson and now this, we'll see. It's a project, and we'll see how she progresses.
And what makes it even more problematic is, you know, Todd Pletcher has been schooling her in the mornings, going to the starting gate, trying to get her as comfortable as possible in those close quarters. It's just a different atmosphere in the afternoon, so even though they may do it properly in the morning, they get involved in the afternoon with that energy level, and they just can't hold it together, some horses.
Did you believe the stumble along the backstretch was that the difference between winning and losing for Ways and Means?
Well, I think it would be silly to say it didn't cost her. I mean, it definitely cost her, but I just don't want to discount the winner's fight, that maybe if everything's equal, she doesn't look like she's a horse that's easy to pass.
Right. Right. I mean, and look, I think even despite the stumble, Ways and Means was wide too, you know, and lost a lot of ground and kind of had to move early to hold some position. I think that probably cost her a little bit late as well.
I just think both things can be true, that Bright work in giving her all the credit in the world, undefeated, 2 graded stakes wins this summer at Saratoga, the Spinaway, and that, yes, the stumble cost Ways, and like both can be true. You don't have to take away from one to give credit to the other.
No, that's right. But I just, you know, I don't want the story to be just about Ways and Means losing when you have a very good filly that wanted it as well.
Great story, great addition to the Spinaway yesterday with Bright work. First Grade 1 win, John Ortiz. Todd Pletcher, meantime, a 14-time Saratoga champion trainer, a 4-time hopeful winner, seeking a 5th later today with Pirate and BU.
Curlin was the leading sire of Grade 1 winners in 2021 with 5 and 2022 with 6. Again in 2023, no stallion has sired more Grade 1 winners.
Big race. Nest Clariere is too far back. A 16th to run, and Idiomatic has a 2-length lead. Nest is fully extended.
This is what winning looks like.
A huge performance all the way.
Curlin,
the personal
the
ensign.
classic sire.
Reach for the unreachable. Race to new horizons. The artisan's quest for beauty burns in the heart of Japan, forging strength like no other, with love and honed to perfection. Noble, authentic, and only here. The legacy of strength.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
He's had a little bit of a resurgence here. He's proven that he can get a horse going long or short, turf, dirt, whatever. He can do it all really. So we're happy with the way things are going with Run Happy, and he just needs a big horse, like they all do. But I think he has a loyal following. People know that he can get you a good horse, and they'll look for him to continue on an upward trajectory, hopefully.
You're watching
watching Saratoga Live, brought to you by Claiborne Farm, where Run Happy does stand. And we have a daughter of Run Happy coming up in this 5th race, sprinting on the turf for the New York breds in this maiden special weight. And Velouz, the number 4, is a filly that is taking on the boys, this daughter of Run Happy, and she will apply blinkers for the first time today, which should help her as she got back on the turf last time out. And she is a horse that has come along quite well, though not necessarily a winning type. And I know that the blinkers have been a conversation for quite some time, and so they'll add the shortcut blinkers on her today. She's forward, she's bright, she's fit once again, and while she is taking on the boys, it doesn't look like she's the standout in that she doesn't stack up to her male counterparts. The big question is if that equipment change will help her to take the step forward. And on a personal note, this is a bit of the house horse, as my mother-in-law Valerie and my sister-in-law Charlotte, co-owners with CC Crimson, along with several of Charlotte's classmates from Harvard Business School. So wishing all of them the best of luck, and great to see some new faces into the game as well. Taking a look at the number 3, Okaloosa, who will try the turf for the first time after running in an off-the-turf race on debut, and she ran fine that day, finishing second. She's out of a mare who's a is out of a mare who's a 3-time turf winner. And the sibling never tried the turf, but this guy definitely looks like he wants to run on the grass. And here is Horacio de Paz will look for another win. That was for maiden 40, but I just think even though he's stepping up today, he's running on the right surface for the first time, which should make sense. Was a little bit antsy in the gate last time out too, but much more settled and focused today. A couple of entries in here. Jim Bond sends out 2, and we'll take a look at the one Russi, who is trying the turf for the first time. There was a sibling that was a 5-time turf winner, and while this one is the lighter race of the 2 for the barn, it's also the one that I do prefer of the entry. Third time off the bench. The last 2 races have come off the turf. He stayed in. He's shown good speed. I really think that he will appreciate getting onto the grass as well, and like that he comes in here with a couple of works over the turf course on the Oklahoma training track, Lafitte.
Joel Rosario, Acacia, looking for a second turf sprint win on the afternoon. Russi, we kick off the post parade in the 5-race maiden. And yes, Acacia mentioned the turf debut.
Yeah, ran well last time in the off-the-turf race. We'll see if getting on the turf is finally what this one wants.
2 for 1. You're getting 9-2 on the entry. Ripe for mischief. It draws in. Also eligible outside post.
Yeah, it's had a couple of opportunities turf sprinting for maiden 40. Now shows up in here maiden special weight. Don't trust this one.
Couple of entries. Dr. Jerry, Roddy Valente, debuting homebred.
Yeah, Med did produce 1 turf winner. This horse is training at Finger Lakes. They don't have a turf course in Finger Lakes, so he's never gotten to work on it.
Another Roddy Valente homebred. Bustino Santino.
Yeah, another one that, listen, Bustin' Stone's a terrific stallion. I just don't see the turf pedigree here.
Okaloosa, Franco, De Paz looking to go back-to-back.
Yeah, this horse ran for 40 last time, but it was the first start out, and that doesn't matter. This horse could be a maiden special weight talent, just happened to run for 40. Got a fast figure on the dirt.
Family affair, Velouz, the filly facing the boys.
Yeah, by Run Happy, Claiborne Farm stallion. Makes a lot of sense here. Run well on the turf.
Vaunted and back to grass today.
Yeah, and showed a lot of speed last time. You like horses that can show speed turf sprinting.
Number 6, Scherzando, 18-race maiden.
Yeah, owned by Steve Bix, DT Stables. Horse is run consistently decent races. Got to get out of the gate okay. Sometimes braking can be a little bit of a stumbling block for him.
And good luck, Steve. And then Prince of Truth, Lady Sheila homebred out of La Verdad.
Yeah, has produced 1 turf winner. Let's see, they get this horse on this surface. Linda Rice looking to tie Chad Brown here.
1 shy of Brown in the trainer standings. Her one and only. What a summer, Katie Davis.
Yeah, this horse just doesn't have a lot of numbers. The best race I could find recently was going long or going 8 furlongs. I don't like this horse going shorter.
Sounds like something I do. I think. This is like American Varroa. I'm guessing submitted misspelled. I think.
Yeah.
I think.
The mare was a 2-time winner on turf, trained by Gary Gullo, but she has not produced, and it's just a tough post for a first-time starter, kind of out there in no man's land.
That's the field. New York bred maidens, 5.5 furlong turf sprint. Vaunted, check that, Velouz, who is the favorite and is pictured at 9-5. This was his most recent, Richie. Week 2 of the meet, same level. Velouse is right there, about to pounce, but really never looks like he's going to go get by.
No, and listen, she ran well, but it feels like she was very content to just run alongside the other horse. Now they had blinkers, and this tells me they feel the same way, that they just need something to get more of her attention, more of that focus that Jonathan was talking about, one of the reasons for the addition of blinkers, and make her go by as opposed to just running with horses. It's so important to have that will to lead, be the herd leader mentality.
She was kind of in that middle ground between where I'm trying to make a decision on what I want to think of her performance negatively because she was close to a slow pace, or was she far enough back off of that pace that I can look at it positively that she couldn't close into those loose leaders. I'm leaning towards looking at it positively.
Velouse, who is 9-5, the handicapper is leaning into her. Then number 6, Scherzando. This is his last turf start. JK, 2 starts back, late June Belmont. Scherzando just kind of grinding his way to a second-place finish here.
Yeah, and that was going 6 furlongs. Look, I think there's this idea that horses that come from off of it going 6 or going 7, that they want to go longer, that closing kick will be better going longer. But I'm of the belief at times, Richie, that sometimes shortening up and allowing them to make a shorter burst can sometimes make the kick even more devastating.
I agree with you. I think it intensifies that late turn of foot, that kick, and also you get more pace. It's only 110 yards difference from 5.5 to 6 furlongs, but it seems like riders are more prone to not hold back, use a horse more going 5.5 than 6.
Javier Castellano seeking a second this afternoon, Acacia, as is trainer Linda Rice, who has Prince of Truth. Her mother, La Verdad, did her best work on dirt. What do you make of Prince of Truth's chances in his turf debut?
Yeah, this is a tricky horse, Lafitte, because you just immediately are brought back to the great memories of watching La Verdad out on the racetrack. What a tremendous mare she's been, and just unfortunately she hasn't been the greatest producer. And when you breed La Verdad to Into Mischief, I would imagine you would expect to be getting a dirt sprinter. This horse ran off the turf on debut. Was off a bit slow. Jose Ortiz really asked him hard that day and just seemed to kind of close a little bit for 4th. Lock and Key did come back to win again for Jamie Begg. But as far as Prince of Truth, I agree with Jonathan. This horse does not really look like a sprinter. He is huge, and I wasn't in the paddock for his first start, but seeing him get onto the turf, I think it makes sense. He's a horse that looks like he could run on the grass, and as far as the pedigree does go with the production, he has half to La Victoria, whose only win was on the turf. And so there is turf pedigree there. Into Mischiefs are certainly fine on the grass for me. I just really wonder if turf sprinting is exactly the right thing for him. But once again, with that pedigree, just brings back such good memories. As Linda Rice, Lafitte will look to tie it up here.
And the irony, Rice win behind Brown. La Verdad in 2015, trained by Linda Rice, finished second in the Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Sprint. The winner, trained by Chad Brown, Wavell Avenue. That was his first ever Breeders' Cup win on dirt.
Yeah, this is one of those sneaky situations where if you're new to the game, it's not an exact science where you take good horse, make a baby, horse is good. La Verdad, as good as she was, her offspring have not been what you would expect based on how talented she was.
We've seen that a lot over the years, though. A lot of top mares just don't reproduce their ability. Notable exception, Personal Ensign, who is an unbelievable champion race mare who, you know, her offspring were champions and stakes winners. I mean, she was as prolific a producer nearly as much as she was a racehorse.
Well, we saw it with Zenyatta as well. Like, she's never really had
Genuine Risk, Lady Secret. We can go, you know, on and on. Winning Colors, who just never reproduced what they were. It was almost like they were the exception to the rule.
They're not all too sown.
No.
They're not all too sown. But she was fun to watch, La Verdad, a New York bred. Fast, take it to you right from the start.
Yeah, absolutely. I actually got to visit with her over at Dishon Farm, Mrs. Malloy's place near where I live, after she became a broodmare, and she settled into that lifestyle very nicely, though.
Lafitte just likes saying La Verdad. I wonder if Frank is going to try to to mix in a little, roll a little R in there.
Now he probably will. He wasn't going to. Now we'll see. Final thoughts as they have reached the starting gate, gentlemen.
I like the 3, Okaloosa. The mare, Capriana, was 3 for 6 on the turf, trained by Todd Pletcher, 4 Eclipse Thoroughbreds and partners, and this horse ran well on debut. And I like that, got positive reinforcement from Acacia, too, from a physical perspective about the grass. So from a pedigree perspective, I liked her going in, going in. And now the fact that, see, it throws me off when we have fillies running against colts. And yeah, but something you see a lot more in Europe, where fillies and colts, or males and females, run together.
I would typically discount a horse who ran for maiden 40 trying maiden special weight, but this horse just tried it one time. So this could be a maiden special weight type that just ran against maiden 40s, wasn't claimed, now shows up back here protected.
Valoose 9-5. Prince of Truth, trained by Linda Rice, victory by him. And we have a tie in the trainer standings. Number 8, Prince of Truth. Frank Mirmati standing by. Post time, race 5, closing day at Saratoga.
Here is Bustino Santino going up. Rusi is next. Rusi taking a little time to load. Goes in this time. Ripe for mischief. They're in the gate. We've had some action in the gate, and now number 10, Sounds Like Something I Do, has gone through the front. Let's send it back to Lafitte.
Breaking through the front of the barrier. Sounds Like Something I Do, I think. And Trevor McCarthy just lunging forward. This is his first day on the job, not Trevor, the gelding, Richie.
Yeah, you know, sometimes they're just over anxious, and they may hear another horse act up a little bit, and they think, oh, it's time to go. And then the thing you hope is that the rider didn't, you know, bang around their feet, their elbows. There's a lot of exposed steel when they hit the doors like that. So let's hope that, you know, it seems like Trevor's fine and should be underway, and that isn't something I would do. Break through the gate.
That's, of course not. Hopefully everybody else stays settled. Back aboard Trevor McCarthy. Sounds Like Something I Do. They'll try to get him coaxed forward. Again, a first-time starter, and we'll try it again. Take 2, post-time, race 5, Saratoga. Here's Frank.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Awkward start for Sounds Like Something I Do. An even bidding on the front end, and Okaloosa is very quick away from the blocks, and he goes right to the front. In second is Vaunted through the opening furlong. Rusi is up close. Prince of Truth is 4 deep, 4 abreast. Then it's Scherzando in mid-pack. Down on the inside, Velouz is about 4.5 lengths off the lead. Followed by Dr. Jerry, who was just passed by Ripe for Mischief. It's another length and a half back to her one and only, and a long way back to Sounds Like Something I Do. Bustino Santino on the outside, and Okaloosa come to the top of the stretch together with Vaunted 3 wide in third. Velouz awaiting some racing room. Rusi is on the far outside, just brushing there with Vaunted as they come to the 8th pole, but Rusi is starting to kick it into high gear, and from the back, Scherzando is coming alive too. Coming to the 16th pole, Rusi takes the lead, has to hold off Scherzando, who's finishing strongly. Scherzando coming at Rusi. Rusi or Scherzando, it's going to be close. It's going to be Rusi by a head. Scherzando, a heartbreaking loss. Then it was a photo that involved Bustino Santino.
Desperate finish. Wire just in time for Rusi. James Bond winning trainer, Joel Rosario, second win in the afternoon. Both, what do you know, turf sprints?
Yeah, and Joel Rosario, when he's locked in and focused, he is as good a rider as you're ever going to see, particularly in these turf sprints. And he just produces horses at that proper moment, that never makes too much use of them early, and then finishes so strong. Scherzando, another good effort from him. Good owner's horse, Scherzando, keeps on picking up those checks, now up over 120,000 in earnings. But Russi, nice to see Jimmy Bond in the winner's circle, a trainer that just consistently does well, and he based here in Saratoga. It means so much to him.
Home court advantage, JK, and winning owner as well.
Yeah, and it's like this horse ran well first time out. Excuse me, last time on the dirt. This is the first time trying the turf. It looks like they probably wanted to get on the turf previously. It's interesting. The 1 Russi and the 6 Scherzando both were reined off of a turf sprint opportunity earlier this meet. Yeah, you'd like to think that maybe one of them could have won one of those earlier races on the turf sprinting. The weather has affected everybody.
Better late than never. They got the opportunity, and cashing in, there he is. James Bond, winning owner trainer, had Russi ready to roll in his turf debut. Russi and Joel Rosario won 6-2-3 in the 5th at Saratoga. Take a deep breath. Welcome in a brand new audience as our coverage continues. Closing day from Saratoga. Welcoming in our viewers on Valley SoCal, San Diego. Saratoga Live, day 40. Here on this gorgeous Labor Day in upstate New York alongside Jonathan Kinchin, champion jockey Richie Migliori. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. There's so many storylines on this 40th and final day. Richie, you have the chase for a trainer title. Currently, Chad Brown has a 1-win lead over Linda Rice. They both have several runners remaining. And later on, the closing day feature, by tradition, the hopeful for 2-year-olds.
Yeah, and listen, 2 great storylines, right? You have 2 top horse trainers going down to the wire, pulling out all stops. It's going to be a nail biter, and it will go down to the end. And then the 2-year-olds, it's all about the future. We're always looking for that next superstar. And in a day and age when we probably should live more in the moment, we're always looking to the future, and the hopeful embodies that.
Absolutely, and this is a great addition of the hopeful as well, right? I mean, whoever wins this race, golly, you'd like to think they'd be right there knocking on the door to be the favorite for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. You see what happens in the Champaign, of course, what happens out on the West Coast. But, man, this is one heck of an edition of this race.
That's what happened last year. Forte, he won the hopeful, went on to capture the Breeders' Futurity, eventually the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, and a championship. If we're living in the moment, then you're talking about the 5th race you just saw at Saratoga. And Russi finally got a chance, JK, to race on turf, finally, and takes full advantage.
Absolutely. It was impressive, and sort of showed a lot of talent on the dirt in that last start. Showed some speed being forward in turf sprints, always something, a tool that loves to be utilized in these turf sprints, and held on just in time. The 6 Scherzando was running late at the 1.
Bond, James Bond, Richie, and he really does embrace that whole 007 thing.
Well, he does. His saddle towels, his webbings at his barn, and he's got that private barn down Ridley Avenue. And I love when I see the Jimmy Bond horses walking down the street to go train. And he's talked about it, getting to watch his horses after they train make that long walk back to the barn, and just to see how they're, reacting to the workout. Listen, they're a terrific horse family.
Based up here, that home court advantage has to go a long way.
Yeah, you would feel like it. And listen, another trainer that probably had a slow meet by his standards, but the horses were running well. A lot of seconds and thirds as well.
Joel Rosario last summer set a record, most graded stakes wins by a jockey in a single season. Didn't win as many big races this summer, but in these turf sprints, he's money, and that's his 2nd turf sprint win this afternoon, JK.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. It's I don't know if it's his patience. But he is a guy, I don't usually like closers in turf sprints, but he's one that if I see him involved, it gives me a little bit more confidence.
A difference maker in these races.
He really is, and he's so patient. He will wait and truly make a short, explosive run with a horse.
Russi 1040 over Scherzando, and Bastino Santino 162 in the 5th at Saratoga. Over to Acacia, standing by in the winner's circle.
And I'm so happy to be joined by trainer Jim Bond as Russi gets the win. And I know you've been trying to get him on the turf for a little while, Jimmy. Finally got there, and he really appreciated it.
He did. He's got kind of a half and half family. He had one horse named Fasano in the family that was a pretty nice grass horse. But like you say, it's been a tough year for all of us, okay? The grass has been questionable. The weather's been tough. But, he got it the last day, and that's a good day for Mom and I. And we can feed the kids and the grandchildren now.
Well done. And he also was named Best Turned Out coming into this race as well, and rightfully so. Beautifully put together horse, and looks like he's just thriving up here in Saratoga, as so many of your horses do.
Well, they do. We're very lucky. You know, this is our base, okay, and we're blessed. He's a June foal, which is unheard of in this game. And my wife and I tried to breed the mare. She was empty for 3 years. It was a gift of God to have him, okay? And here he is at Saratoga like his mother.
You mentioned your wife, Tina. You have your son's part of the operation as well. This is your home base. What is winning at Saratoga when it's such a family affair?
It's everything. You know, Saratoga, it's the most special place in the world to all of us, horse trainers, owners, jockeys, the people, the horses that have been here over the years. It's humbling.
Well said. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
I think you can just quote Jim Bond next time you try to sell Saratoga, Lafitte.
Like a walking commercial. A lot of success here. He referenced June foal with Russi. Why is that significant?
Well, that's a late foal. You know, you think about breeding season when most horses are foaled, and all thoroughbreds turn officially a year older New Year's Day, when Russi would not actually be a year older until June, although officially he is. So the later the foal, the more maturing they need to do.
Russi in the 5th, and here it is, the Angel Cordero jockey title at Saratoga. Arad Ortiz, lots to smile about, a 5th overall here at the Spa.
Just incredible what Irad's been able to do, and he's with the man that made being leading rider in Saratoga important. Angel took it to a whole nother level, 11 meet titles for him. And I was talking with Angel, or texting with Angel last night, I should say, and there's a great picture of him on Seattle Slough, stretched out, and I sent him the picture. I said, I spent my entire career trying to look like that on a horse. Fantastic talent.
That's why they call him the king of Saratoga, Angel Cordero. Arad Ortiz, another riding title, standing by live in the winner's circle with Acacia.
And the day is not done yet, but we already know who the winner of this meet is. Arad wrapping up another title. I know it's always a lot of hard work, but how special are these riding titles, especially here at the Spa?
It's a very special moment when you get the trophy from a legend like Angel Cordero. Is a hero for me and for a lot of people, a lot of young riders. And it's such a special, everybody shows up every day. We have huge fans, and they show how much they love the sport. It's a special.
We hear so many jockeys talk about the fans up here at Saratoga. They're going to be hard on you, but they also love the game, like you said. What's that adrenaline like riding for a crowd like we have here?
It's great. You can ride a claiming race like it's a grade 1 race. So you want to win no matter what kind of race it is, no matter what kind of horse you're riding. And it's special for owners, trainers. I guess everybody's around the horses. They care so much about winning one race here. So I want to thank everybody who support me, trainers, owner. I want to thank my agent, Steve Rushing, too, for a great job. And thanks to the president, Dave. Without him, I mean, I don't think they will be here today. So he cares so much about the riders, about the workers, and everybody. So we all love the sports, and hopefully we keep growing like we do in the last couple of years.
Well said, and you make it a lot of fun for all of us to watch. Congratulations on another riding title.
Thank you.
And Lafitte, he's not done yet.
He's not done yet, but I understand, Acacia, this is your last hit, which means you're done for the day. That means you're done for the meet. Just wanted to say thank you for all of your hard work, your professionalism, and everything you contribute to Saratoga Live. Thanks so much. It's been a pleasure working with you again.
Thank you, Lafitte, and the feeling is mutual. I feel so lucky to be part of what I think is the greatest show in racing, and we have such a great team, not only on camera, but a big shout out to our whole staff behind the scenes, our wonderful producers, everybody that makes this show possible. Feel really lucky that we get a chance to cover the greatest sport every day and continue on throughout this meet, and we'll be back at Belmont at the Big A.
Well said, Acacia. Again, thanks so much. Yes, we will see you at downstate here when racing resumes at Aqueduct. Winding things down in this 155th season at Saratoga, closing day, but still those major storylines, the chase for a trainer title, plus the hopeful a little bit later on this evening, 2-year-olds taking center stage. Plus, this is a great story. Stick around, you don't want to miss this. His name is Frazzle. That's part of the story, and I don't want to spoil the rest. That's next.
Times have changed, but some things remain timeless. Hard work, perseverance, unwavering dedication. From sun up to sundown, our passion fuels us to drive further and push harder. We do it for the horses, for our families, and for the sport we all love. For well over a century, we've committed to doing the usual, unusually well. Claiborne Farm, the tradition continues.
Just 1 year after expanding their global footprint to Kentucky in 2013, Liliana Soleri and Carlos Heller's Don Alberto purchased the dam of leading Eclipse candidate Arcangelo, who captured the Belmont and Travers Stakes against the best of his generation. This September at Keeneland, we are proud to offer 50 outstanding yearlings by the world's leading stallions, hailing from some of the best pedigrees in the stud book today. Don Alberto at Keeneland.
Trivia question of the day. What horse won 17 times on the Naira circuit? You're looking at him. So my friend, Lexi Marquis, was teaching my daughter how to jump. She says, I have the best horse for you. He's older, really big, but I think he'd be a really good fit for you. His name is Frazzle. I'm like, what a stupid name for a horse. She talked him up, would say things like, oh, when I was at the track, I used to gallop him, and I would go in his stall with him every morning, and he'd be laying down, and I would just jump on his back, and Frazzle, Frazzle, and I mean, and he just lay there. I was like, he could have killed me 1,000 times, and he did, and he was like, oh. In 2017, I turned 50 years old, and on my birthday, this guy arrived off the van and into my life. I mean, as a probation officer, I dealt with some pretty big guys, but not 17.2 hands big. Mr. Hot Shot here. I didn't know anything of his heroics. A guy at work said he used to bet on him. It became like a little bit exciting. Like, wow, I could have this somewhat famous horse. When I say somewhat, I mean, I guess he was really famous.
There goes Frazzle right there with the sudden move. Frazzle grabs the lead. Frazzle the winner, 3/4 of a length. Frazzle in a pitched battle here. Frazzle, career win number 20.
The 10-year-old did it again. Frazzle.
Frazzle, Frazzle.
Frazzle.
Frazzle. Frazzle, Frazzle.
We call him Frazzle because it fits his personality, but the correct pronunciation is Frazzle.
Frazzle back into 6 now as they come off the turn.
came out of the race perfect. But being that it was his 70th start, he was 11, knowing if we dropped him any farther, he probably would have definitely got claimed. And Lexi mentioned that she'd be willing to take him, and I knew that one would stay local and two would be in really good hands.
When they run that long and being the size that he is, you know, you always think about longevity, what's going to be best for him. Jen did a lot of dressage, and her daughter did some combined training, and I thought it would be a good match for Frazzle. He has the absolute best care. I always know he's safe. I never have to worry. I can hear him.
I think the great horses in the Hall of Fame would have been proud of a horse like Frazzle. To see what he did as a hard competitor for 8 years, and a horse that every time he raced was loving his job, that was giving his all. And really, that's what you ask of a racehorse.
To win any kind of race at Naira is an accomplishment in itself, because everybody wants to be here. The best horses, best trainers, best jocks. You couldn't tell him he was 10. He was running like a 5-year-old.
Everybody loved him. He was the house pet. And I think he was good to everybody that he was around.
And he was very lucky. He had a lot of very good people that looked out for him all along his long journey of racing. And that's just what I'm so proud of Jen for doing, because you want them to have a nice retirement and be repurposed in a great way.
He won going short. He won going long. He won in winter, spring, summer, and fall.
Do you notice Frazzle likes the camera? He liked it 17 times on the Naira circuit.
So it's Frazzle. I've been saying Frazzle for I don't know how long. It's so much fun seeing these horses, these familiar horses that won time and time again in what they're doing in their post-racing career.
I love that feature. It's fantastic. And you see how much fun Frazzle, although I call him Frazzle as well because I'm a little frazzled at the end of this meet. He's in water. He's, going through leaves, going out trail riding, jumping. That's fantastic. And so many of these horses are so good and enjoy second careers. And for people that don't know, Frazzle is soft ice. That is formed in turbulent water. It's too turbulent for it to actually freeze solid.
So we've learned the pronunciation. We've learned what it means. Maggie Wolfendale, a 19-time winner on the Naira circuit in 17.2 hands. It's massive, is Frazzle.
Lafitte, he'll always be Frazzle to me because actually when I first started working up here in New York at Naira, I galloped for Linda Rice. She was the original trainer of Frazzle, and he was in the barn, and he was such a beast. I remember Lexi galloping him. I became good friends with Lexi, too, and he was just such a special horse because he always was so imposing when he came into the paddock, and certainly one that you thought, well, he might want to run like a mile and a half. No, he was pretty darn quick as well, and won most of those races sprinting on the main track, little turf form thrown in there, too. But it really goes to show, and he's a perfect shining example of what Jen, his now owner, has been able to do with them. And I've always been the biggest proponent of war horses, of those horses who have made so many starts throughout their career that they're honestly the best ones to take into second careers because they're smart, they have self-preservation, and they're just so accustomed to so many things. So I really like that story, and he's just a shining example of what these horses can go on and do after their racing days are done. Lafitte?
Frazzle, yeah, war horse indeed. And can you lend perspective to just how big that is? 17.2 hands?
A hand is 4 inches. So being 17 and a half hands, 70 inches to the point of the withers, not where his head is, to where his withers is. So he's 2 inches shy of 6 foot at his withers. That's massive.
Massive. And Maggie here as we watch Sorority Prank acting up a little bit, and not unexpected. Looking at New York bred 2-year-olds. What are you seeing in the paddock?
Yeah, taking a look at Sorority Prank here, Lafitte, a horse that sold for $75,000 after working 10-1 at the April sale. He has a lot of turf pedigree, honestly. The dam half to a stakes winner and on the turf, I should say, and watching that OBS sales workout, he kind of moved more like a turf horse. But to be fair, watching his works here on XBTV, he broke well inside of an unraced workmate, and he was going much better than him throughout. And then going back, he worked with a 3-year-old maiden claimer, and again, a horse older than him, and still going better than that horse. So working really well in here for trainer Mark Hennig. I just can't get over the fact that there's a little bit more turf pedigree, and he certainly moved like one, but obviously working well enough on the dirt. And he looks 90% fit here in the paddock. He's been professional throughout, so we'll see what we get from him as we'll move on to Solo's Fury, number 6 in here for Jeremiah Engelhardt. He gives me the impression that he'll be quick. He's built that way. He's got a hind end that's just like a solid cinder block, that it's just square and it's just solid as you can imagine for a young horse to be behind the saddle, and he's just kind of rounded out throughout. Now, watching his Fasig-Tipton Timonium sales workout, he worked 10-1, which is incredibly quick there at Timonium, and he was not asked much for it, and he just looks very quick, very rapid, and I like what I'm seeing from him. He might just be able to speed pop this field and run away with it. As we'll check in with your current favorite, that's number 9, Wise Cracker, son of Practical Joke. Clever naming, Mr. and Mrs. Broman. And this one, you have to go back a generation, but the second dam is Seeking the Ante, who is a graded stakes winning New York bred going long. And also the dam here, G-Note, half-2 New York bred stakes winner Mineralogist. The family says a little bit more distance is preferable. Now he is by Practical Joke, but he looks like he might want to go longer. He's really well prepared. Honestly, usually Linda's horses look as though they need to start from the fitness perspective of things. He's very fit, and he's beautifully put together. Lafitte, my only drawback with a horse that is a short price right now is he going to be quick enough here to get the job done at 6 furlongs? But as I always say, if they're good, they can win at any distance first time out.
2 sharp 3/4 of a mile. We're about to find out. Riders up. Jose Ortiz. Chester Broman is here, who bred Wise Cracker. We'll see what he does in his debut. That's next.
Flightline is in full flight. Flightline turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control.
And Flightline takes off! Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear. World-class racehorse, world-class performance, and a world championship event.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Consistently versatile with 25 Grade 1 winners on every surface from 6 furlongs to 1 1/4 miles all over the world.
Switzerland in the Dubai Golden Shaheen. Switzerland wins.
Churls Fight running on. Mason in front. Churls Fight on the outside. At the wire. Photo for the win.
Prince of Monaco's too good. An impressive winner of the best pal.
All purpose, all places, all power. Spicetown.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
The Hall of Fame right across the street from Saratoga Race Course. Closing day coverage. Saratoga Live is always brought to you in part by Naira Bets, but any track, anywhere, anytime, visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Fame, silks, colors of some of the greats that have raced here at Saratoga. Who will be next? Where we have New York bred 2-year-olds. 6 furlong sprint field with updated odds. Number 6, Solo's Fury, current 2-1 favorite. Post parade, Sorority Prank, Windy Lee Farm, first-time starter.
Yeah, it does have a couple of nice works. Seems like some quick works. You'll need them from that inside post.
Smile takes charge, debuting homebred.
The mare won on debut. She has produced 2 winners, albeit at a lower level. Horse Pretty Green with the pony.
On his toes. And then As You Chase Me, currently 10-1 Junior Alvarado.
Yeah, there was a couple of siblings that had some early speed. 10-1, I would call that bet.
Diane's retiring. World of Trouble debuting gelding.
Yeah, mare did produce 1 winner from 1 starter, albeit at a lower level also.
Bon Chance at 12-1 pictured. Looks good.
Yeah, worked on the turf a couple of works back. I think they're trying to figure this one out.
And the favorite, 2-1, Solo's Fury.
Jeremiah Englehart putting Hall of Famer Johnny Velasquez, a horse that's been working with a winner and working well.
Arco Augusta and Katie Davis.
Yeah, the workout report did not like the last work on the dirt.
Winwood, Ron Lombardi, first time starting homebred.
Yeah, half to Mr. Fantasy and a couple of winners breezing at Monmouth ships up here for this.
Wisecracker, Linda Rice, 1 win shy of Chad Brown.
Yeah, a half to Hijazi, who was extremely fast early. So we'll see if Wisecracker has that same speed.
Nippy Fitz, Twin Oak Bloodstock, first time starter.
Yeah, mare was a stakes winner, also won on debut, so there is some precocity there and has produced 1 winner.
2-year-olds, these New York breds, and time for the Pick 6 closing day mandatory payout. JK, great opportunity.
It's a nice little big pool, too. 424 so far. A couple minutes to post. Like to think that'll get up over 500,000.
How many would you use in here? Who would you use in here to feel comfortable?
You know, the 1 and the 6, the 1 Sorority Prank, who drawn on the inside, the 6 Solo's Fury, who back on July 27th worked with Unicorn Cake that won first out for Jeremiah Englehart. So the fact that they worked together, I think, says a lot. And then I guess the 9 Wisecrackers taking some money, who's got some nice siblings with some speed.
Several fresh faces, first-time starters, Maggie included. Winwood with Tyler Gaffleone.
Yeah, this is truly a guessing game type of race, Lafitte, where we have no previous experience with any of the runners. And as you mentioned, number 8 in here, Winwood, maybe a little bit chilly on the board. Given, these connections, we've seen Carlos David come in here and be successful for his first time having horses at Saratoga, despite this one being prepared at Monmouth. And he does look quick, to give him credit. And the damn West Virginia Mountain Mama, she produced a horse cleverly named Morgantown, who I remember running around these parts and being very quick. And that's exactly what this guy is telling me physically. And I love the way he's warming up. Tyler Gaffleone has him in a lovely frame. He's really accepting the bit. There's some slack and give in those reins, and that's exactly how you want a horse to be. Tyler doesn't have his head cranked to his chest, and I just feel like this horse has been well prepared and could show some speed. So as we'll move on to one that's a big price, as JK said, maybe not working quite as well on the dirt. Arco Augusta, there is more turf on the bottom side, but enticed. A freshman sire has gotten off to a good start with his progeny, winning with 5 of the 27 2-year-old first-time starters, and they have been predominantly more dirt sprinters. I just figured I'd mention this guy because he's big and powerful looking and a little bit more physically mature than some of his counterparts. Now, that is not a good comparison being next to the 9, because the 9's about one of the biggest 2-year-olds I've seen here at the meet. But again, I think this guy might be able to outrun his odds a little bit here, though we'll wait and see if this is actually his preferred surface. He might want the green. Lafitte?
Looking like Frazzle out there. Some big 2-year-olds. Number 3, As You Chase Me, by Sharp Azteca, 10-1 Richie. And Sharp Azteca, who last year was a freshman sire, and the work that he did, the productivity with 2-year-olds, off the real solid.
Yeah, very, very good young sire, Sharp Azteca, being by Freud, who has been a prolific sire in the state of New York. What I find interesting is the mare, Girl About Town, and this is a Chester and Mary Broman bred horse that was sold at the Phasic Tipton 2-year-old and training sale at Demonium. Mare's had 4 foals to race, 3 first-out winners. So there's precocity there in the family. And then the 9, Wisecracker, owned and bred by Chester and Mary Broman. Seeking the Ante was the Grand Dam. It goes back to Anti-Spend, their foundation mare. And the fact that Mr. Broman showed up here at the races today with a horse taking money leads me to believe that Linda said, hey, Chester, I think this horse is pretty good.
Linda hoping this one's pretty good. One more win ties Chad Brown in the trainer standings. Final thoughts, JK?
You know, I'm going to go with the one on the inside, Sorority Prank, hoping this horse can break well. If they break well, I think he could be tough.
Moving into line, these New York bred 2-year-olds, all first-time starters. Crossing your fingers, hoping they behave well. All standing quietly. Frank Mirmati with the call. Time for the Pick 6 closing day here at Saratoga.
Thank you very much. Dylan Davis standing up next to Sorority Prank. And another jockey is off as well. Looks like that's John Velasquez. Several of these jockeys have climbed off of their mounts as we await the final part of this loading process. Here's Dylan Davis climbing back up. They're backing one out. And it's a significant back up because that's Solo's Fury, who is the 2-to-1 favorite in the late stages of wagering. Solo's Fury walking back in. The other jockeys have gotten back aboard, so we'll just wait for Johnny V to climb aboard. And then Nippy Fitz following Wisecracker into the gate. Also, we have Bon Chance in the pink colors of the Flying P stable. He goes in. And here's Nippy Fitz taking up his position. Just a little hesitant. Slight favoritism shift to Wisecracker, who's 2-to-1, as is Solo's Fury. A little more on Wisecracker late. They're in the gate. And they're off. Bon Chance, Winwood is out very quickly as well, and it's Winwood up to take the early lead. Down at the rail, here's Sorority Prank, and these two are now head and head as Wisecracker takes third, Bon Chance now fourth. Then comes Solo's Fury, who's hard-ridden fifth, trying to get closer 5 lengths off the battle. Arco Augusta, orange colors in the clear. It's a length and a half back to Nippy Fitz, who races on the outside of Diane's Retiring. At the back of the field, Smile takes charge. And As You Chase Me, 22-3 for the opening quarter. And it's Sorority Prank, but here comes Wisecracker. And Wisecracker looming boldly up alongside, and the same can be said for Solo's Fury. So both favorites firing big shots with a 1/4 mile to go. Wisecracker, Solo's Fury on the outside, and Sorority Prank is fighting gamely along the rail. 3 of them line up with a furlong left to go. Bon Chance angles out in the pink silks, and also Diane's Retiring finishing with interest, and Arco Augusta driving finish. Bon Chance with the momentum takes over, pulls away, and overwhelms the competition. Bon Chance by almost 5 lengths. Solo's Fury, Sorority Prank, then a photo between Arco Augusta and Diane's Retiring.
Those hot pink Flying Peak colors for co-owner trainer Bruce Levine, like it was shot out of a cannon late. Bon Chance from off the pace from Ricardo Santana in the 6th at Saratoga to kick off the closing day Pick 6 sequence.
Bruce Levine, a trainer that doesn't get enough credit for how well he can prepare a 2-year-old first-time starter. And this horse took kickback, did everything professionally, finished well. Congratulations to Jay Provenzano, Flying P Stable, and Bruce Levine. This was a horse that was purchased last fall. They have a New York bred sale up here in October, the phasing tip and sale down the street. Last fall, this horse was bought as a yearling up here. Comes here and reports home a punctual winner first time out.
14-1, Jonathan.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great way to start this Pick 6. And, you know, I think there's a lot of wide open races a majority of the way. This thing could be pretty nice, especially with such a big pool on closing day. You know, this horse ran well. I was a little bit confused about the turf work 2 back. If you work a horse as a 2-year-old on the turf after you've been working on the dirt, it's almost like you're kind of trying to figure something out. Maybe you haven't seen what you wanted to see on the dirt. And they really threw me off here. This horse ran extremely well on the dirt.
Knowing Bruce Levine as well as I did, that was probably his intention, was to throw everybody off the scent by working this horse on the turf.
As that price soars at 14-1. How about the effort from Solo's Fury, who was acting up at the gate with Johnny Velasquez, and still, despite all that, goes out there in a bang-up second-place finish.
Yeah, real nice effort from this horse, as well as the third-place finisher, Sorority Prank, who was the last horse hanging around after dueling on the pace from that inside post. I think you can elevate both the runner-up and the third-place finisher off of these efforts.
Jonathan, with Wisecracker, you get, first of all, you look twice the size as everyone out there, as Maggie referenced, for Linda Rice, who loomed up into contention, looked like he was going to be a major factor late and just tired when it mattered most.
I can't wait to bet this horse at a one-turn mile. You know, just being able to kind of reach out there and run a little bit.
5, 6, 1, 4. That's going to wrap things up for us here on closing day. A pleasure as always, gentlemen, and a pleasure working with both of you again here at Saratoga.
I'm going to Shake Shack.
If he's not here, it's Shake Shack. It's automatic. You want an autograph, that's where you can find him. For Jonathan Kitchen, Richie Migliore, pleasure, my friend. For the entire cast and crew, that they do continue because the racing continues. Still have the hopeful coming up this evening. Greg Wolf and the crew standing by as Bon Chance rolls at a price in his debut.
Respect the law. He's earned it. A Grade 1 winning juvenile.
'Tis the law, pops the cork in the champagne.
A classic winning 3-year-old.
'Tis the law is gonna win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
5 triple-digit buyers.
Respect the law, 'tis the law.
The best son of Red Hot Sire Constitution.
He's left the others behind. He's gonna win the Run Happy Travers.
'Tis the law.
The best bet for your dollar is Massachusetts Thoroughbred Breeding Program.
I honestly believe it's the best program in the country, and it's probably the best kept secret.
The incentives in this program are awarded to any mass bred running anywhere in the country. Bonuses for owners, breeders, developers, stallion owners. You get those percentages no matter where that horse is running.
This is a great program. Everything about it.
Welcome back. You're watching Saratoga Live here on FS2, closing day, Labor Day, here in beautiful Saratoga Springs, as we just saw a bit of an upset as Bon Chance gets the job done at first, asking Flying P. J. Provenzano. He's not here. Put the horse right in the winner's circle, but pleased to be joined by his trainer, Bruce Levine. And Bruce, what a professional effort first time out. He was a little bit naughty in the prelims, but he put it all together in the race.
Yeah, no, he ran like a professional. You know, he checked, he took dirt, he looked like he was going to split horses top of the stretch, kind of closed a little bit. He swung them out and run them down pretty nice. Big effort. First time out, big effort.
Now, he's a gelding. When a horse shows up as a 2-year-old that is a gelding, usually they've shown some, you know, not so desirable attributes.
Greg Martin thought it was a good idea, geld him on the farm. He broke him, did a great job. He come in, he really was high on this horse the whole time. And we thought he might be grass. We worked him on a grass, and I said no. And then when he come off the grass, his next work, and ever since then he's been really good. Just changed him around a little bit.
Well, Bruce, congratulations here. Nice little upset win.
Thank you very much.
All right, bon chance. So much fun to say as he gets the job done and returns quite a nice price here. Donning the Flying P bright pink silks, 14-1, returning 31-20 over Solo's Fury and Sorority Prank. As we will be back after a short break here on Saratoga Live, and we will welcome in a new cast and crew on the set and also kick out the late pick 5 mandatory payout. Stay tuned. You're watching Saratoga Live.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants. He'll win by 6 in the end.
It is Drain the Clock who will bound home the winner in the Bay Short. Drain the Clock, Jackie's Warrior, a terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to Drain the Clock by a head.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence, whether you use handicapping insights like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
Harris Farms, proudly standing Smiling Tiger, a triple Grade 1 winner, defeating Breeders' Cup champions Dancing in Silks and Amazombie, a leading California sire with over $9.7 million in progeny earnings, with 94 winners in 2021 and graded stakes superstars like Spice Perfection.
Spice Perfection wins the Grade 1 La Brea.
And Tiger Dad. Smiling Tiger, a leading California sire, standing at Harris Farms. It pays to be Cal-bred.
She's all the talk. I bet 5 million, three in the ring, 3 in the ring, 2 here in the ring, 3. We're 5 million, 2, 5 million, 3. On his seat now, 5 million, 2, 3, 4. Go ahead, he's 4 million, 5, 4 million, 4 million, 5. Oh my, 4 million, 4. I got 5 million, 5, 5 million, 6. Ready, 6, all through. Well, thank you what you did do. 5 million, 5, and in the back, 5,500,000. And good luck.
If you're looking for winners, a program is an essential tool, but it can only tell you so much. When you're at the track, take full advantage of the paddock to try to find a horse who's ready to win. Here are 4 things to look for in the paddock. Number 1, watch the horse as it walks in. Observe how they carry themselves, looking for fluid, smooth movements, a walk that's almost cat-like. Number 2, look for a well-muscled and fit appearance with a shiny coat, bright eyes, and ears that are perked up that are saying, I'm paying attention. Number 3, notice how the horse interacts with its handler. A horse that's responsive, obedient, attentive to their groom, that's a good indication of good training and discipline. Number 4, take note of any excessive sweating or lather on the horse's coat. While some sweating is normal due to excitement or heat, sweating in excess could be a sign they're expending too much energy before they really need it in a race. Getting eyes on a horse provides valuable visual clues that can help inform betting decisions, so incorporate it with your handicapping. For more race day insights, go to americasbestracing.net.
Welcome to continuing coverage of closing day at the premier meet in the country. Good to have you with us on our FS2 coverage. Last chance for all these fans to jam into those picnic tables, take in the action, and enjoy summer here at Saratoga. I'm Greg Wolf. Great to be with you for the final day of the meet here. It has gone way too fast. Hopeful, traditionally, closing day feature for 2-year-olds is well named. Horses that have hopes of becoming potentially Kentucky Derby or Classic winners next year. Very deep group assembled for this year, and a big change in this race as well. Morning line favorite Muth for Bob Baffert comes out of the race, and with that, we take a look at an adjusted morning line here. With that happening, Timberlake for Brad Cox becomes your 5-2 now morning line favorite. Here with me to talk us through all the action, Hall of Fame jockey Gary Stevens, 4-time Major League All-Star Paula Duca, New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling. Gary, Timberlake for Brad Cox. He added blinkers in his second start, and he showed much improved speed, and he looked very good.
Yeah, he was completely different. He was pressured early on the first part of the race, and he got the lead, opened up. When he turned into the stretch, just blasted off. And, man, what a performance it was, Paulie.
It was first time blinkers, and reportedly in the morning the horse has been working unbelievable. But now you run into a giant field. No pun intended, a giant scratch with the Bob Baffert runner, and Muse was probably going to be your favorite, but Timberlake was going to take a lot of money, and I think now, Andy, I would think Timberlake's going to end up being your favorite for sure. I would think
very possible. We'll see how much money BU takes. A very competitive field. One thing to say about Timberlake's win, and a lot has been made, and correctly so, of a speed bias, an inside speed bias at Ellisburg in the meet. Judging by the dirt races run that day at Ellis, that was not a day where speed was any kind of an advantage, which I think makes his performance, Greg, look a lot more impressive. And also, can we give a shout out to our morning line maker, David Aragona, for updating this line after they scratched the favorite and giving us his thoughts on an accurate line after the scratch.
He's done a tremendous job all meet long. Meanwhile, Todd Pletcher with BU, who just missed against Just Steele for D. Wayne Lucas, so student teacher will go at it again here. It was Just Steele just prevailing to break his maiden.
Yeah, and Steele he actually got headed right in here. It looked like BU was on his way to victory, and he fought back. I talked to Coach this morning. I said, Wayne, can you win from the one hole? He giggled a little bit, and he says he's going to have to be good to do it. He says, I like where BU is positioned in the gate out in the 10 hole. But they put on a show that day, and expect them to improve again today.
And it's also a polar difference, right? Because last time Just Steele drew the outside post, and BU drew the inside. I talked to Wayne about the same thing yesterday, but he has two talented horses there. That was a very fast race, and it certainly was flattered by the 96 Beyer powerful performance, the fastest Beyer speed figure of any 2-year-old the entire meet when Locke broke his maiden just the other day.
Here's what's still to come on the closing day of the meet presented by Claiborne Farm. Races 7 through 11, so a mandatory payout in the late pick 5, being the last of the meet here. $136,000 maiden special weight in that ninth, and the hopeful that we just previewed, that Grade 1 traditional closing day feature, will go as race 10 on this 11 race card here on Labor Day. Look at the 7th race that will kick off this late pick 5, and it begins on the inner turf at a mile and 16th. New York Bred's first allowance condition over the inner turf rail is out 9 feet, and the favorite right now, Overacting, just one start for this 3-year-old filly from Chad Brown's barn. That came at Saratoga earlier in the meet in a state bred maiden special. Not a figure that makes you think this is some sort of standout, though.
No, and maybe this horse is a good horse to use as an analogy to the Linda Rice-Chad Brown battle here. This horse opened a big lead on the race in the field early, looked like an easy winner. Well, Chad Brown looked like an easy winner yesterday when he opened up a 5-win lead, and now it's 1. And much like Overacting last time, he's holding on for dear life. We'll see if, like Overacting, he can actually do that.
I don't think I've ever seen a Chad Brown horse kind of run off, but kind of not. You know, this horse opened up 7-8 lengths on the backstretch, Gary. You just don't see Chad Brown's horses do it. But no. Javier Castellano kind of gathered him a little bit enough to have enough. I thought this was impressive because most times when first-time starters do this, they empty out. He's emptying out. She's emptying out a little bit, but she held on. The wire came in time.
Yeah, when she felt the pressure, she looked like she was really staggering. And then when this 6 horse got up where she could hear, she kind of dug back in again. But looked like she was getting exhausted. I actually liked that she was able to hold on the way she looked at the inside the 16th pole.
I agree.
So here is what's left for these two battling out for this training title. A win here for Chad Brown would secure at least a share of the training title, with Linda Rice having just 2 chances left, and she will have probably the favorite in that 11th race to close things out, Lieutenant Mitchell.
And there is no truth to the rumor that fake celebrity was named for me. I'm just getting that right out of the way early.
Thank you for clarifying. We were all wondering.
Been some talk.
Yeah.
There's Chad Brown.
Now, if Klarovich owned the horse, it'd be possible.
He's won the last 2 training titles here, 4 of the last 5, seeking his 6th overall here at Saratoga, and in good position to do it.
Yeah, and when you look at this race, okay, he did run off, right? and I'm sure that Chad did not want that to happen. But, you know, he has the horse in here with Spooky Lady, the 3, that might cut the fractions here, and the 7 might lay in a better spot.
You know, if Ruben Silvera wasn't on Spooky Lady, I'd think that maybe Overacting would be in front. But Ruben Silvera, not a man known to be taking back potential speeds.
Yeah. Help us out. Who looks the best? We start the late pick 5 here. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale.
Thanks, Greg. And we'll check in with the horse who broke her maiden at first asking in quite dramatic fashion as overacting, she was doing just that in all the preliminaries. Back in the paddock, she was sharp, and then she got even more rambunctious as they approached the gate and actually kind of unseating and just causing mayhem, being the last horse in on a day. It started to rain, and Javier Castellanos, when the gates opened, said, oh well, just let her roll. And let her roll he did, and he had enough left in the tank to get the job done. Total different demeanor today. Quiet, really calm. Now, is that experience, or is it her not really going to fire her, meaning she's not going to fire her best shot? I don't know. She's a good-looking type. It's kind of hard to make conclusions and concrete decisions based upon a horse just with one start to the next. But she's definitely fitter, she's definitely tighter, she fits well with this group facing winners for the first time. Now, number 6, Smoky Eyes, to her inside. She, in her last race in that Susie O'Kane, she broke forwardly, she saved ground, but the pace kind of came apart that day, and she was the first one to make the move into it. I've always been a bit of a fan of her. She's one that can get a little edgy, but so far so good here in the paddock from what I'm seeing with her. She looks fit, she looks strong, as Christophe Clement and his team look for another win on this card, Greg.
Maggie, thank you. That man right there started as hot as maybe anyone ever has at this meet. He's led gate to wire in the jockey standings presented by Ganesway. So Ortiz Jr. already a personal best with 62 victories. His previous personal best back in 2020 when he won 59. Looking for a 4th, well, he's already wrapped it up. 5th Saratoga riding title, and he's still carry a lot of years ahead of him.
Yeah, he received the Angel Cordero riding trophy here earlier, a couple races back, and it's pretty cool to see. You said he started off the meet hot. Well, he never slowed down. He stayed hot through this whole meet. The only time we didn't see him is when he sat out and served his 3-day suspension, and when he came back, he let right back on fire again.
He's just a flat-out good rider, and I think sometimes I'd love to do like a maybe we should do something in the show. Great rides by riders in races they lost, because I honestly think some of the best rides you see from riders are races they lose, and a lot of times they win races because they're good riders, but they're also riding the best horses. But sometimes they get the 5th best horse to finish 2nd or 3rd.
That's right, and I mean, you know in your mind sometimes when you've ridden a good race and you just not able to get there, but you've made all the right moves during the race, and horse just not good enough, and that doesn't make you feel bad.
Yeah, I was talking to Irad yesterday after the last race, and he was like, man, he's not going to be nice. I said, Irad, you gave that horse a great ride. He's just not good enough.
Well, here's maybe one who could spring an upset in this race. Sal's Dream Girl. Danny Gargan and Jose Lezcano will be aboard. Paul, you picked this one. What'd you like about her?
Well, you know, in her last race, the beginning of that race, the horse broke out, got squeezed out of the gate, and then a horse kind of lugged out, and this horse got thrown out in the 5 path. It was nothing to Louis Saez's fault. The horse just got lugged out by another horse, and the race was over. While Waterville got a crafty ride by Flavian Pratt, who hugged the rail most of the way.
I just think it's worth mentioning, I'm not disagreeing with what you said, but the other horse had trouble, and there's the one right inside of her, Snowy Evening, because she got stayed out before that trouble happened.
Yeah. There was
Both
a
horses
ton of
were
chaos
bothered
on the turn in that race. But I will say this, Waterville came running. But then the next time Waterville ran, she got left again. She needs to get out of the gate. The gate's been her problem. Flavian gets along with her, or at least got along with her 2 back. They put blinkers on, I think, to maybe wake her up out of the gate, and it didn't work.
They actually put blinkers on her, yeah, last time, and it didn't help any.
Here is the 2, Sweetest Princess. Double-digit odds right now, just claimed by James Farrar. It's going to be Kendrick Carmouche aboard at 11:01.
I don't mind that Jimmy claims this horse at all from George Weaver, because it's going to make her a better price. Now, there's no question that things fell apart 2 back. But she ran well enough in the off-the-turf race to suggest that maybe that was an aberrant effort. If you go back to her races 2 and 3 back, those were races where she had real trips in those races, steadied, wide, out of position. And I think they're good enough to be a real contender in here, and more importantly, she's a big price. So for me, as a handicapper in a race that I thought was extremely wide open, and as you say, trips are going to matter a lot, why shouldn't I take her at a big price instead of taking horses that I definitely think can win, but are much shorter prices?
So 10-1, Sweetest Princess. There's Kendrick ready to get a leg up. Meanwhile, looking for Waterville, and there's Waterville in the background for Christophe Clement.
Yeah,
trying to take a big move forward. She needs pace set up. Is she going to get it today, Gary?
I think so. Well, what I'm going off, that was my pick, and the reason I did, Christophe Clement had a heck of a meet. Goes back to Flavien Prat today. She's probably got the best finish in this race of finishing times. And if she finds somewhere to go, she's going to have to work out a trip. But Flavien worked out a trip on her 2 back, and I'm hoping he does again today.
Listen, she obviously can win this race, and she's talented enough to win. The problem is, when you see horses that are short prices for trainers like Christophe Clement, with 1 win in 10 starts and 5 seconds and thirds, it's not Clement. It's not the rider, because she's gotten some great rides in her career. She's just a horse that's a little bit camera shy, as they say.
Well, her 1 win was via disqualification.
Never finished first.
So
right.
she has never finished first. But I will say this. Her best races have been here at Saratoga by far.
And I thought either of the last 2 races are good enough to beat anybody in this field. Yeah. We'll see how it plays out. It's going to come from far out of it. You play all the action, including this mandatory payout, pick 5, last of the meet, by getting sign up with Naira Bets. Promo code for new members, spot 200. Get that deposit match sign up of $200 right there at NairaBets.com. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including now just 5 minutes to post. This late pick 5 coming up. There's Flavien Prat. He will be on Waterville here coming up for the Clement Barn. And just a sensational rider here that's added even more depth to Gary, already the best riding colony in the game.
Absolutely. He makes very, very few mistakes out there. He's a thinking man's rider. He can finish on one. He can be aggressive leaving there. He's got all the tools.
And he's on a pretty good one, too, who's now a major player. We're going to talk about later in the show, I know, who won that Pacific Classic against older horses, Arabian Night.
I don't. There are a lot of great riders here. Flavien Prat's about as well-rounded a rider as I've ever seen. It just doesn't seem like he does anything badly. He does everything well.
He has no holes in him whatsoever, no flaws.
Beautiful spot to catch all the action right above the paddock. That was installed at Treehouse just a few years ago. And here we go with our post parade. 44-1. Shoop, there it is.
And Raylu Gutierrez looking for his first win of the meet, albeit in a very limited number of starters, mostly at big prices.
10-1 Sweetest Princess. Here's the one Andy was talking about with Kendra Carmouche.
Yeah, 1 for 11 lifetime. And Jimmy Ferrero did cause a huge upset on the turf the other day.
Likely the speed of the field here, Spooky Lady.
Yeah, I would have thought overacting maybe in a normal situation could get in front of her, but you want to have the lead. You want Ruben Silvera on your horse, win or lose, because he goes.
John Velasquez for David Donk on Snowy Evening.
I know David Donk's having a rough meet, but this is a filly that does have an outside look from way off the pace.
Whose woods these are?
Sal's Dream Girl faced Waterville last time out with a tough trip.
Paulie likes this horse more than I do, but I agree. She's got plenty of figs that make her good enough to win this race.
Clement with smoky eyes. Around Ortiz Jr. looking for his first win of this closing day card.
You know, I think they've been tinkering with this horse's running style. I wonder if she wants to go to the front end. I think Irad rated her last time. I'm wondering this time if they send.
Here's overacting. Javier Castellano for Chad Brown.
You know, this horse is 1 for 1, obviously can win. But, Greg, I think you'll agree. 5-2 on this horse. I mean, there are a lot of horses as fast, if not faster.
Needs to move up a lot, but can do it.
Has a lot of room to move
start
up.
Number
So
2.
first, second start, but still, that's too short a price.
Saratoga Chrome, 21-1.
I mean, at 21-1, this horse did win from the 12 hole when breaking his maiden here at Saratoga, so she's a pretty good price.
And was unfairly DQ'd.
First starts since February at Gulfstream for the 9 Crimson Princess.
She would have to get better. Maybe she will.
Here's Pratt on Waterville for Clement.
Yeah, the ride he gave this horse 2 back was amazing. He saved ground. Now they put blinkers on her. Maybe she'll get a little bit better with Flavien back aboard.
Jose Gomez on Joey Big Nose at 41-1.
I don't think she's good enough to win, but I'll tell you something. She's better than she looks on paper. And at that price, she's the kind of horse I'd want in my super somewhere.
Coming out of a stakes race, too, at a big number. Tyler Gaffleone at 35-1 on the outside.
Yeah, she's cold as ice. Isn't there another one called She's Cold as Ice but spelled different?
I thought you were going to break into the song,
I
Paulie.
think there is, actually.
Right?
Come on, Paulie. Give us a few bars.
This is a horse that didn't run that bad at two back, but then ran into Ichiban and April Antics. I still can't believe April Antics lost that race, but then Ichiban came back and crushed in his next start.
Can we make a pitch to get Foreigner to play its back next year?
It might not take that much, Greg.
Maybe if this filly wins.
Maybe at the Wolf House.
It is. There's another horse called She's with Shezz with K as ice. Yeah.
Did you go to Guns N' Roses the other night, Paulie? Tell the truth. We're all friends here.
No, I did not, actually.
Really?
No, I didn't.
You ever see him?
Yes, I saw him a long time ago.
Me too.
Yeah.
I wish I was there.
Saw him in 91 at the Garden.
Minute to Post. They played just a few nights ago, and a couple members of their band presented the trophy and the nightcap here at the races. Pick 5 pool, by the way. Over $1 million for this final day of the meet.
$1 million.
Yeah. I mean, listen, if you had Bone Chance in the last race, the Bruce Levine runner, who had been working okay in the morning, at 15-1, you're on your way.
Is it worth pointing out that we were offering a $3 million bonus on Naira Bets if you hit the late pick 5 yesterday as the only winner, and there was a horse live.
And the guy didn't play it through Naira Bets.
Didn't play through Naira Bets. Person may never have gotten a good night's sleep the rest of their life.
Let's head back to Maggie.
You guys really disappointed me not breaking into song there. I mean, I feel like the time's passed. I would have done it, but, you know, we'll get into some horses as we'll talk about Saratoga Chrome. I think it's interesting, Bruce Brown taking over training with this filly and Joelle Rosario climbing aboard, as she's one that can get really wound up prior to her starts. I mean, she caused a whole kerfuffle at the gate once upon a time because she was rearing up. She broke through the gate. She broke her bridle. Anyway, today, relative to a lot of the other times I see her, she's pretty settled for her. And I feel like that might be a good thing as she gets back to her preferred surface. And as you guys said, she might be quite dirtied up and still has a race in her. That could be effective, and that could be that could win here. So I like what I'm seeing from Saratoga Chrome, in which I usually don't. As we'll move on to a big bomb on the rail, and number 1, Shoop, there it is, with Raylu Gutierrez. You know, talking about speed, she might be fairly slow, but she's really wound up. She is really on the muscle from the paddock out onto the racetrack. And with that rail position, I think we will see her forwardly placed in here. Now, as far as her trying the turf, she is by Carpe Diem, okay with this turf progeny. Half to Dancing Mischief, who never won on it, but has run effectively on it and run some fast figures as well. Kind of has the physical frame of a horse that could take to this surface, Greg.
Thank you, Maggie. $1.23 million and still growing. These final moments here as we load up for the final pick 5 of this meet. So a mandatory payout, even if someone only hits 2 out of 5, it will pay. We'll see what happens coming up. Begins here, mile and a 16th over the inner turf. New York Bred's first allowance condition. Do you want to add something?
2 out of 5, that's my move.
It's all of our moves. See if we can do better today. Good luck to everybody playing. 5-2 favorite overacting. Chad Brown, Javier Castellano, and Klarovich Stables. We send it upstairs to get us started in this pick 5 to Frank Miramati.
Thank you very much, Greg. The loading process so far so good for overacting, who was quite active before her debut. Went in nice and calmly today. Here's Crimson Princess, Snowy Evening taking up her spot. Waterville the Gray, they're loading pretty quickly. Here's Smoky Eyes, Sal's Dream Girl, Joey Big Nose, and the last one to load is, she's as cold as ice. They're in the gate. They're off. It was a little clean beginning, and then shortly afterward, Joey Big Nose had to take up slightly. Smoky Eyes is out very quickly. So is Spooky Lady with more natural speed as Sal's Dream Girl now takes second into the first turn. Overacting is just off the pace, moving up though, 3 wide. And now on the inside of horses comes Snoop. There it is. Smoky Eyes is now in the 5th spot, followed by She's As Cold As Ice. Then comes Snowy Evening. The opening quarter went in 24 seconds flat. Snowy Evening is about a length and a half in front of Waterville. Sweetest Princess is next, racing on the inside of Crimson Princess. Then it's a gap of 4, back to Saratoga Chrome and Joey Big Nose. 48 flat for the half mile, and Spooky Lady takes them past the half mile pole, leading a length and a half to Sal's Dream Girl in second. Overacting 3.5 off the pace in third. Smoky Eyes is just to her inside. They are followed by Snowy Evening. Snoop, there it is, losing ground. She's As Cold As Ice is 3 deep. Waterville is starting to move up. She's the gray on the far outside, orange cap. Passing rivals one by one as the field turns for home. Overacting on the outside, coming after the front-running Spooky Lady. And in behind them comes Snowy Evening. And now Smoky Eyes is finding her best stride. Waterville in the center of the race course. On the inside, Snowy Evening has come through to be on even terms with Overacting, and Waterville's trying to get them both. Waterville with those big gray strides. Photo finish. It's between Waterville and Snowy Evening. Just behind them, Overacting a close third, and Crimson Princess was on the scene late for 4th.
Waterville from off the pace, picking up the second win of her career. Flavien Prat for Christophe Clement.
He makes the difference. Listen, this horse, like Andy says, camera shy, but I said 2 back, he gave this horse such an unbelievable ride, and he's just got an unbelievable knack and timing for the line.
And he did a very good job of getting at least decent enough early position, being sort of mid-pack in here. And maybe that helped make the difference. Snowy Evening could not have gotten a better ride from John Velasquez, breaking between horses, coming through towards the inside and saving ground. Good trips and good rides. There's an argument the 7 was best in here. Having to chase a pace that ultimately collapsed. 3 wide every step of the way around the racetrack. The other horses were able to save more ground. She may have been best, but she didn't get it done.
Waterville 3-1. Big close, good effort from Snowy Evening as well. At 9-1 here. David Donk, last couple of days. Starting to heat up late here at the meet. 10-4, 7-9. Waterville, Flavien Prat, Clement, Waterville Lake Stables with your winner, 4-year-old filly by Kitten's Joy. You're in a thriller down the stretch and underway in the late pick 5 with a second choice on the board. Getting the victory here at 3-1. And there is Miguel Clement, important part of that operation. Getting hazed.
Jeremiah Engelhardt getting a little buzz bees there.
Oh, no, that just happened on national TV.
It did.
Miguel's going to get him back. Don't worry. 10-4, 7-9 finish. While the prices for you when we return, we'll set up the late pick 4 and we'll talk stakes victory for the Linda Rice Barn. What a meet she has had. Look back to earlier today in Pioneering Spirit. When we come back, stay with us. Much more coming up on the second half here of Saratoga Live on closing day.
They say breed the best and hope for the best.
Macoma broke well on the outside. And
but you don't expect to get speed like this.
It is Macoma, the one to catch. Macoma has a 5-length lead in this Grade 1 corner. Inside Macoma continues to battle on down at the rail. It is Macoma who's going to win the Met Mile.
Back with you on Saratoga Live on our FS2 coverage. Closing day at the premier meet in the country. It's Waterville to kick off the late pick 5. Flavien Prat for Christophe Clement, Waterville Lake Stables. And again, this horse usually produces that big late run, and this time it pays off, Gary.
She actually looked like she was going to hang again about midway through the stretch. I thought she was beat. I said, here she goes. Going to run second again. And Flavien's a good fit with her. He got her figured out the first time he rode her, and she got a clean trip.
Head to the winner's circle with Maggie.
Here with Flavien Prat, Waterville. Flavien, it feels like you have to get the right setup with her. Maybe the pace to come back just a bit, and all about timing.
Yeah, absolutely. No, she just needs pace. She obviously likes to come from behind, so as you said, the pace is really important for her.
Flavien, you recover quite quickly, going out, winning the Pacific Classic, and coming straight back here and riding at Saratoga. For a jockey, that's the life. How do you manage it?
Well, I mean, when you ride, that kind of horses, it's very fun, and it's something that I'm very grateful. It's physically demanding, but it's just such a pleasure to go there and ride some good horses and come back and do it again. So yeah, no, it's fun.
Flavien, last year you made the decision to move from California, stay here on the East Coast permanently for a chance at an Eclipse Award. Do you think this year you've certainly cemented yourself as a finalist?
I don't know. I mean, it's still early in the year. I think the main thing was to, move out here, riding with probably the best colony of riders in the country, and if not in the world, and just trying to get my, get some improvement in my riding skill. And that's what we try to do, and I think it's been a good year so far, though we try to keep going.
I mean, that's what makes you great, is that you are still learning and wanting to improve, because pretty darn good as is. Congratulations here with Waterville, and a great meet, too.
Thank you very much.
All right, Flavien Prat getting the job done here with Waterville. He just couldn't get the trotter home, though, Greg.
Snowy evening, overacting. Yeah, second and third there. Flavien Prat. I don't know how much more he has to learn. He's pretty darn good. By the way, second in the meet in earnings as well, to tell you he's been winning some of the major races here.
Well, he's a student of the game. I mean, when he says he wants to keep learning, and that's what you do in this game. It's my opinion that if you have one day where you don't learn something, you lost an opportunity.
And to Maggie's point, yeah, he wanted that charity win too when he got in the sulky across the street. He practiced for it very, very hard, even though he wound up coming short, but it was all for a good cause. One leg in to this late pick 5. We set up the late pick 4, 6 furlongs, New York bred, A other than, and win for gold. Andy, was that win for real last time out? That was a huge figure from this horse.
It was, but listen, he's a horse that's been very unlucky in a lot of races, been involved in very fast paces. I mean, his race 2 back, he ran remarkably to finish second when you consider how fast that pace was, and he finally found the right field to just sort of dominate on the front end. I'm a little against him today. I think he is the speed of the speed, and he'll probably run off, but I just thought this was a tougher, more competitive field than last time by a lot.
No matter what happens the rest of the day here, and Linda Rice may not end up winning this meet, she has been one of the great stories in sports, just with how dominant she's been, winning 4 consecutive meet titles, going to the wire here, trying to win a 5th, and collecting another win with Pioneering Spirit to give her 34 wins at the meet. 5 wins the last 6 starts for Pioneering Spirit.
So it's been a different horse ever since they've gelded him. It's just the bottom line. The last time he ran against some tougher horses on the yielding course. He got the trip of all trips. But like I said, he's changed since he's been in gelding, and he's been getting better and better.
And as far as Linda, she's probably going to lose to Chad Brown. Not in love with either of her 2 last horses. Doesn't mean they can't win. Chad's live in the next race. She's had an amazing meet. Even if she finished 3rd in the meet, she had an amazing meet. And it shouldn't come down to whether or not she wins the title. She's had a great meet.
Exactly. And the winning rider right there, Jose Lescano, he's had an excellent meet.
Yeah, I think you make a good point there, Gary, because we give all the accolades to IRAD, which are completely deserving. But leading this meet in ROI is Jose Lescano.
And before we
return on investment for everybody out there.
Andy's opinion, this is still wide open. She still has a very good chance to at least tie. She's going to have the favorite probably in the last. This is not over yet.
So we'll see what happens. No, I didn't say it was over. I just don't believe she's going to win it. But I don't even care at this point. I mean, I care to the extent of who wins the meet, I guess. But she's had a great meet, and I don't think it should be tracked for a meet if she doesn't finish first.
Week 8 stakes winners. Some big names on there that we're going to hear a lot more from. Bright Future throwing his name into the hat in this older horse division for Todd Pletcher. And let's go back to yesterday and the Grade 1 Spinaway and the showdown between Brightwork and Ways and Means.
Yeah, Ways and Means, she didn't get away real clean. And our winner, Brightwork, she broke sharp like she always does. And see Flavian right now, he's in tight amongst horses. And Ways and Means is kind of wanting to shy out a little bit. She's a little bit rank, and she bobbled right there. She clipped heels, lost some momentum, lost a lot of ground around the turn. But Bright Work, she just keeps winning, and she likes to fight. We've seen that. Looked like Ways and Mean might overcome it coming into the stretch, but she had a lot to overcome with the stumble and the wide trip. But you make your own trip with these good horses.
And you know, once just like Linda Rice, honestly, whether or not you feel that Ways and Means ran the best race, and I do feel she did, doesn't take anything away from the race Brightwork ran, and it doesn't take anything away from the race she ran that Adirondack. She right now is the leader of this division based on these 2 wins. Now, there's a lot of racing left to go this year, and she could easily not become the top 2-year-old filly in the country. But right now, I'm not sure she's not right up there on top and could be there at the end of the year.
You gotta love the progression. 4.5 furlongs to 5.5 to 6.5 to 7. Johnny's just done a really great job with this horse. And I'm with Andy. Listen, he takes nothing away. You can honestly say Ways and Means he proves me something. He proves me legit. Because sometimes when horses jog like that, you never know how they're going to come back first time out. I thought she showed a lot of grit after the adversity that she had. And she lost to a filly that's now 4 for 4. And that's what we kept on saying going into the race.
4 for 4 now with a Grade 1 with 2 graded stakes wins. Obviously, a lot more foundation there, both these two. We were looking forward to this showdown between these two. We got the matchup we wanted down the stretch, and now we're going to see the boys take their turn in the hopeful.
Yeah, and, you know, it's unbelievable field today. We're going to see a war with these 2-year-olds. It's so stacked. I can make a case for about every horse in there except for a couple. There's a couple of horses I don't think have a chance, but on paper, it's very difficult to see or give a honest. That's all we're going to give you is an opinion, because I'm not real confident.
So many, seem like they could take a huge step forward. We'll find out who does just that coming up in just a little bit. Right now, it's Win for Gold on your screen. 5-2 favorite here for the 8th. Big win last time out. Kinder Carmouche, Michelle Giangiulio, and that's Chad Brown's Asymmetric. Manny Franco, 9-1 right now on this horse, making the second start back off a short layoff. We'll be back with more Saratoga Live on our FS2 coverage right after this.
Eclipse Champion Blade, a proven sire with over 15% lifetime stakes horses. And in the sales ring, Blaine continues to prove his value.
Now 50, 550, 550,000. I'm at a period 85, 85, 485,000. Thank you.
310,000 upstairs. His stakes producing daughters include the dam of Eclipse Champion Forte.
Forte to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Blade, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Just 1 year after expanding their global footprint to Kentucky in 2013, Liliana Soleri and Carlos Heller's Don Alberto purchased the dam of leading Eclipse candidate Arcangelo, who captured the Belmont and Travers Stakes against the best of his generation. This September at Keeneland, we are proud to offer 50 outstanding yearlings by the world's leading stallions, hailing from some of the best pedigrees in the stud book today. Don Alberto at Keeneland.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome to McMahon Thoroughbreds. I'm Joe McMahon. This is my wife, Ann. We're the proprietors of the McMahon Thoroughbred Farm. We bought this place in 1971. This farm here was 88 acres back then. It's now over 800 acres.
McMahon Thoroughbreds is the birthplace of Funnyside, the winner of the 2003 Kentucky Derby and Preakness.
This area has become popular for horse farms because of its proximity to the Saratoga racetrack and the sales, to the extent that now we have 4 major horse farms right within a few miles of here. There's Mill Creek Farm, there's Rick Burke's Irish Hill Farm, there's Quest Royal North, as well as McMahon Thoroughbreds. Probably more importantly than those large farms, there's lots of mom and pop farms with 1 or 2 mares in the backyard. The area has really come into its own in the last 20 years.
I measure success by the quality of the New York breds that are now raised in New York State. With this fantastic breeding program, out-of-staters have been lured into the state, bringing better stock, better stallions.
Currently, we have a horse here called Central Banker. He's pretty successful. He's very popular. We're very blessed to have a good horse like that.
We're getting a much better product to race in New York.
For more information on the New York Thoroughbred Breeding and Development Fund, you can go to nybreds.com. And we have 2 in this race, bred, at least in part by McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds. This one right here, the 10, Always Charming. We'll have a Rat Ortiz Jr. for Bob Placeris. And the 6 as well, Be the Boss, bred by McMahon.
Great farm out near Saratoga Lake. Love the weeping willows as you sort of drive in. Central Banker's there. Salamini is there, and been a cornerstone of New York breeding for a long time. In fact, it's the farm where Funnyside was born.
How about that? Who now permanently on these grounds?
He's residing somewhere in the grounds. Have we found him yet?
Right in front of the 1863 club. As you head towards that exit right by Champions Way. Let's head to Maggie for more on the 8th.
Thanks, Greg. And we'll check in with the horse who is favored, and he will be playing Catch Me If You Can, and that is number 8, Win for Golden here. He is very fast, but last time he actually was content to sit second tracking a horse, and I had noticed how much more relaxed he was in all of the preliminaries here in the paddock, out on the racetrack, and then doing the winning interview with Michelle Giangiulio. She said that utilizing Claire Court with this guy has made such a difference in him not expending too much energy, not getting so nervous prior to his starts. And here today, it's the same. He's a lot more relaxed, a lot more subdued, and I think that's a good sign. And obviously Saratoga agreeing well with him as he was finally able to seal the deal after several narrow defeats in setting the pace. So he's posted well and favorably yet again, more towards the outside. Moving on to number 1, Asymmetric, who was entered as an MTO in the off the turf mile event off of a layoff. And for a Chad Brown horse, he just didn't look 100% fit coming back, nor did he look like a horse that wanted to go a mile. And it was kind of evident with the way he ran that this is just a bit too far for him. So cutting back to the 6 furlongs, getting back to a fast track too, having a tightener, it's led to a much more well-prepared horse at better conditions for him, too. Now, I do want to watch him and how he behaves on the warm-up because he seemed very agitated as well. He's kind of throwing his head up in the air and swishing his tail. He just did not seem happy going back to that effort here on August 18th. So do want to watch him and how he behaves out on the track. Is number 5, Newport Bridge. He was very revved up going into that off the turf race here last Saturday for Linda Rice. Now, he's probably a little overbet at the moment, I'd say. There's not too much to recommend on paper, at least from what I saw. But I will say he's with the pony today, and it seems to be keeping him a little bit more settled, possibly conserving a bit more of that energy. But I like the fact, too, that he has been laying closer in his last 2 efforts. Now, moving on to number 9, Callaloo, for Dave Donk. Boy, his last effort before going on the shelf at Aqueduct was very, very good. Now, he'll return going the 6 furlongs. He has had both of his wins going a mile, so you kind of get the impression that maybe Dave thinks he needs a start and to kind of get things going. I don't know. Physically, he looks okay going the 6 furlongs. He's grown. He's filled out. He was always a good-looking customer going back to his winter races at Aqueduct, but he comes in here with that, you know, just kind of robust physical frame and good energy. He's interesting coming in here off the bench. And what is a big price if he's able to run anything close to that last race, Greg?
Thanks, Maggie. We'll find out. David Donk, runner-up finish in the last race. I'll have the 9 Callaloo at 10-1. Here's one that was bred at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds. Be the Boss. Tyler Gaffleone will be aboard. 7-2 for Mike Maker. Just missed earlier at the meet back on August 5th in this race, 7/8 of a mile.
Straight Arrow won this race. They bet him like they knew. And to be fair, he came back and improved his buyer figure, albeit in a loss by 3 points the next time out, which flatters that race. He has races that make him a contender here.
Yeah, he's got 2 races here at Saratoga where he lost by a nose, and he did win for 16. He's climbing the ladder. He got claimed for 16 last year at Saratoga when he won that race, so he's in good form. His last couple ever, he's been knocking on the door, but again, he's got the maybe majority speed on the outside unless Tyler wants to push. The 6 and the 8, the first part of this quarter mile of this race, Gary, between the 6 and 8 could be interesting in here because the 8 could be right on top of the 6, or the 8 could be already by the 6 early.
It could be. Thing you got to think about is that race where he got beat a nose. He was beaten. That was 7 furlongs, shortening up to 6 furlongs today. So got to think that he's going to finish with some good energy anyway.
Here's a look at agility. And this one, 2 back. Ran very good against Defusky Island. His sire, Practical Joke, 2016. Hopeful winner. Classic Empire, who wound up being your 2-year-old champion, actually unseated Ortiz Jr. shortly after coming out of the gate. And this would be the 40th win of the meet for Chad Brown, which at the time set a new meet record, running down what was a pretty slow pace that day.
I agree, a very, very slow pace. And actually showed sort of that he was even better than that win suggests. Now, obviously, with Classic Empire throwing his rider at the start, it changed the complexion of the race from a talent standpoint. The Practical Joke showed his talent by winning the Champagne the next time out, and ultimately the Allen Jerkins as well, and running competitively in some big races.
That was also the 65th win of the meet. That's number for Jose Ortiz.
Wow.
You know, Arad Ortiz Jr., even if he's not going to equal the record of Ramon Dominguez at 68, he'd love to at least equal what his brother did that year.
You think Jose's reminded Irad of that?
More than likely.
A couple of
Probably
times.
a few times.
Yeah. More than likely.
Although Arad can come back and say, how far back are you this meet?
Yeah, true. Then he could say, did you win the Belmont meet? I did.
That went down to the last race. It's what it's usually like between these 2 brothers. Asymmetric, 10-1 right now for Chad Brown, Klarovich, and Manny Franco.
Very disappointing his return race and a fairly soft off the turf race. If you like him, you're hoping the cutback in distance will help.
Thank you, John. This one apparently with a pretty big work for Chad Summers.
Not interested, just lacks consistency. His race 3 back gives him a puncher's 2 back puncher's chance. The rest of the race is too slow.
Here's the son of Practical Joke, who had a good 3rd behind Defusky Island 2 back.
Yeah, I mean, listen, this horse got $172,000 in the bank because a lot of second-place finishes. And with the pace, if the pace gets hot, we always say that, this horse could close up, but I don't know, maybe in a second.
Newport Bridge, 5-1 here, Linda Rice.
This is a chance for Linda, 1-2 left to tie Chad Brown in here. Couldn't get it done, though, in an off-the-turf race. It's going to be tougher here.
Be the Boss, major player with Tyler Gaffleone.
Yeah, over a fast racetrack, 2 for 7 with 3 second-place finishes, and is 2 for 2 in the exacta here at Saratoga.
Fast Buck Freddy, second star, broke his maiden here at Saratoga.
Yeah, but once again, in a figure that's just not fast enough to win. This is a pretty competitive race.
Here's Win for Gold. Huge effort. Last time out to win August 17th here.
One thing about Win for Gold, he likes to win races, and he's like a quarter horse out of the gate. If you look at his lines, he really is a good gate horse.
Yeah, first or second in 9 of his 18 starts. Here's Callaloo, Maggie was talking about for David Donk.
He's my top choice. He runs fast as he did last time. He's going to be a handful in here, and he's had excuses in some of his races. Layoff or not, at this price, I think he's value.
And another contender outside, Arad Ortiz Jr. on Always Charming.
Yeah, you know, maybe the post switch will help. This, you know, the son of Central Banker drew the 1 hole last time. Actually was his career best effort here at Saratoga. Kind of middle moved. Maybe getting the outside draw, he can stalk from out there.
Play Saratoga's closing day with a money-back guarantee. No, Paulie's not staking you, but Naira is. Bet a $10 win wager on 1 horse in any or all races at Saratoga. If your horse finishes 2nd or 3rd, you get your $10 back. All you have to do is opt in. Don't forget that part of it at NairaBets.com. Good luck to everybody playing our final day of the meet here as we get a look here at the 9 again. Callaloo. So 9-1. The last time out, it was at a mile. This horse stretching back out for David Donk, and an equal to win with a 90 buyer. Much the best figure this horse had ever run.
Yeah, and I mean, it was, but I don't think it came out of nowhere, because if you look through, he had had some real trips in those races, and he'd run some very good races. Second to my man, Matty, was good. This horse is one that had shown some talent. Now, the concern is we haven't seen him now for just over 5 months, and can he come back in a field as competitive as this one is, get it done? That concerns me a little bit. He's got to do it at 6 furlongs, though he has run well at the distance before. But I know he's talented, and at that price, I can't resist him.
The other horses, I get it. Maybe we could read the tea leaves the other way, but the one's a ridiculous price at 10-1.
Fans packed in for this final day. Get some great sunshine, too. We had the best weather of the entire summer this final week of the meet. Much needed.
You finally got our tan.
Is this your horse, Paulie?
That's 6, yeah. Should I be worried?
No.
7-2 right now.
He pointed at him like he was doing something wrong. Is he okay?
He's doing everything all right.
Okay.
He's by himself. He's not acting up.
Okay, I like it.
There he is. We've talked so much at this meet about how tremendous a Saratoga it's been for Tyler Gaffalione. Most wins he's ever had at a Saratoga meeting. He missed some days, too. Went out of town to ride some other spots. Had a terrific summer. Well, with more on this Mike Maker trainee, let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, and the last time I saw Be the Boss, he got really hot and washy. And today, arguably for the last day of the meet here in September, it is one of the hottest days that we've had of this 40-day meet. And he's sweating enough, but he's not overly exerting himself like he can and like I've seen from him in the past. So I think that's a very good sign. And last time, kind of as you guys were saying, he won the battle, but he lost the war, and he was very, very game in defeat. So I do think he makes a ton of sense in here. As we'll check in with number 1, I just want to give Asymmetric a chance. He's a horse that has a little trouble staying on the racetrack, but now he's pairing these races back to back. He's a lot more content, a lot more focused, happier on the racetrack than what he was coming back. This is a better distance for him, and he's fitter. I'm going to try with a little bit of a price with him at 10-1. But look, your favorite in here, number 8, Win for Gold, moving beautifully out there. As I said, is so much more calm and relaxed than what I've seen from him in the past, much like he was in that last start, which resulted in a big win for him and Michelle Giangiulio. Guys?
Thank you, Maggie. He looks a lot better than the 4 washed-out handicappers we have on the desk here on this warm Labor Day, closing day. 9-5 on Win for Gold. Maybe he's just really light has come on here at Saratoga for him. Obviously, he's been a horse who's had a lot of wins and seconds and been there, but that was a big effort last start.
Look, and he's done it against open company. I know there are 50 starters. And number 4 has been scratched.
Yeah, just being announced by track announcer Frank Miramati, so Agility coming out.
Yeah, and a horse that, you know, was probably not going to be part of the pace, but a horse I think a lot of people were using in their exotics with 8 placings in 15 starts, or 11 placings actually in 15 starts. Oh, so at least a major player out here that people were using in exotics.
I thought he was a little interesting.
Yeah.
That race 2 back, but we're not going to see him today. So Dylan Davis will not have a mount here in the 8th. And if you had that horse in your pick 5, pick 6, you'll get the post-time favorite, which looks like it's going to be Win for Gold here in the 8th.
I got to make some changes here in my late pick 4s here, because I use that horse.
Andy's got that Naira app open on his phone, and
he's typing away like like I always say, punch him till your hands bleed there, Andy. By the way, when you look at this race, if they do go to the front, who now has the best late kick?
Yeah, that's a good question.
There's really not a ton of horses in here that have passed horses. We're not going 6 furlongs. That's why I said the 1's a ridiculous price at 9-1, because maybe that horse can pass horses. But, like, you never know. I know they're still young.
If they
that makes it very interesting.
If they hook up, I think Kalaloo.
The 9, yeah, coming rolling, yeah.
Gets the best setup. Will help him
That's
more
why
than
I thought
anybody.
the 1 and the 9, I don't understand. Maybe we're... I think the 1 and the 9 are more probable winner than the 10. Am I way off there?
I thought the 10 had a big look.
I do too.
Now that start 2 back against Ocean's Reserve didn't get out well. Ocean's Reserve is a nice horse.
No, he's a nice horse, yeah.
But
I use the 9 and 10. They're my 2. I use them in the pick 4.
But you don't think the 1 at 8-1 is a ridiculous price?
I don't like the 1.
You don't?
No. I hope I'm wrong, but I don't like that horse.
So here's Newport Bridge, Linda Rice. There's Chad Brown. If his 1 asymmetric should win, or if Newport Bridge, the 5 for Linda Rice, does not win. Chad Brown locks up at least a share of this training title.
A win by the 1 locks up the title.
That's why I'm thinking with the 5 here, Linda's telling Jose, go, go, go. You know?
Go all he wants. He's got to go a lot faster than he's been going to win this race.
Well, as does probably asymmetric in here, right? At 8-1?
Yeah. But might get a good setup.
This is for, we love Saratoga so much. Races like this, New York bred, first allowance condition. This is a lot of options in this race. Good group for the level running here. Let's go upstairs. Start of the late pick 4. Here's Frank Miramati.
Always Charming is the last one to load. Going in. They're in the gate. And they're off, and Newport Bridge flies out of the gate, opens up a couple already. Win for Gold moves into second, and Be the Boss in the Pink Silks inches up a closer third. Then it's Always Charming fourth and 4 lengths off the lead. Asymmetric is down at the rail. Fast Buck Freddy racing in mid-pack 6 lengths off the lead. The 2 trailers are Thank You John, and at the back of the field, it's Kalaloo. They have less than a half mile to go, and the opening quarter went in 22 1/5 seconds. Newport Bridge, the quickest of the quick, pressed by Win for Gold on the outside, and in between those two, it's Be the Boss. They're really going at it up top, and now Be the Boss goes on with it, along with Win for Gold. They've left Newport Bridge behind with a quarter of a mile to go. Asymmetric is next at the top of the stretch. The half in 44 and just under 4/5 of a second. Win for Gold on the outside, and Be the Boss in a slugfest past the 8th pole. 4 lengths back, Newport Bridge still trying. Asymmetric is next. On the rail, Kalaloo, 16th to run. Win for Gold, and Be the Boss. Win for Gold. Narrowly under Kendrick Carmouche to win it by a whisker. Be the Boss was second. Battle for third included Asymmetric.
Kendrick Carmouche in a dogfight with Tyler Gaffley on a Be the Boss. These two had to work Gary down the stretch.
Yeah, they did. They put on a show. These horses were really running. It was just they separated themselves from the field right here, entering the stretch. You could tell it was going to be a dogfight because these 2 old vets, neither one of them wanted to give it up.
Yeah, the 6 coming out of that 7 furlong race had a little bit more bottom, but the 8 got the jump a little bit. What a ride by Kendrick just to get in front. You can see now Tyler Gaffley going to the left-handed crop, and the 6 is giving all they have. And Andy made a good point. There was nobody making up any ground.
2 horses ran. Nobody else ran a step here. The amazing thing is that Newport Bridge, who ran off in that aggressive ride that you guys talked about before the race,
He even hung around for fourth, narrowly beaten for third. Nobody picked it up at all, but these two horses that put on a show.
Yeah, Chad Brown's Atrometric third, Linda Rice's Newport Bridge fourth. The win to Michelle Giangilio's Win for Gold, 10 Strike Racing, 4 Corners Racing, Kendrick Carmouche. It did, for a moment, it did not look like this horse was going to get by. Finally gets that nose in front, 5th career win. Chad Brown watching on, and he has just locked up at least a share of his 6th Saratoga training title, so congratulations to Chad Brown.
Yeah, it's a phenomenal feat, man. I mean, you win that many titles here when you have Hall of Famers like Shug McGahee and Todd Pletcher. You have people like Linda Rice, too, as well. And Linda's been phenomenal winning the Belmont meet and up here, too. But kudos to Chad.
5 of the last 6 as well.
It's not over. Linda could still tie him, to be fair.
Big chance for Linda in the nightcap.
Chad's putting it away in the next race.
That was a good horse race, by the way.
Very good horse race.
Just shows you sometimes we said, okay, if the 6 and 8 hook up, there's something will end up happening. The 6 and 8 were by far the 2 best horses in this field, and they put on a show. That's exactly what happened.
8-6, 1-5. Good for Kendrick in a duel here with Tyler Gaffleone, and he prevails. We're going to take a timeout. When we return, new shooter in the Classic division, bright future for Todd Pletcher. Has a date with this guy in the Classic potentially. Archangelo, your Travers winner. We'll talk that division next.
Curlin was the leading sire of Grade 1 winners in 2021 with 5 and 2022 with 6. Again in 2023, no stallion has sired more Grade 1 winners.
Big race. Nest Clariere is too far back. A 16th to run, and Idiomatic has a 2-length lead. Nest is fully extended.
This is what winning looks like.
A huge performance all the way.
Curlin, the Classic sire.
Welcome to the Adelphi Racing Club experience. Take ownership of stakes-winning thoroughbreds like Funny How, racing at the highest level circuits.
Funny How is in front. It's Funny How who's up by 3 lengths, approaching the 16th pole. It's all Funny How. Funny How, Katie Davis more than amused. Funny How wins the Broadway.
Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference and come hang with us this Saratoga meet.
Back with you on Saratoga Live on our FS2 coverage, brought to you by Hill and Dale at Alapa. Gorgeous Labor Day here in upstate New York. Sun shining, warm weather, and the fans enjoying one last day here at the summer place to be. What a performance from Win for Gold, out-dueling Be the Boss. Both these two running huge. Race did not deserve a loser, but Kendrick Carmouche, trainer Michelle Giangilio, and this 5-year-old just able to get that nose down in time. Let's go to Maggie.
So pleased to be joined here by winning connections of the winner here of today's 8th race, Win for Gold, Anthony Tremarchi and Corey Mullis, and of course Michelle Giangulio. But Anthony, talk a little bit about Win for Gold. He's been so consistent, but when he got up here to Saratoga, he's really broken through.
He really has, and all the credit goes to Michelle and her team. They worked so hard to get him to the winner's circle twice this meet, and to Kendrick. He rides the horse perfect, and all the credit goes to Michelle and her team.
Well, talk a little bit about Kendrick, Corey. I like how at the end he just started waving the stick at him, and he knows this horse so well. He knows now that he doesn't have to necessarily be on the lead.
Yeah, that was a great realization. I think that we thought for a long time we were going really fast. I remember this first race here in early July. I think he went the fastest opening quarter of the whole meet almost. So the fact he's able to rate now and show that new dimension, I think is like it's going to go a long way for him. The ceiling is high now, I think.
Michelle, too, you know, it feels like now women are behind the scenes constantly and making this game go round, but it really feels like it is the year of the woman. And to see you here in this winner's circle for a second time this meet kind of speaks volumes of what women can do as trainers.
Absolutely, we're powerful women here. A lot of good women on the racetrack. There's so many good horsewomen back here. Sorry, I lost my voice screaming and get it in the winner's circle, but I feel so thankful just to be a part of it, to represent women in the sport. It's really special.
Michelle, I could hear you screaming above the crowd. So congratulations, you deserve it. And guys, Win for Gold, what a tremendous job they have done with this guy up here at the spa.
No question, Maggie. Thank you. Michelle, obviously, very good trainer. We saw that great moment from her a couple of years ago, winning her first ever race at this meet. And you root like that, and you lose your voice, you deserve a win.
It's nice to see her get a win in here. It's worth knowing to people, if you used the 4 in the last race, Agility, you did scratch in the post-time favorite, and that was the winner, the number 8 Win for Gold.
9th race in this maiden special weight coming up, 5.5 furlongs on the turf. Maiden special weight and American know-how. Tom Morley barn will have Javier Castellano back aboard. And Paulie, this one, man, a big effort last time out.
Yeah, big effort last couple times out since they put blinkers on this Son of American Pharaoh and gotten on the turf course. The race 2 back from the 11 hole was really good, and I think this horse might be the main speed and might get a good, if not, we'll get a good trip.
Javier will ride. He's been doing some good things at the meet.
Yeah, he's had an unbelievable meet, unbelievable year, unbelievable career in a year. And his whole career's been great, tremendous.
Travers, which we'll get to, and maybe a decision to make. We'll see. He, of course, rode your winner in the Jockey Club Gold Cup. Bright future. Kind of a new face now in this classic division, winning for Todd Pletcher, Rapoli Stable, and St. Elias.
Well, he won the race out of the gate. You could tell that, you know, he kind of just got to the front end, Gary, and Proxy seems like he's at the point where he's just starting to get going at the end of this race. But Javier knows his main danger is Proxy, so he wants to keep him locked in as long as he can.
Well, that move he made coming out of the gate, I'm talking about Javier, he controlled the race from there. He set the tempo of how the race was going to be run, how it was going to set up. And Proxy, he ran gallant in defeat. That's probably the best race of his career. Just getting a beat ahead Bob here. But Todd even said the next morning, his quotes were that, look, he stepped forward for this race, and he's going to have to step forward again for the Breeders' Cup Classic, but he said he thinks he's capable of making that step.
103 Beyer in the win. First try in Grade 1 company. He'd run with Grade 2 Brooklyn a 1.5 miles, but gets it done here. Son of the 2-time Horse of the Year, Curlin, Andy. You've seen the figure coming back. Can this horse be a major player in the division?
You know, I don't see why not. Obviously, White Barrio's 110 blowout win, the Whitney notwithstanding. I don't think there's anybody out there that's such a huge mountain to climb from a figure standpoint. Now, I do think that the 3-year-olds have more room to improve, and Archangel looks good. The horse in the West Coast looked good last week and kind of have a home court advantage in that race, but I don't see why not. He's what you call a now horse, Bright Future.
So was this guy, Arabian Night, beating older horses for Bob Baffert in the Grade 1 Pacific Classic out at Del Mar. Holds off Go Rocket Ride, who had won the Haskell, Gary.
Yeah, Go Rocket Ride, his race was kind of set when he drew the 1 hole. The control was coming from the outside, was dictated by Flavian Pratt, the pace was, and listen, Slav gave him a great ride. These 2 3-year-olds put on a great show. I got to think this was a race where post positions would have been switched. The outcome might have been switched, but it was brilliant performance by both of them, I thought, for 3-year-olds.
I'm kind of with you. I love the way Go Rocket Rides kind of lowers down a little bit. And let's not forget the last, one time they had the Breeders' Cup at Santa Anita, Mr. Mandela had a pretty good day.
4 of the 8
races
he won.
I have a feeling this horse is going to fire a big shot.
Both these 3-year-olds, Andy, have been very impressive. And as lightly raced as this horse is, to beat older horses, to beat one of the premier 3-year-olds as well, it's impressive.
No, he's got an enormous amount of talent. There's no doubt about it. And this was the time he really showed it, right? His debut impressive. Wet track against Lessers at Oaklawn. Okay, that was fine. It was the second start, and he's fast. He didn't really run that badly in the Haskell. He was just a little overbet to be such a heavy favorite off that kind of layoff. He showed it in here.
Did you get a buyer back on this race?
101.
101, yep.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, out here on the East Coast, Belmont Stakes winner and pulls off the Belmont Travers double for Jenna Antonucci. Arcangelo and Javi Castellano aboard for the win.
I'm so glad that I got to come out here and be part of the Belmont prior to the race and witness that and then see the show that he put on and the Travers here. He's the real deal. He was managed well. It's all about this horse to Aunt Jana, and I've been really impressed with him. He's the leader of the pack to me right now.
We like good horses. We like good stories. He's a good horse. He's a good story.
One of the best stories.
Yeah.
First ever female trainer to win a Triple Crown race. First female trainer to win the Travers since 1938 and trained up to that race. Now it sounds like going to be trained up to the Breeders' Cup Classic as well.
Well, now you got more confidence, right? You did it in the Travers. Now you're facing a tougher field. I get it, but now you know you can get the horse ready to compete at his highest level. We'll see if his highest level is good enough.
And the great thing is, in the Travers, Jen answered anybody that was ready to second-guess her. The even better news is they'll second-guess her anyway if she loses the Breeders' Cup Classic, because that's what everybody does.
Good for her. That's what you got to. I mean, I don't think a lot of trainers are listening to what the media has to say anyway.
They certainly they should train their horses the way they see fit.
They
the last thing you should do is do that.
They should train their horses towards Coach Prime's speeches.
She said something yesterday in the cart talk with JK. She doesn't read the media very much. When I was riding and I was going into a big race, I didn't read any of the comments of what people were saying.
Just think what your career could have been if you'd listened to us.
Right?
Such an abject failure.
Do not send winning colors to the front end.
Listen, Jen Antonucci knows where to have dinner, and that's Hamilton Ghost, so she's okay with me.
We're going to take a break. American Know-How for Tom Morley. Right now, the 9-5 favorite, Javier Castellano, will be aboard. We'll be back.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as War Smoke delivers at Finger Lakes.
War Smoke in front, another one for Andre Worry.
Barrage runs down the field at Saratoga.
Here's Barrage with a final surge. Barrage got up.
And Born Dancer goes wire to wire, outlasting all comers.
It's going to get close. Be of Courage coming inside Born Dancer. Photo finish.
Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Speightstown. Munning. Echo Town.
It's Echo Town for Joe Alamo, and Echo Town raced away. And Echo Town is drawing away in the stretch. Echo Town wins the Allen Jerkin Stakes.
A sire line so prolific, it repeats itself. Echo Town.
Monday, September 18th is the biggest day of the year at Presque Downs with a $150,000 Presque Mile plus a $300,000 Grade 2 Presque Masters. The Masters is a key prep for the Breeders' Cup. Just last year, PA-bred superstar Caravel became the 8th horse to run in the Masters before achieving Breeders' Cup glory. It's the Presque Mile and the Presque Masters, Monday, September 18th at Presque Downs, Erie, Pennsylvania. For more information, visit presquedowns.com/racing.
First Samurai and Henny Hughes. The three of them headlong into the stretch here, and First Samurai comes away with the lead. Henny Hughes, and still under a hand ride is Henny Hughes with a furlong to go. Too Much Bling is third. Into the final furlong. Bailey working on First Samurai. The lead's 2.5 lengths. The whip has now been put to Henny Hughes, but 3 lengths behind, and Too Much Bling third. They're coming down to the finish, and First Samurai will do it here. First Samurai wins by 4 on the wire.
2005 Hopeful, that was a battle of 2 undefeated. First Samurai with Jerry Bailey and Henny Hughes with our colleague Gary Stevens, who had won the Saratoga Special.
Yeah, listen, Patrick Biancone, he was of the feeling that the only way that we were going to be able to get a mile and a quarter the next year, he was already worried about the Kentucky Derby. He says, take him back today. Let's see what he does. Well, I took him back. It was a mistake. I never rode him again, and he wound up in a different barn. The rest is history.
Now he's washy in the post parade that day. First Samurai, he acted up at the gate, lugged in through the stretch, and he still won. And there's First Samurai on the farm at Claiborne. And special horse trained by Frank Brothers. Claiborne, of course, going to be busy at the yearlings at Keeneland sale. So they're going to be sending out. We're going to focus on hip 266. It's a half-brother by Quality Road. War Front Colt. The one on debut at Ellis last Sunday is now pointing towards the Grade 1 Claiborne Breeders' Futurity at Keeneland. The War Front Colt out of Orate, who's a full sister to Pulpit. She's already produced 2 stakes winners, an additional stakes horse, and the exciting 2-year-old that won on debut.
Not only does Claiborne produce, and have they produced for many, many years, great horses, legendary horses, they have amazingly great names. I love those short names, Lore, Ori. You know, I love their names. They used to, a lot of them be just one syllable, wasn't that?
That's what they're known for, yeah.
Yeah. Lane.
I mean, half the Pulpit. I mean, Pulpit was some kind of sire.
A racehorse, too.
Ooh, yeah.
So that's coming up. Keeneland yearling sale ahead. Future stars of the sport. As we get set for race 9 coming up, we have seen some great outfits.
Greg.
At this meet.
I mean, did he get into our office and get your suit? Or was it trick or treat?
Greg, your opening day eloquent at Belmont at the Big A suit.
I wish
now,
I
how
could.
Can you wear it?
I wish I could pull off that suit.
Oh, you could. Don't lie.
That's fantastic.
Don't lie.
American know-how. That's your favorite right now for the Tom Worley barn.
I want some video on that, on somebody buying that suit. John Atfield.
Let's take a look at American know-how last time. Now, this was earlier at the meet at Saratoga. Was close throughout, Gary. Wound up getting beat a length and a half.
Yeah, I mean, he was doing all the dirty work up front, and I would like to think that he's going to show the same kind of speed today and maybe come up to it one on top.
You know, the one knock I would have is that, and I don't, he run well in both his last starts. He got away with, he was on top in a very moderate pace. It was an odd race where the speeds actually didn't go, and the first quarter was just so slow. I know they sped it up, but he got away with a very tepid pace, and I think you're going to see some speed perhaps from horses outside. But he's run well in his last 2 races, and he's the worst to beat.
He's the 2-to-1 favorite. Maggie, who else should we be concerned about here in this 9th?
Were you guys poking fun of my man John Atfield's suit? Come on, he loves to coordinate with his horses. As we'll take a look at some horses, though, coming in off layoffs, beginning with number 5, Borletti, shipping in from overseas, from Ireland. And he's a horse that some of the horses in those running lines have turned out to be quite nice runners, including Blackbeard, a Grade 1 winner, Cairo last time, a Grade 3 winner. So he's kept some good company despite going 0 for 7 in his career. Now he looks like your typical turf sprinter, a little bit smaller. smaller, very relaxed here in the paddock. The thing is, though, is it is a layoff of nearly a year, and it just feels like one might be needed just to get that proverbial tightener. Watching his work 3-back on the turf with Laura Duggan in the irons, he was by himself, and he just looked as though he was having a nice old time out there, going the 50-2 around the dogs. Nice work. I really liked it just because he looked like a happy horse that was moving very well and efficiently. So I like him. I think he could be effective in these types of races. Just get the feeling one might be needed. As we'll move on to Alexis Sorba, he's coming off of a year-plus layoff and switching to the barn of Chad Brown. He was highly regarded in both of his starts here for Joseph O'Brien, which last year he had a string of horses here as kind of an experiment. Didn't go so well, to be fair. But Alexis Sorba was one that all of my notes just say smaller, backwards, just not that developed. Well, developed he has now coming in here as a 3-year-old. He has grown, he has filled out, he's 10 times stronger looking than what he ever appeared as a 2-year-old. And I originally thought that longer would be better because he felt as though he was just getting outpaced in that one turf sprint that he had here. He just wasn't quick enough. But I feel like with that more Americanized training, he might be quicker. So we'll see what he does here. And watching his workouts in the morning on the turf course, on the dirt course, he has been quite strong, but moving very well over the main track. So I do think we'll see him more involved and more effective early on in the running of this race. Now, number 10, Liquid Addiction, he's coming off a much shorter layoff than the aforementioned duo. His last race, and kind of all of his races, he does lack some finish. You know, he's kind of right there, and then he just lacks a closing punch. As you know, I'm not familiar with him, but he comes in here looking fit, looking the part of a 5.5 turf sprinter. I don't know. It's Brendan Walsh. I respect everything that he puts over here. It's just on form and watching his replays, definitely gets leg weary in that last furlong, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Here's a look at Liquid Addiction, 7-1. We're going to go back to Alexis Sorba, though, for Chad Brown. Long time away. I haven't seen this one since early August last summer at Saratoga, and it will be a cutback to sprinting. The last time we saw this horse in this race, that was going a mile and 16.
Right, and he ran okay, and a decent second, but he just got sort of run off his feet behind a Praise in his debut. It was a stakes quality horse. He was second to the mighty Carl Spackler in the Hall of Fame or in the meet. In his debut, he finished second to a horse named Blackbird for Coolmore. And if you're not familiar with Blackbeard, he was one of the single best 2-year-olds in Europe last year. After he finished second, believe it or not, in a race where the number 5 finished 5th, Orletti, he came on and he won a grade 2 and 2 grade 1s before suffering a career-ending injury. But he was without question one of the very best turf spinners in Europe last year, and this horse finished a close second to him.
There's a leg up to the meet's leading rider, around Ortiz Jr. on Alexis Sorba off the layoff. Let's go back to Maggie with a special guest.
That's right. I'm here with Patrick McKenna, VP of Public Relations here at NYRA. And Pat, it was announced today, you actually tweeted it, that we are looking to get approval of running the Belmont Stakes in 2024 here at Saratoga to allow further development and construction at Belmont Park.
Sure. Soon after we secured the funding required to build a new Belmont Park, it became clear that the size and scope of this multi-year construction project to reimagine Belmont Park would likely require the Belmont Stakes to be moved to a different venue. Obviously, we have Aqueduct downstate. We have Saratoga Race Course here upstate. It now appears, based on the progress made throughout the summer, that as early as 2024, the Belmont Stakes could be coming here to historic Saratoga Race Course. It's incredibly exciting for all of upstate New York, for all of thoroughbred racing. We will look to be holding the Belmont Stakes 2 years away from Belmont Park. So ideally it's 2024 or 2025. That could certainly change. We'll have more answers in the coming months. But again, to hold a Triple Crown event here at Saratoga Racecourse with the best, most passionate fans in racing is incredibly exciting. It would be an economic engine for upstate New York outside of the traditional summer meet. So that's what we're looking at.
Now, I know you don't have any concrete plans for what the meet may look like, but what would it entail? When would we be up here? What would the distance of the Belmont Stakes be?
Sure, we'll start with the last one. Unlikely it would be run at 1.5 miles. To start on the far turn is not a scenario that we're contemplating. 1.25 miles could certainly be well within the realm of possibility, and this would be a separate Belmont Stakes Racing Festival, just like the one that we've been conducting since 2014, so a multi-day festival outside of the traditional summer meet. Held in early June, we would go back down to Aqueduct and then reconvene here for the traditional 40-day summer meet in 2024.
Well, it all sounds very exciting. And of course, with the development and construction of Belmont Park, really looking forward to that in the coming years. But Pat, thank you so much for your time and for that lovely information.
Thank you.
All right, Pat McKenna with some exciting news regarding the next 2 years of the Belmont Stakes. Greg?
All right, Maggie, thank you for that. So that's news that just came out today, and we heard, I believe, from Pat as well, and Governor Hochul behind this plan. What more do you know about it, Andy?
Oh, it's something we've been talking about quite a bit because we really want to get this Belmont reconstruction going and not interrupt Glenn Kozak and his crew in keeping things going. Tearing down the building itself could take as long as 9 months. And then, of course, rebuilding it. You don't want to interrupt that. We want to get back to Belmont Park for everybody as soon as we can. And running that festival, whether it's 3 days or 4 days, whatever, those things remain to be seen. But bringing the historic Belmont Stakes to Saratoga and all the other accompanying stakes for a weekend here, it's almost too delicious to even really think about that too hard. And to think if it happens, there's a Triple Crown on the line, Saratoga will be as electric as it's ever been.
Could you believe this town and what would happen if there was a Triple Crown on the line with a Belmont here at Saratoga? Be something else.
It would be.
All right, so we'll obviously bring you more news as soon as we hear. We're going to move into race 9 coming up. 5.5 furlong sprint on the turf in this maiden special weight. Let's meet the field. Triumphant Road will kick things off here at 51-1.
Cutting back to a turf sprint, the first time he sprinted, not very good.
Social Acceptance, Jose Lezcano will ride, getting on turf for the first time.
Yeah, and a horse, like you said, by social inclusion and, first time turf, Guadalupe is not that bad.
9-5 favorite, Javier Castellano for Tom Morley, American Know-How.
There's no knock on this horse. He's run very well in his last 2 starts and could very easily win this race.
9-5 on the board right now. Be there for Nick Zito. Tyler Gaffleone in the irons.
This horse ran a decently good race last time. I'll say what Gary would say, sneakily good race.
There you go. State's debut. This is Borletti for trainer David Duggan.
He's a wild card here. His recent efforts, back last year as a 2-year-old, not that good. But that 5th in the Railway Stakes was a very good effort.
He only beat a length and 3/4 in that race. Iron Man Jimmy New Gelding gets Lasix also.
Yeah, throwing the kitchen sink at this gelding by Jimmy Creed. Been working okay in the morning.
Collect for Mike, going to try sprinting on the turf for the first time.
Yeah, the cutbacks rarely work. Doing off the claim from Linda Rice makes it tougher, but he's not untalented.
Year layoff at Alexis Zorba for Chad Brown, 5-2 right now.
Anytime there's a year layoff, horses getting Lasix blinkers, you worry. You just don't worry with Chad because you see his numbers across the board, 25%, 30% with these moves. So major player.
And they've been trying to get him in all meet.
Off the clock went by for Tim Ham. We'll get on turf for start number 2. And Liquid Addiction, the 10 at 8-1.
Yeah, Brendan Walsh always dangerous. Dylan Davis takes the mound here. This one by No Nay Never.
And we had a rider off there. We'll get you more info on that in a moment. Kasimba for Saffy Joseph Jr.
And while arguably he looks a little cheap, he lost to Luna Warrior in his only turf sprint. Luna Warrior came back and ran a winning race after getting left. So he may be a little bit better than he looks.
And that was Javier Castellano. That post parade was from moments ago. He's back aboard right now in the 9-5 favorite. So we're 3 minutes away from race number 9. You can play all the action at Naira Bets. Get that offer, that $200 deposit match. New customer bonus when you punch in that code at sign up. Spot 200 and bet any track, anywhere, anytime at NairaBets.com. Let's go back to, the new face in here, Borletti, will be the state's debut for this David Duggan runner. And Andy had brought up this horse running in a Group 2, and even though only finished ahead of one horse that day, was only beat a length and 3/4.
Yeah, listen, obviously, their length 3/4 in these races, sometimes they're bigger than others. And unfortunately, he never followed it up. He's 9-5, 3-1, 4-1 in his next 3 starts. And I looked those races up, and they weren't very good. But Blackbeard, who I mentioned, is the horse that beat Alexis Zorba first time out, finished second in the race where he was 5th in. So somewhere in there, is a very good
Yes.
horse. The problem is he hasn't shown it, but now it's been a long time, Gary. He's not impossible.
If he got beat a length and 3/4 from the winner of that race, a horse named Chartash, but Blackbeard, very, very good horse himself. And this horse, he has a work here. It was on the dirt. He'd had, let's see, 2 works on the Saratoga training track turf, and then he blows out in a 47-2 work, third of 141 that day. So he's got speed, but he's the unknown.
He was 150 to 1 in that grade 2. And then he ran okay, but then he came back as the favorite as in the maiden race and almost dead last. That's your worry.
Well, some of the speed in this race looked like it's certainly coming from the outside with Kasimba. With more, let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, 5 for 5, running second, Kasimba. But his fastest race to date did come in his lone turf start, as you heard Andy say, and I actually really liked him on the turf move because he's definitely put together like a turf horse, and since being claimed by Saffie Joseph Jr., his coat looks better. He got really washed out that day back at Belmont. Not the case today. Sweating enough, obviously, because it is very warm out, but put on some weight. This horse is very, very intriguing to me, and Luna Warrior was a heavy favorite that day. I think Kasimba, I don't know how he necessarily classes up here, but I think he's very dangerous at a big price. If I was a little braver, I would probably have picked him, Greg.
Now 11-1 from that outside slot, Manny Franco for Saffie Joseph Jr. The only turf start, it was easier, 40 maiden claiming, but ran a figure that suggests he can compete with this group.
Yeah, he does. I mean, there's a couple horses in here. Like, if you're outside the 3 and the 8, you're kind of, listen, the 3 is kind of the benchmark in this race, right? You're projecting the 8's going to run well off the layoff, the way the horse is getting bet. Who do you reach back for one of the other horses in here, you know?
Here's the 8-5 favorite, American Know-How. Tom Morley Barn, the man having a sensational year, putting himself in that Eclipse Award conversation already with what Javier Castellano has done. That's the one to beat. Let's go upstairs. Frank Miramati with the call, the 9th from Saratoga.
Thanks, Greg. We have a couple more left to go in. Here it is with Liquid Addiction. And Kasimba will complete the lineup. They're in the gate. And they're off. And losing the rider shortly after the start was Triumphant Road. Number 1, Triumphant Road. Lost the rider. Liquid Addiction is out quickly. Alexis Zorba has very good comeback speed and takes command at once. Off the clock comes away in second. Liquid Addiction now third. And they're followed by Borletti fourth. Another 2 back to Kasimba fifth and 5 lengths off the lead. American Know-How is 7 off the pace. Followed at the rail by Social Acceptance. The opening quarter zipped in 21 and 3/5 seconds. At the back of the field are Be There. Iron Man Jimmy is second to last, and the trailer is Collect from Ike. Alexis Zorba narrowly in front, cuts the corner, and goes on strongly. Suddenly a 3-length lead with a furlong left to go. On the far outside, American Know-How is starting to finish with interest, lugging in just a touch, but nonetheless has big strides. Coming after Alexis Zorba late. Alexis Zorba getting weary. American Know-How up alongside, and American Know-How very confidently handled gives Javier Castellano another. Alexis Zorba was second, third to Ironman Jimmy in a photo with Be There. It's between those two.
Javier Castellano, 2 wins today, collects his 20th of the meet, and a big finish down the stretch from American Know-How.
Yeah, and he was trying to lug in. Javier did a great job. When they turned into the stretch, he had all the momentum, but he was leaning in, and he had to protect the riders inside of him, make sure he didn't bother them, or his number's going to come down. And then again, right towards the finish, right in here is where he's making his big move. Really cuts. But there's a steward's inquiry, but it has to do with the start, by the way. But right here, he's leaning in some kind of hard, and you see Javier, it's a tough position to be in. You're trying to move him forward, but you're trying to stay off your competitor too, so you don't bump him and cause interference, and he did a great job of doing that.
And if somebody said that 3 and 8 hit the wire together and the winner came from behind, they would have thought the 8 won the race, wouldn't they have? But the 8 actually had tons of speed today. The distance not a problem, maybe too long. The 8 came and got, 3 came and got him. He was best.
Yeah, and like Gary was saying, they're taking a look at the start. The one reared up, lost rider. Hopefully everything's okay with Jose Gomez.
Yeah, we saw him walking under his own
Yeah,
power.
okay, good. You know, listen, that's how you can create value. The 3 and the 8 were standouts in this race, and you can get a couple bombs underneath, and they caught the one. The Outriders doing an unbelievable job. They've done an unbelievable job the last couple weeks catching some loose horses.
So triumphant road. No harm, no foul. We saw Jose Gomez get up as well. There's, wow. Out of the gate here, keep your eyes on the inside post.
If we show a head on, it's a much better shot of what happened. The 3-horse broke in, actually. So they may be looking at that as well. He caused the 3-horse hung a left leaving there.
Ooh. Yeah, you're right.
Well,
I haven't shown it yet, but if we can show a head on the
Yeah,
3, Gary's right. The 3 hung a left. Into the 2, and then it really slammed the 1 out of the gate.
But we don't adjudicate gate fouls.
That's horrible that you guys don't.
What do you think here, Andy?
Watch the 3.
How can they not adjudicate?
Wow.
Jockey falling off because of that kind of interference?
Well,
I know it's not you. I'm just making a point.
I'm just saying we don't do it.
That is ridiculous. That means you got a green light to do whatever you want.
I'm just saying, and you know.
I know.
I know you agree with what I'm saying. Is that fair to say, Gary?
I didn't know you didn't adjudicate gate fouls. That's the only where in the United States that I've ever heard of that.
Did you ride Byron in the Breeders' Cup?
No,
Classic?
I did not. I was on the sidelines. I rode him in the Woody Stevens.
I know you did. It was great performance.
I was coming off a knee replacement.
But he would have come down in there if they adjudicated gate fouls, correct? If they adjudicated gate fouls.
They didn't that day. No, that is not true, Andy. You look and see how many numbers have come down. Do your homework on that. Because
I do my
in
homework,
California.
Gary. They don't adjudicate gate fouls.
I'm sorry I said that, but they do in California.
This is interesting because when a rider falls off,
there's no inquiry.
There's still no inquiry.
Yeah, they took it down.
I'm
glad they left it up.
Let's just be fair here. Let's not blame Javier for this horse. No, I'm not saying you did. I'm not saying you did. But I don't want people to get the impression we are, because one of the reasons they don't adjudicate fouls is horses, as you know, Gary, as well as anybody, they do some crazy stuff coming out of the gate. In this case, not Javier's fault what happened.
No, and it wasn't Gomez's fault that he hit the ground either. That's what irks me. The horse is out of the race.
Nobody wants to see anybody.
If they're not going to adjudicate out of the race and the horse is taken out of it the first jump, they should give a refund.
3-8, 6-4, still unofficial. We'll be back, still to come. Grade 1 hopeful. And Timberlake making the walkover for the Grade 1 hopeful for the Brad Cox Barn. Added blinkers last time out. And he was sensational in that July 21st performance. We'll have our feature next.
Life is good. Really, really, really good.
Life is good. Opens up here.
He's a rocket ship.
Life is good. Clears the field. Still in command.
Galloping without any urgency.
Back in the winner's circle.
No challenge from anyone.
They ran him off their feet. Life is good is looking good. And this colt is incredible.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. Here is the 9th race. Went to American Know-How, getting the job done for the Hubs. Tom Morley here and Regan Jack Racing. Javier Castellano having to work for it a little bit here. So I'm pleased to be joined by the little Morleys as well, Willow and Grace. Grace, you ready to go home, or do you want to stay in Saratoga?
I say go home because, like, home's more relaxing for me.
It's a little stressful being here in Saratoga. But, Tom, as you said, American Know-How made it cause some drama of his own today.
Yeah, he's made 4 mistakes since he's lost the paddock. He managed to drop heavy in the post parade, and then he broke slow and he broke left-handed coming out of the gate. We were way further back than I expected him to be, and you know, very cool ride by Javi. Sat patiently, tipped out at the 3/8 pole, made a wide move, and then it was a case of whether he was good enough to run down Chad's horse. But he's a very nice colt, this. He's done nothing wrong. 3 starts at the meet up here. He's hit the board in all 3, and I'm delighted that he's got his maiden win today.
Well, for Rob Hickey of Regan Jack Racing, you guys have such a great partnership. Obviously, you won the stake earlier on in the meet, too, and this horse kind of an interesting way to the stable as well.
Yeah, no, it's been a fun meet for them because they bookended the meet with a stakes win opening week, and now we've won a race for them on closing day as well. So, you know, a huge amount of enjoyment. Rob sadly isn't here today, but his brother is, and, you know, we'll enjoy today.
Absolutely. How are we celebrating?
Fish and chips.
Spoken like a true Englishman. Girls, can we say, well done, Daddy?
Well done, Daddy.
Very deliberate, Greg.
They deserve to celebrate tonight. Nice meet for Tom Morley and the fam. Well done. And a nice victory there in the 9th. American Know-How, $5.40 for the win. Alexis Zorba, Iron Man Jimmy at 44-1 underneath, helping that trifecta. You take a look at the late pick 5 follow along. Extremely formful to this point.
I'm thinking that it's not going to be that mandatory payout thing's not going to come to play.
Never know what can happen. No, that will
you
not
want
happen.
A double or nothing on our high Ortiz bet?
I was teasing. Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day coming up next. Brought to you by Spendthrift Farm, home of 4-time reigning champion General Sire Into Mischief. And Muth would have been, well, was your morning line favorite with that horse scratched. New morning line in here and Gold Sweep. Wow, taking a lot of attention. But Timberlake, as we expected right now, is your favorite. Here's a look at one of a couple in the race here for Todd Pletcher. BU, this is still a maiden, but he ran huge first time out earlier at the meet to just miss against Just Steal for Dwayne Lucas.
Yeah, and listen, Lucas's colt drew down on the fence today. BU drew on the outside today. I love his post position out there. I think he's going to take a big step forward today.
Man won a couple of hopefuls for Dwayne Lucas.
I think there's something that demands attention, though. The 9 Valentine Candy is currently 23-1 on the board. His 66 buyer has been upgraded to an 85 buyer by Buyer Associates. His time from U.S. rating increased by a similar amount because 5 horses have come out of his maiden race, 2 of them winning, but all 5 of them improving their buyer figures 24 or more points and an average of probably about 30 points, including General Partner, who ran a 92 buyer here on Saturday. And I wonder if Valentine Candy would really be 23-1 if that 85 buyer had been printed in the racing form instead of being updated just now on their past performances online. So there may be a very big value play in here in the 9 Valentine Candy, who could be the speed of the speed.
All right, we'll get more into that in a moment. Let's take a look at this race by the numbers. First edition of this race back in 1903, won by Delhi, who would go on to win the Belmont Stakes that following year. Fastest ever run. Jackie's Warrior, who would become the first horse ever to win a Grade 1 at this historic track, is a 2-, 3-, and 4-year-old. George Widener Jr., 4 wins as an owner, just one of 5 people ever designated an exemplar of racing by the Hall of Fame. Dwayne Lucas, 8 wins, 2 of them with Gary Stevens. Last came in 2017 with Sporting Chance. 6 wins for Jerry Bailey in this race, 2 for Dwayne as well, with High Yield and Yana Guska. Hopeful winners to win the Juvenile. 4 of them, including Forte, last year favorite Trick in 1997, 2-year-old champs. 7 of them have won this race. Secretariat, that last of first in a blink of an eye in this hopeful back in 72 was sensational. Favorite Trick in 1997. Horse of the year with that perfect season. Hall of Famers to win this race, 13, including affirmed. The 11th Triple Crown winner he'd go on to in his next season. That tremendous rivalry he had with Aladar. What a field we have lined up. Again, a look at BU for Todd Pletcher. Rat Ortiz Jr. will ride. And the final grade 1 of the meet for the man who has dominated start to finish. Rat Ortiz Jr., the man who's maybe a favorite for Eclipse Award with the year he's had. Javier Castellano and Johnny V. More wins at this racetrack than anyone who's ever lived. All going head to head coming up.
Catholic Boy, a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, including this romp in the Run Happy Travers Stakes.
He's so impressive today, the others didn't even have a prayer.
This 6-time graded stakes winner was the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. Now his first runners are hitting the track. Dual Surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Park.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Just 1 year after expanding their global footprint to Kentucky in 2013, Liliana Solari and Carlos Heller's Don Alberto purchased the dam of leading Eclipse candidate Arcangelo, who captured the Belmont and Travers Stakes against the best of his generation. This September at Keeneland, we are proud to offer 50 outstanding yearlings by the world's leading stallions, hailing from some of the best pedigrees in the stud book today. Don Alberto at Keeneland.
Back with you on our closing day coverage from the premier meet in the country here on FS2. It's time for our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day, the Grade 1 hopeful.
He loved racing. My wife, Tammy, always called it his vice. It was a hobby for him, but he loved it.
Longtime owner and racing enthusiast, B. Wayne Hughes, acquired Spendthrift, a storied thoroughbred farm located outside Lexington, Kentucky, in 2004. He expanded his involvement in the sport, switching his focus from the racetrack to the farm.
And then when he bought the farm, everything changed because he couldn't help himself because he's a businessman. He was a genius, really. First time I came to the farm, it was not in great shape at the time. It was quite a fixer-upper, so I was not that impressed, frankly. And Wayne set about bringing it to where it is now, which is worlds away from where we started.
Hughes knew how to run a successful business as co-founder and CEO of Public Storage. He made the Forbes 400, a list of the wealthiest people in America.
He was so innovative, he was disruptive. He was not interested in how things were always done. He wanted to do something differently, sometimes just to try to see if it was worth it. And then he was always willing to be wrong. He was a champion for the little guy.
Eric Gustafson learned about horse racing from Hughes. Eric would join his mentor and father-in-law in the day-to-day business, striving to return Spendthrift back to its glory days.
And then we have what we consider the best stallion in the country in Into Mischief. I remember being at the track with Wayne at Hollywood Park when he won the Grade 1 Futurity. And Wayne turned to me and said, "Oh, we got ourselves a stallion." And neither one of us, obviously, at the time could have known what that meant.
On November 1st, 2022, Hughes' vision of building a fan-centric destination became a reality.
Wayne died unfortunately, it was a year or so before we got to open the visitor center. We were in the construction process. We were thankful for the opportunity to name it after him, and an opportunity for my wife and I and the rest of us, the team at Spendthrift, to honor the man that made it all possible.
Located between the Farm Stallion Complex and the main office doors is the B. Wayne Hughes Visitor Center. The 7,000 square foot, 2-floor facility features a trophy room, artifacts, and racing's memorabilia. The second you open the door, there's Authentic's Kentucky Derby glory built into a colorful display in the floor. You'll also find the Spendthrift collection in the gift shop with apparel that'll rival your favorite campus bookstore.
I think he would love it. He would be enthralled with it. He'd be really proud of it. And then he would say, how much did this cost?
Our colleague here had some big moments in those Spendthrift silks as we get set for the Grade 1 Hope Floor Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day coming up. And there is Timberlake. Paulie, he's bringing Speedy back. Put on the blinkers. He was fast last start. He was impressive.
Well, he was bet first time out from the 10-hole, and he just got away really slow, and he actually broke to open ground. And the next time out, they put blinkers on him, and he did this, and he was dominating. And reportedly in the morning, his $350,000 son of Intermission has been working unreal, too, as well.
That work two back was good. And this wasn't a big speed track at Ellis Park. You look up the races that day. I think it might have just been the only one that was one wire to wire. A lot of good closers in there. He could be the goods. Man, this is, I mean, I know we lost Muth, but this is about as deep and strong a hopeful as I've seen in a long time.
Now, horse we just showed you, he right now is the slight favorite for start number 3. Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, guys, this is really, truly a fun race, as I was most intrigued by Timberlake coming into this affair and still feel that way upon inspection here in the paddock. And I was excited to see him because watching his replay, watching his workouts, which you can catch on XBTV, you know, the last work was with a 3-year-old maiden, albeit so a year older, and matches up even better physically with that horse, and he just looks like an absolute beast. I mean, he destroyed that horse in that workout, and obviously you see the 58 and 3 prior to that, and so you always wonder, are you going to see a horse that's a little drawn up, or are they turning the screws too tight? Nope. This guy carries some conditioning and then some, and he's really laid back here. He just feels like a horse that thrives on getting to the track and training hard. I really like what I'm seeing from Timberlake, and also he's proven at the distance, guys.
Yes, he is one of just 2 in this field with a win at 7/8 of a mile. This is a really intriguing horse right next door. He's 5-2 as well. Gold Sweep off what he did in the Tremont at Belmont. We thought this was the second coming, and then a horrible start in the Sanford. Somehow able to get second off that beginning against 46-1 shot Yo-Yo Candy.
Yeah, I mean, he stumbled so bad. Was a long ways back. The final time of this race wasn't very fast, but how he got up and ran second, he had no business even running second, and that's why he's co-favorite right now, I believe.
It feels like there's a lot of sort of interesting things in this race, right? Paul, you talked about Timberlake and how in his first start, even money, things didn't go well, got left, didn't get out, and he showed he's the real deal in his second start. And Gold Sweep showed how impressive he is in his debut. And then he comes back, and you just don't know how badly a stumble like that affects horses. There are horses that sometimes will run through it, but there are some horses that just can't run their race. He didn't run it, and he still ran second.
Ran a giant race. And if you subscribe it to what you were saying, that the buyer figure on this horse is a lot higher, then did he really regress that bad with a stumble?
No. That's Valentine's Candy.
Oh, it's Valentine's Candy, not Yo-Yo
buyer's
Candy.
much higher. It's not this horse.
But with a better break today, this horse.
Yo-Yo Paulie. It's
right. Yeah.
Valentine's Candy.
Yeah. With a better break, the horses, I would think, will come rolling and showed some resilience last time.
By a lot of numbers, too. I mean, the race before that, when he broke clean, he has the best figure of anybody in this race. With more, let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, I'm not ready to give up on Gold Sweep either here, guys, as he's just so physically impressive. He and Timberlake are just bigger, stronger individuals than many of their other foes in here. And Gold Sweep, watching his workouts on XBTV, he's been working with Valentine Candy, and he was always going better throughout that work. So legitimate trouble last time out, and I've always thought that he's a horse that's going to get better as the distances get longer. I know that might not be apparent in his form from the 5.5 to the 6, but trust me, I think 7 will suit him just fine, despite being a son of Speightstown. But let's talk about the West Coast Invader, Mission Beach. I know there's some fast horses in here, but Mission Beach broke very quickly before allowing another horse to come up on his inside, was able to finally get the win. Pretty hard ridden to get that. But he's a very good-looking son of Curlin, really well-muscled, great conditioning to him. He's one that, while the pedigree's there to stay longer, is he physically ready to stay longer? I like him, but I don't like him as much as Gold Sweep and Timberlake. Greg?
Well, one of 2 expected for Baffert. His favorite, a scratch before our card began, so just missing Beach now as Baffert will try and win his first ever hopeful in his career.
That's surprising.
No. Lost at 2 to 5 with Maimonides.
It's only the 3rd horse he's brought.
Can't even think who the second one was.
And there's the 10. So there's BU. Todd Pletcher, around Ortiz Jr. This the maiden, but he ran so big and only a nose separated him from the horse who would win this race. Todd Pletcher says, yes, we are going on to the hopeful.
Yeah, Just Still is the horse that beat him, and this was a battle royal here. These 2 hook up in the mid stretch, and it looks like he's going to go right. BU is going to run right by. He did get by. He got a little bit late. He's wanting to lean in maybe just a little bit, and Just Still showed a lot of tenacity to come back and win. And like Andy had said, the Colt Lock that was beaten 4.5 or 3.5 lengths that day, he came back and what'd you say? He got a 96 speed
Beyer,
figure.
highest Beyer figure we've
going
seen
a mile.
on the East Coast.
Stretched out to a
2-year-old
mile
this year. Prince of Monaco, I think, is the only one that was higher than him. And also the post position difference, right? Wayne had the outside post last time with the number 1, Just Steel. Now he's got the outside, big advantage to him. But both of these horses are very talented.
Crowd excited, and here comes our post parade for the Grade 1 hopeful. Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. Here's D. Wayne Lucas's Just Steel.
You see how much he's improved with every single start, and anybody thinks that Wayne Lucas is not in the game anymore is mistaken.
Sanford winner Yo-Yo Candy.
Yeah, 46-1 when putting the blinkers on. I would think they're going to try to sit that same pocket trip.
Nutella Fella comes in off a win at Delaware.
Yeah, he's going to have to improve a lot. Something tells me you're a Nutella fella, Paulie.
Mission
Not
Beach.
really.
Nutella pizza's not bad.
For Baffert at 9-1.
3 to 5, first time out. Usually they win at 3 to 5 for Mr. Baffert.
Florent Giroux, Brad Cox, blinkers went on, and a big win for Timberlake.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing what this guy can do. He's clearly very talented.
Gold Sweep. That huge win in the Tremont. Can he get back to that?
Needs to get out of the gate. Now, he's a major player in here. If he can stay on Timberlake's back, at least for a little while, he's one of the ones, obviously, in here.
Baytown Chatterbox for Paul McEntee.
A big time, a long shot, but this horse won at 60-1, the juvenile at Ellis Park.
So here's Valentine Candy working with Gold Sweep, but apparently very little separating the 2.
If he breaks like he broke in his debut, he will be in front. And the horse that tried to chase him last time, he finished 4th and came back with a 92 Beyer here on Saturday.
Here's the Pletcher, son of the 2-time Horse of the Year, Curlin, BU.
Yeah, and a horse that we've showed you, it just went right down to the wire, just got beat by one of the competitors in here and should improve second time.
And this horse here, a brother to the Preakness winner from this year, National Treasure.
Yeah, obviously he's going to have to get faster. He rode a good rail in his debut. Now he beat Just Steel, but Just Steel's already improved. He was outside that day. Listen, maybe he improves a lot for his first start to a second. This is a deep field.
6 minutes to post in our traditional closing day feature. Grade 1 hopeful for 2-year-olds. D. Wayne Lucas. Here is his Just Steel. 3rd time out, breaks his maiden here at the meet, and here's what he has done. The coach in the hopeful, 2 of those wins coming with our Hall of Famer on the desk, Gary Stevens. First of those 2, deposit ticket back in 1990. Turned back a stiff challenge by fighting a fair near the stretch and then just drew away.
Yeah, and this was the first time I'd ridden him. And He ran a heck of a race this day. I made the mistake of taking off of him in the Breeders' Cup to ride Honor and Glory, another 2-year-old for Wayne Lucas. They owned Thunder Gulch, who I'd won the Derby on earlier in the year, and I got a little squeeze from the lads in Ireland.
That was
Donna Brothers, Donna Barton at the time, but Donna Brothers actually filled in for me that day, and he was beaten just a short margin.
That was Hennessy.
That was Tennessee, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's right. Beaten by Unbridled Song.
That was the other
That was one of the great crops of 2-year-olds in history.
Well, you see how old I am right there, and how old I am now. That's called
Had won
memory.
the Sapling, had won the Hollywood Park Juvenile Championship, 3 stakes wins in a row for a deposit ticket.
What I think you got to love about those 8 wins is not just obviously the 8 wins, but 27 years apart. You know, Wayne Lucas at the top of this game for more than those 27 years,
Yes.
but to be able to win those races, I mean, it's remarkable.
Beautiful creation there from Susan Garrett. Flower blanket to the winner of the Grade 1 hopeful. Let's go back to the brother of the Preakness winner from this year, National Treasure Pirate, for Todd Pletcher. So first time out, word was out with that big pedigree. He went off at 1-5, and he won pretty convincingly, but he's going to need to move forward to contend against who he's going to face today.
Yes, but they can do it. They're 2-year-olds. Draws well on the outside. Who knows what kind of horse he can turn out to be. It's a tough road to hoe here. It's a killer field. It's just amazing. You think about this one. They said in the beginning of the meet, this is Todd's best 2-year-old. You hear that line too often, it's usually wrong. It's not his best 2-year-old because, man, is he loaded.
With this pedigree, he's not supposed to be able to win like he did going 5.5 furlongs. He's supposed to win like that going 7/8 or a mile.
Yeah, he may wind up being his best 2-year. We don't know.
You have no way of knowing. Obviously, from the figures, there have been a lot better ones, but horses will improve from a first, second. So I don't like him, but when he wins, I'm not going to say, yeah, can't believe it happened.
He's 8-1 right now. Let's go to Maggie.
Oh, one of those other very talented 2-year-olds that Todd unveiled this year, Locked, who finished 3rd to Just Steel and BU. First time out, Locked would, as you guys mentioned, return to win with a 96 buyer. I think Just Steel gets better with more ground. The son of Justify, it's kind of funny, actually has a little bit more of a turf pedigree, but moving well out there, has remained focused and relaxed. Sometimes we see Wayne's horses just kind of boil over, and that's not the case with this horse. I remember after he won, talking with the legendary trainer saying, this is a really, really nice horse. Now, of course, he's had a lot in his barn, and he's said it about several, but it's the first horse he's ever really kind of like, you know, gave me the poke on the arm. Like, I really like this guy. But with that being said, we should also respect number 10 in here, just narrowly defeated without the experience edge last time was BU by Just Steel. He's moving so well out there. I mean, he's the one who probably wins the warm-up contest, just really throwing his legs out in front of him. Happy horse. He was very laid back and focused first time out. Today, it's even more of the same. And this horse is another one that's going to get better with more ground. Look how beautiful he's warming up. Greg, like I said, I picked Timberlake in here because I liked him going in, but I'm very, very scared of BU. I think he moves up from that debut effort.
Thank you, Maggie. Beautiful appearance indeed from BU for start number 2, 7-2 in those Rapoli Stable Silks.
Yeah, and listen, this is a tough race to just pick one horse. We're forced to pick one, and that's who I wound up on, is BU. I think he's going to show massive improvement today. The added distance, I believe, is going to help him. But listen, like Andy said, I'm not going to be surprised if any one of, except I will be in shock if the 3 wins, I think. But outside of that, the 3 or the 8, outside of that, I'm not going to be surprised.
Yeah, Paulie, we keep talking about all these trainers having very good meets, and Brad Cox right up there, too, winning at almost 30%. Timberlake just hit another gear in his second start.
Yeah, he did. You just don't really know what's in the tank. I guess we saw it last time. The brake's going to be key in here because Timberlake could be the speed of the speed if he gets out of the gate and he goes, and he's got a 7-furlong race underneath his belt, which makes him extra dangerous. I'm not saying these other horses are going to like going the extra distance, but he's already proven at it.
One of only 2 in the field with a win at 7/8, the other one being Baytown Chatterbox, who's the biggest price on the board, the 8 at 54-1. But that was a beautiful appearance, no question, as Maggie pointed out, from BU. But a lot of these horses bred beautifully, looked the part, and that's why they're here in the Grade 1 Hopeful, or Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. Grade 1 Hopeful, and it has been Timberlake throughout in the wagering. Who is your favorite? Traditional closing day feature. Whoever wins this race with a strong case to move on to the Breeders' Cup is one of your favorites and stamp himself as a major contender for the 2024 Kentucky Derby. It is Timberlake, the one to beat on the board. We send it upstairs. Frank Miramati with the call.
Thank you so much, Greg. Moving into line, there's Valentine Candy, who came out of there like a shot in his debut with that sharp break from the gate. BU will break right next to him. Here is Timberlake, 2-1 on the board in the late stages of wagering. And the last one to load is Pirate, along with Nutella Fella. Those will be the last two. Nutella Fella, the long shot, standing right behind the gate. Assistant starters get a hold of him. A little hesitant. We are moments away from the 119th running of the Grade 1 Hopeful. Opening the front of the gate for Nutella Fella. He goes in. They're in the gate. And they're off in the Hopeful. And it's a very fast beginning for Mission Beach. And here comes Just Steel flying through along the inside to challenge. And outside of them, Valentine Candy. So there's a real scramble for early supremacy. Just Steel, Mission Beach head-to-head. And Yo-Yo Candy is right there in between them. Valentine Candy is fourth. And Timberlake is tugging hard in fifth. Moving up. He has nowhere to go at this stage, but he certainly would like to be closer. He's only 2 lengths off the lead. They're followed by BU, who has 4 lengths to make up. Gold Sweep just inside of him, another 2 back to Pirate. And then it's Baytown Chatterbox and Nutella Fella, 22 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile. And they move around the far turn in the Grade 1 Hopeful. And it's Mission Beach going head-to-head with Just Steel. Just You is on the outside, and Timberlake won from the outside as the field turns for home. Mission Beach with his head just in front. On the outside, BU is coming with his run. Timberlake looking for room, trying to split. He has nowhere to go. Pirate is running a big race. Timberlake bowls his way through, and he's coming. And on the far outside, Nutella Fella. They're coming to the 16th pole. Nutella Fella trying to pull off a shocking upset, and he's run by them all. The son of Run Happy, Nutella Fella, has won the Hopeful over Timberlake. And on the outside of them, finishing third, was Pirate. Junior Alvarado aboard.
Nutella Fella, biggest price on the board. Gary Contessa, Junior Alvarado coming in from Delaware off a maiden win.
And Gary Stevens put him right in the winner's circle.
Wow. Yes, he did.
Gary, a lot of people put this guy in the winner's circle.
Both horses that got left in this race. Watch the 3 and the 5. They both got left.
They were moving.
They ran 1-2.
They were moving, and this race collapsed. I mean, honestly, wow. The 5 finished second here and actually ran very well, Timberlake.
When he won last time, first time out, it says scratches, bumps at the start, 2 to 5 wide. So never mind about the gate problems. Wow.
Second biggest price on the board, actually 54-1 in here. 3, 5, 11, 10. What an effort. He had to work at Saratoga. It got rave reviews. How about Gary Contessa? Opening day of the meet in the Schuylerville with a maiden debuting at 21-1. And now this to close it out.
This was a tough field, but I'll tell you what, they were moving up front. And it wasn't just that they were going fast. There were a lot of them going fast in here, and it set things up. But still, what a win here, and what a win for Junior as well. I think Timberlake ran very well when you consider the way the dynamics were. An improvement from Pirate as well, and Greg, I tried to tell you that pick 5 could still pay a lot of money. He was insisting it was all chalk.
Wow. How about that? How about starting and ending the meet for Gary Contessa with graded stakes victories?
He only won 2.
Wow.
They were the right shit.
21-1 with a first-time starter in that Schuylerville on opening day, and now 54-1 in the Grade 1 hopeful.
A healthy ROI for Gary at the meet.
Congratulations, Gary.
Yeah, he might be high-fiving more people.
There he is.
He's high-fiving people that aren't even there. I mean, this is a horse. If you had this horse, I tip my hat to you. Great move, incredible. I couldn't possibly have this horse, but it's 2-year-olds. They can and will improve sometimes, and they also can and will take a step back. But this was a wild race. Looking forward to watching this again. There's a lot of good horses in this race that did not finish particularly well that I predict will come back at some point with good efforts.
Here he is along the rail, still in last at this point.
Still in last and galloping under Junior Alvarado. He's sitting motionless. Which way am I going to go here? Because I got a lot of horse.
It's a different. It's a difference, right, Gary, riding the favorite, right, the 5, okay?
Yep.
Where you got the target on your back, you're the favorite, you kind of got to rush up. Where Junior's the longest shot on the board, and he was able just to sit back there.
Did you see that move right there? He got the perfect spot, but he went from the 1 path all the way out to the 6th path and still running away.
But let's also talk about the spot that we showed before when he's sitting towards the inside. He angles to about the 3 path, right? And he could have gone 5-6 wide at that point, and he would have lost.
Back in.
And he went back in. And that was the winning move there, because he doesn't go back in there. He gets hung out 6 wide. He probably does not get the money in here.
He made a couple of winning moves in here.
He faced a lot of forks in the road, and he made the right move.
Is this the biggest winner at the meet, $108?
You know, I think it is.
I believe so.
It might be, right?
Yeah. Wow.
Winner's Circle lead-in brought to you by the Facing Tip to November sale, the world's premier breeding stock event. Nominate now to the sale where stars are sold, and you never know where you're going to find the next star. We just found one here. Nutella Fella breaking poorly out of the gate. They went fast early, but this was brilliant from this horse. Coming in from Delaware to the big leagues and getting a big-time win in Grade 1 company. Gary Contessa, Bell Gable Stable, and Junior Alvarado. We'll be back.
Italian to win it.
And here is domestic spending.
And Pearl with plenty left in the tank.
Program trading. Ocean Road. It will be McCulloch.
Victoria Road down to the line.
Will be State of Rest.
Back on Saratoga Live on our FS2 coverage. One of the biggest upsets really ever at this racetrack. It's one of them. It's up there. 54-1 Nutella Fella.
Rename the Jim Dandy the Nutella Fella.
$111. Congratulations, son. A run happy at a candy ride. And hopefully you do like Nutella pizza. And you're alive now in these pick 5s and pick 6s. My goodness, this horse just blew it up.
Incredible. Coming in from Delaware, returner Gary Contessa with Junior Alvarado, recent Mike Venezia Award winner as well. He's with Maggie.
Nutella crepes, Polly. Got to go that way, but we all got to go with Nutella Fella today. Junior, talk a little bit about the trip. You're a little bit dirty, to say the least, but left at the gate, out the back early, and then you orchestrated some sort of ride to get this guy home.
Yeah, you know, that was kind of the plan. You know, I talked to Gary and I said, like, I think, you know, from all the pace, all the way from the back, we'll make a good run at the end. And he said, okay, you know, that was his plan too. So I said, okay, well, let's just stick to that. And, you know, he didn't broke that well today. You know, he was kind of standing a little bit awkward there. You know, he was the last too low at the gate because he had a problem before. Then, you know, he was where I wanted to be. You know, I kind of did safe ground, then kind of maneuver a little bit through traffic. But, you know, I worked this horse probably like 3 weeks ago. And you know, he was very good. I'm not going to say that he was going to win this race, but he was very good. I told Gary, I mean, he just acted like a 5-year-old. Like, his mind is very, very, very good mind, you know, very old horse. He does everything you wanted to do it. And I said, like, I told him, like, we're going to have a good chance, you know, and I was just happy that he gave me the opportunity to ride him.
This is a loaded field. I mean, Timberlake, what were you know, from watching from the back of the pack, and there was 4 abreast. Timberlake was trying to run off behind horses. You had to be just licking your chops back there.
Yeah, definitely. You know, I'm you know, following Jose a little bit, and I'm looking flow too with the, you know, with the horse that I thought was going to be probably the one to beat today. And you know, they're going through traffic too. But like I say, like, my luck was that I was probably last, and I bought my time. And by the time that I make my run, you know, I knew where to go at that point. And you know, I mean, he just ran fantastic today.
And you had the horse to do it that put you there, like you said, acting like an older horse. Junior, congratulations, and 2 on the Mike Venezia Award as well.
Thanks so much, Maggie.
All right, Junior Alvarado, big win here with Nutella Fella, guys, in the Grade 1 hopeful and catching up with his trainer, Gary Contessa. He, without me even asking him, said, yep, we're going to the Champagne next.
Grade 1 Champagne bound, and why not with Nutella Fella, Grade 1 hopeful winner. As we take a look at some of the big ones in that Breeders' Cup Challenge Series at Belmont at the Big A. And that Champagne coming up October 7th.
I mean, this race, you know, you'd say the race was a war going in, and this race was a war. I think it was an even bigger war coming out, because, I mean, they were battling. And to have, what, 7 of them across the track like that in the stretch, what a way to close out this meet.
What a story with, our Mike Venezia Award winner getting another big win here, Junior Alvarado, and Gary Contessa starting off the meet with a big shocker and then ending in here with a big shocker as well. $111 winner, Gary.
Yeah, and listen, we're all talking about the ride, and it was an unbelievable ride, probably the best ride that I've seen of the meet. But for this horse to have the athleticism and maneuverability and the acceleration coming off the turn, I know the acceleration was probably looked better than it was horses backing up because they went so fast. But for him to have the athleticism that he did to be able to get through those holes and move from one path to the other says a lot for him, too.
And Junior's ride, too. And, you know, Paulie's right. I mean, when you're riding longer shots, you can take risks on as you can with others. But, you know, Gary, as well as anybody, winning and losing sometimes comes down to a fork in the road, maybe 2 forks in the road sometimes. And you have to make all the right decisions to win. And Junior Alvarado did that. That was an exceptional ride on that horse. He didn't get lucky to win in that regard.
Yeah, kind of like ways and means. I think Timberlake lost nothing in defeat. Not the horse ran giant.
Not at all.
$12,000 purchase. Wins a Grade 1 with a purse of $300,000. And just credit connections to even take this chance to come here. And boy, does it pay off. Nightcap's going to be on the turf at a mile and a 16th. New York Breds maiden special weight. Linda Rice still a chance to be the co-leading trainer here at Saratoga. She has the current favorite, Lieutenant Mitchell, the 11. We'll have her story when we come back.
Curlin was the leading sire of Grade 1 winners in 2021 with 5 and 2022 with 6. Again in 2023, no stallion has sired more Grade 1 winners.
Big race. Nest Clariere is too far back. A 16th to run. And Idiomatic has a 2-length lead. Nest is fully extended.
This is what winning looks like.
A huge performance all the way.
Curlin,
in the personal
the
ensign.
classic sire.
Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 is one of the country's earliest Pick 5s, making it the perfect way to get your wagering day started. With a 12:40 post on weekends and 2 p.m. start on Fridays, the Win Early Pick 5 is home to 6-figure pools and a low 15% takeout. Start your day winning early. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early Pick 5. Win early, win often.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Ordinarily, the summer meet at Saratoga is a 40-day celebration of the finest thoroughbred racing at the sport's most revered and treasured venue. Every year, friends and family come together here at the spa and are reminded of the majesty of these amazing athletes competing at the very highest levels of the game. And that is mostly what this meet has been about, just like the more than 150 that came before. Moments of great joy, like Jenna Antonucci and Arcangelo winning the Travers, or Casa Creed as a 7-year-old storming from behind to win the 4-star Dave. We want to thank all of you, whether it be watching from wherever you may be or attending in person, for your support this season. But of course, we were also faced with great adversity this summer. First, the loss of Maple Leaf Mel, followed by New York Thunder. Both just steps away from career-defining victories were tragic events that have had a profound impact on this year's meet, as were the losses of the other equine athletes from this summer. We all love this sport and love and care about the safety of the horses and riders competing. That's why those accidents have left all of us shaken. Rest assured, we want everyone to know that NYRA is committing significant resources to reduce the frequency and severity of equine injuries. We plan to do that by investing in science and technology, like synthetic racing surfaces, cutting-edge medical imaging equipment, wearable technologies, and even artificial intelligence, because the future of the sport we love depends on constant improvement. Our athletes, our fans, and all the stakeholders in the sport deserve nothing less.
And Echo Zulu puts her away. Echo Zulu, most impressive in the ballerina. And Gunite is maintaining the lead, and he will defeat Elite Power in the foregoing.
Gunrunner, breed true.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
Back with you on Saratoga Live on our FS2 coverage. It's brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Nutella fella 54-1 in the Grade 1 hopeful, and this is the first Grade 1 winner for Claiborne Stallion. Run happy. Congratulations.
Stall number 1.
Do you think he knows? Do you think he's excited? Get a little excited back there in stall 1?
They may as well put it on repeat in that stall for a while. That's a big moment.
He's
Good
a pretty
for them.
smart horse.
Incredible horses who have been in that legendary stall, now run happy with a Grade 1 winner. There is Linda Rice. Coming down to the final race of the meet, she has a chance to tie Chad Brown as the meet's co-leading trainer. That will happen with the 11 in here. Lieutenant Mitchell, Jose Ortiz will ride. It's not just been an incredible summer for Linda. It's been a surreal run on the NYRA circuit dating back to last year. She entered Saratoga having claimed 4 straight meet titles. The Belmont meet, Aqueduct's fall, winter, and spring titles. Thanks to her shrewd claims both out of town and here in New York, she's continued to keep those wins coming.
When I go to the barn in the morning and train horses that I'm excited about running, that's what drives me. Winning races, whether it be a claiming race or a stakes race or a Grade 1 at Saratoga, it's so much more fun than losing. Okay, guys, Jose, I'm ready for the first one. Go ahead. We're going from the half out 5/8. My father, he was a hard worker, and he was very ambitious, instilled a strong work ethic in my 3 brothers and myself, and he had a love for the horses his whole life, and he instilled that in us as well.
It's double booked in front.
My first good horse was a horse named Double Booked, a grass horse, when I started training at Monmouth Park, an affiliate of my father's named Ready Jack Go. But I would say that City Zip was a very good 2-year-old. I brought him here. He won all 3 2-year-old stakes here.
It's City Zip in front of the 16th. City Zip by 3.
He would be the horse that really helped move me along the path that I am on now. I like to claim a lot of young horses with lightly raced horses that I think have both potential on their pedigree side and, of course, conformation. So that's been a big asset to my claiming, which has been probably in the last 5 years I've been doing more of.
Voodoo Song digs in. Is he going to do it? He is! Voodoo Song with a 4-star Dave!
New York racing is, frankly, it's my home. I've been here for quite a few years. I have gone from a young trainer that was struggling to climb the ladder to being a mainstay in New York. And I think by not diluting my business at different venues, I think it's been helpful for me to be successful right here in New York. I'm all about New York racing. My father always said, well, he didn't want to die in the harness. And I think about that sometimes, but I don't know what my day would be like if I didn't have horses to train or to be around or to be excited about. Linda Rice. I'd like them to say she was one hell of a horse trainer, and she earned it.
Well, there she is. She's proved time and time again she's one hell of a horse trainer. She's already won a meet title. Did that back in 2009 at Saratoga, and a chance again to tie Chad Brown for this year's meet training title.
And win the 5th straight title in New York. And she not only was a great horse trainer at some point, she is a great horse trainer. And what she's done at this meet is spectacular. To hang with these guys, and she had that great meet at Belmont, and she lives and breathes horse racing. She is involved in this game as anybody, and I have the utmost respect for her and the kind of job she does. And I don't care if she wins or loses this meet. She had an incredible summer.
Big part of why she's been able to have so much ammunition too, the claiming game for her. And horses claimed in Kentucky, Churchill Downs, Ellis Park, giving her a lot of opportunities.
She went there 2 years ago and claimed a bunch of horses, and they stunk the joint up, and people said she was an idiot for going there. She went there this year, claimed a bunch of horses, did well, and they said, nerve of her to go to Kentucky. How could she go to Kentucky, steal all those horses from there? So, you know, sometimes people result in this game. Linda knew what she was doing. Just because it didn't work out didn't mean she wasn't smart.
That was her horse who just left our screen, Lieutenant Mitchell, Paulie. What do you think? Chances here?
Well, I think the horse is obviously getting bet because a lot of people are thinking, okay, 5-2 on the morning line. But I thought this horse was actually a play against, you know, although the race last time out, the horse did show some speed from a tough slot. But I just, you know, when the horses for Linda just stay at the same rate and the turf races are sort of the same number and this horse really hasn't moved up.
Did Linda, Gary, even have to tell Jose what's on the line here?
No. No, because Jose is a big part of that operation.
Yes, he is.
Greg, your favorite jockey just went by, Shanuski. You don't even say hi to her, say nothing.
We'll always be friends.
The thing I'll say about Lieutenant Mitchell, and I agree with Paulie, this horse was on top of a very slow pace last time out and didn't finish. I think the 8 Chulligan is a much more likely winner, and the one for James Bond fans, the 12 Scaramanga.
Well, let's look at Chad Brown's horse in here. He's got a chance to deny Linda here and be the sole winner. As we take a look at the late Big 5 Will Pays in there, they are big as a result of Nutella Fella. Chad Brown barn with Fake Celebrity.
That's a great name.
We all know one here in Saratoga. First-time starter for Chad Brown. The Dam, stakes placed on the grass, did produce a pretty good dirt horse named Brooklyn Strong and won the Remsen.
And do not fall asleep on a horse just because it was training at Monmouth. We've seen a couple of Chad Brown horses come back at this meet off long layoffs from Monmouth that ran lights out. Whoever's running the show down there does a fabulous job.
So Rat Ortiz Jr. on Fake Celebrity. His brother on Lieutenant Mitchell trying to bring Linda Rice a co-share of this training title at this summer season here at Saratoga. Couldn't have more drama on the line. Fun way to close it out. We'll see what happens. Muggsy Fury kicks off our post parade.
This one would be as big an upset, perhaps, as Nutella Fella.
Katie Davis rides for Dad here, Robbie. Unaffected at 19-1. Rafael Romero trains.
Came way off the pace on the dirt last time. If she can replicate that on the turf, he'd be rolling late.
Blinkers going on the Manticore, gets on turf for the first time.
Really no pedigree for the turf to try to improve a horse that's run an 11 Beyer combined and has won 2 starts in the track.
Bastion we'll see next. The second Dam actually did win on turf, was stakes placed on the grass as well.
Yeah, got some pedigree, and this horse actually got bet first time out compared to a lot of these runners that didn't.
Junior Alvarado on board, look out, 28-1. Chad Brown's first time starter, Fake Celebrity the 5.
Listen, it isn't a ton of turf pedigree, but I don't want to fall asleep on a Chad Brown horse. Maybe he's been waiting the wings with this one.
Next door, Pascal Moon, Jose Camejo trains.
Tried to get on the turf the first time, showed a little bit of speed. Got to be said, I have a little confidence that Johnny V sticks.
10-1 on Kid Crease of the Dam, a 4-time winner on the turf and stakes placed.
Low-profile connections on a horse who has plenty of turf pedigree.
Yeah, first 2 foals, both winners on the grass out of that Dam. Chulligan, Christophe Clement, and Manny Franco.
I thought would be battling for favoritism. Had no shot after the beginning of the last race. Needs a better beginning today.
Giant turf pedigree, too.
Yep.
We still somewhere out there is Chulligan. Still looking at the 7. Kid Creasa.
Chulligan was eliminated at the break last time and just really actually ran pretty well when you consider the trip.
We'll skip to the 9. Here's Dolly's Bank. Mary Alice Coffey and Sean Bridgman.
Ran the turf once and did very little running.
15-1 on Dolly's Bank. We finally found Chulligan. There he is with Manny Franco.
Yeah, we were just talking about him. He got eliminated at the break last time out, and he's got a monster pedigree for the turf. I would think you're going to see it today.
Prix d'Ouest for Bill Mott. The second Dam was a Group 3 winner on the turf in France.
Not the worst 10-1 shot here. Getting Lasix for the first time to get this horse on the turf.
Produced 2 runners, by the way, the Dam, who won first time out on the grass. Here's Lieutenant Mitchell, Linda Rice runner, trying to bring her a tie for the meet training title.
It's an exciting moment for this horse and in general with Linda. I just prefer others in here. I thought this horse had his chances.
And Bond fans all over Scaramanga. Dan was actually a 6-time winner on the turf.
Yeah, Kelly Breen for this one. And, you know, for Down Neck Stables, colt by Munnings, put the blinkers on last time, but drew the 13 post.
Hervé Villachez and Man with the Golden Gun.
Here's Chulligan out of the gate in that turf start.
I mean, he just got completely eliminated and just stayed all the way back to last. Raced over this point, actually made a competitive move around the turn to sort of reach a reasonable point of contention before understandably tiring out. And if we end up, I think, showing the head-on, you'll see just how he got completely slouted at the gate. He's the number 6. He breaks out of there, and he bumps that horse, he gets cut off, and it's game over there. And Baruch, the dam, now a lot of people remember her for winning the Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Sprint. She won on the turf, I think, with a 105 buyer. If you look through her family, it's primarily a turf family.
I wanted to say she won on the slop, too, by a mile, too.
Oh, yeah, she did. You're dead right about that.
Yeah.
I think maybe New York Red Showcase Day or something like that. A crazy fig.
Like
by the way, we know Rad Ortiz Jr. has run away with his riding title. Second up for grabs here. Jose Ortiz, Manny Franco tied with 36 wins apiece. Manny's on Chulligan here. Chance to have second all to himself. Let's go to Maggie for more.
And checking in with Chulligan, of the horses that are short prices that have turf experience, he's the one that I would want. He looks fantastic relative to Lieutenant Mitchell, who I don't particularly like the looks of today. I think Chulligan by far looks best. Beautiful warm-up here with Manny Franco aboard. Really good-looking horse and son of Bar of Gold. Now let's talk about some horses that don't have any turf experience or any experience at all. That's number 5, Fake Celebrity, and he doesn't have an abundance of turf pedigree, but he's actually physically looking at him really well suited to these conditions. A little bit of a bigger, rangier practical joke, does have a proverbial turf hoof to him. He's well prepared as you'd expect, so I think, you know, he's spotted well in this spot. As we'll take a look at some trying the turf for the first time, as you guys mentioned, big pedigree on number 7, Kid Creasa has been trying to get on the turf, and this son of Big Brown, massive turf hoof on him. If he doesn't move up on this surface, then I don't know what he'll move up on. He does cut the blinkers back. I had been wearing a set of full cut blinkers, talking about number 7, guys, as he is just wearing a short cheater cup as well. As we'll also take a look at Prix de West. He's my choice here. I've been waiting for him to do this. He's been rained off, albeit he's scratched out some maiden 40s, so maybe he doesn't class up, but this horse wants the turf, wants the distance, and Scaramanga makes an excellent impression overall. And 2, with the pedigree, I think he should handle the turf. Damn, 7 for 15 on it. He's big, and he's strong and fit coming back off the layoff, Greg.
Post time coming up. There's Linda Rice looking on. Can Lieutenant Mitchell, the 11, bring her a co-training title here if this one can win with Jose Ortiz?
There is a way that he could win, and she could still not win the trainer title. Could dead heat the 5.
Chad Brown
Would that
looking
be a tough
on.
beat for her?
Got the first time start of the 5, Fake Celebrity. Comes down
name.
to this.
That name makes me laugh.
Final race of the meets, and some drama with his training title on the line. Let's go upstairs to Frank Miramati.
Thank you so much, Greg. Here's Fake Celebrity. Lieutenant Mitchell. Pascal Moon. Right up to the gate. Gets a little nudge from the assistant starter. Scaramanga, Joel Rosario looking for his 3rd winner on the program. Set to close out the 2023 season at the Spa. And they're off. It's a very fast start for Kid Creasa, who's sprinting up, and Scaramanga is up and on the pace too, taken in hand. He's a little bit rank, and they're followed by Lieutenant Mitchell in 3rd. Pascal Moon not far behind in 4th, and down on the inside it's Muggsy Fury 5th, and about 3 or 4 lengths off the lead as the field rounds the first turn. Going very wide is Chulligan. Chulligan out in the center of the course with 7 lengths to make up. Then it's Fake Celebrity racing on the inside of Dolly's Bank. A length back to Prix de West, Unaffected, and Bastion. The opening quarter went in 24 and just under 2/5 of a second. And it is Kid Creasa showing the way by a length and a half. Lieutenant Mitchell gets a good tracking spot in second. He's 2 lengths in front of Muggsy Fury and Scaramanga together third and fourth. It's a gap of 4 back to Pascal Moon, followed by the Manticore, who's down on the inside. Chulligan racing in between rivals. Dolly's Bank is outside of that pair through a half that went in 48 and 3. Then Fake Celebrity, a dozen off the leaders, rounding the far turn with Prix de West and Unaffected, along with Bastion, 48 and 3 for the half. It's Kid Creasa, Lieutenant Mitchell, turning up the pressure in second. Muggsy Fury running a good race in the pink cap, angling to the outside of these two as they reach the top of the stretch. Kid Creasa, Lieutenant Mitchell comes right to him and right by inside the furlong pole and opens up a length and a half. No one coming with any serious threat as Linda Rice is going to tie in the trainer standings with Chad Brown. Congratulations as Lieutenant Mitchell sails home under Jose Ortiz to win very easily. Fake Celebrity rallied strongly to be in a photo with Kid Creasa, and in behind them, Muggsy Fury and Dolly's Bank were battling it out as well.
Hugs and high fives all around. It comes down to the final race of the meet, and Linda Rice keeps her streak alive. Co-leading trainer at this Saratoga meeting with 35 victories, along with Chad Brown, and that is the 5th consecutive meet title she has won on this circuit. Just tremendous.
And her 2nd trainer title here in Saratoga as well. And this horse stalked the pace and just drew off with authority. The other horses did very little running behind him. Not a horse I liked, but I tip my hat to Linda. She fought it out the whole meet. Chad Brown opened up a 5-win lead yesterday. And I mean, to tie him after that, remarkable job. She just kept entering, and they kept running well. Congratulations to Linda and to Chad Brown as well. Not to forget him, because she had the great meet.
And I think Chad popped the 7 for second. Chad ran second in this race with the 5, who was the only horse that actually ran on, Fake Celebrity, who had a little bit of trouble at the top of the lane. They were never getting to this horse, Gary, who put away the 7. The Linda Dixon horse, I thought ran pretty well. And then I think the 5 might have just popped the 7 right out of the wire.
Well, let's go to Maggie standing by with the co-leading trainer here at Saratoga.
Linda Rice coming down to a winner's circle full of congratulations, Linda. What a feat.
Well, the last day, the last race, but at least we managed to pull it up.
2nd Saratoga meet title. This one you have to share, but still, 2nd Saratoga meet title. That's got to mean so much.
Oh, it's just amazing. It's amazing. It's been an amazing meet, and it's so nice to finally get there in the last day.
Well, Linda, and too, you've ruled Naira. We just watched a piece that you recorded with us, and you said you're a New York trainer, and you are ruling the roost.
I'm all about New York racing. Thank you, Maggie.
All right, Linda Rice, just capping off what has been a tremendous 365 days with another meet title. Greg?
What a story, and just continuing this theme of what females are doing, just dominating in this sport. Jenna Antonucci, first female trainer to win a Triple Crown race. The Belmont first Travers female winning trainer since 1938. And now Linda Rice, 5th consecutive training title on the circuit. And to make up that amount of ground Andy was talking about over this last day and a half.
Put it this way, some things never change. The last meet at Saratoga, Linda Rice and Chad Brown won 1-2. Jose Ortiz and Irad, our junior, won 1-2. And some things never change.
It's so nice to see women getting the spotlight with Jenna, with Linda, in a sport dominated by women at so many different positions in this sport. So important to this game, and never getting the credit they probably deserve. And it's nice to see them getting some of the credit for the many, many people, many women, I should say, that do deserve credit. And, you know, listen, you know, Chad Brown's taken some tough beats. He's had some big wins as well. Everybody takes tough beats, to be fair. He's had some big wins. And listen, he won the trainer's title. He did it by tying Linda Rice. Still an incredible achievement by both of them.
Co-leading trainer, his 6th Saratoga training title. 5 of the last 6 as well.
Won the Alabama.
And Linda Rice, just what she's been doing, though, continually, meet after meet after meet, unseating Chad Brown's streak that he had at Belmont as well, the most recent meet. At some point, you think, well, she's going to run out of ammunition, and it hasn't happened.
Yeah, we talk about this a lot, and when people talk about, okay, what are conditions? Well, what ends up happening when a horse like Lieutenant Mitchell wins, it's a maiden special weight, right? So now he has to go now into a winner's race. So they go into tougher conditions. So for her to win the Belmont meet and to come up here, I know she came with different type of horses, but these type of horses that keep on moving up in condition, and she keeps on winning, it's tough to do.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, I mean, you win a meet like that, you're not left with the same kind of ammunition to come up here, and it's true. And a lot of it was, and we talked about it, we were leaving Belmont, Greg, you and I talked about it quite a bit, all those horses she claimed in Kentucky, so she did have new ammunition, but she went to Kentucky and did it. She executed a plan, and it worked out, and a fabulous job by her. Fabulous job by Todd Pletcher as well in finishing third here, but a lot of people did well here. You don't have the numbers, you're getting the job. We talk about Phil Bauer. Said he was hoping to win 2 or 3. He won 5. It's a great achievement as well. The Clement Barn had a great meet. A lot of people did a lot of good things up here just because they didn't get the glory.
Tom Amos isn't here, but he had a good meet.
Yeah.
37th
He left
winner
early.
for that man there as well. Jose Ortiz, but distant second to his brother, Arad Ortiz Jr. goes gate to wire here for the riding title. Linda Rice, Chad Brown, co-leading trainers. We'll be back right after this.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as War Smoke delivers at Finger Lakes.
War Smoke in front, another one for Andre Worry.
Barrage runs down the field at Saratoga.
Here's Barrage with a final surge. Barrage got up.
And Born Dancer goes wire to wire, outlasting all comers.
It's going to get close. Be of Courage coming inside Born Dancer. Photo finish.
Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
On a perfect day, there is no finer place in all of sports.
Nerves, excitement, and anticipation.
Than beautiful, truly stunning. For the Breeders' Cup World Championships.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back on Saratoga Live on our FS2 coverage. Lieutenant Mitchell, what a way to close out this meet with a chance to tie for the training title. And Linda Rice does just that with his horse with Jose Ortiz in the iron. $7.30 for the win. For a racing stable, your winning owners. And the late pick 5, $7,222. Form full except for one race, where we had an $111 winner in the Grade 1 hopeful Nutella Fella.
Yes, you had second choice, favorite to end it, but Nutella Fella. Can I drop a Migism? Put the hot chocolate on top.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Clarvich Stables tying a record with Ken Ramsey on 22 wins back, I believe, in 2013. Chad Brown, Linda Rice, 35 wins apiece to tie as the meet's co-leading trainers, and Arad Ortiz Jr. Personal best as well, 62 wins to lead gate to wire. Thank you, everybody, for supporting us and watching us all season long here on Saratoga Live. We're going to miss being up here. We will see in a couple of weeks downstate. It was Pioneering Spirit. One of those 35 winners for Linda Rice and the Bernard Baruch and Nutella Fella. What an upset. One of the biggest in years here. for Gary Contessa, who started off the meet with a huge upset with Becky's Joker in the Schuylerville. Hope you enjoyed it. That wraps up our Saratoga coverage for 2023.